On YouTube yet? I want to watch it.
The Opinionated Girl. It's not on YouTube yet. Hopefully that does go up on YouTube. Okay. All right. We are going to go ahead and move on to the next guest. Here we go, guys. Please follow the rules, everybody. Make sure that we are following the rules. And, Eliza, thank you so much for the first donation of the stream with a $5 over on Venmo saying, hey, Dean, going to be in Colorado in about an hour out of GJ this weekend. I'll be passing through that sick. Enjoy your time down here, Eliza. Show some love to Eliza down below in that chat. What's going on, Cross? Do you support Trump?
You're so hot.
Okay, guys, we need to follow the rules. Oh, Jesus. Guys, okay, how about this? Go ahead and drop a MAGA in the chat with your age if you'd like to come up and have a conversation. I don't think that the queue's too reliable. People don't really care about the rules in the queues. I'm not going to lie. So we're going to start pulling up from the chat. But, Rainey, thank you for the second donation of the day with the $10 over on Venmo, saying, hope you're having a great day. Rainey, thank you so much for your kindness. If we could please show some love to Rainey down below, that'd be awesome. Let's get at least 1,000 Rainy W's down below in that comment section. We're going to start pulling up from that chat, so let us know if you're MAGA down below by dropping a MAGA with your age. Everybody, we are looking for that next guest right now. So who is that next Trump supporter going to be? Where are they at? Where are they hiding? I don't really see many people spamming MAGA down below in that chat, believe it or not. Okay, what about Justin Fields? Guys, make sure that we're following the rules. It's got to be at least 18. What's up, Justin? Do you support Trump? All right, he definitely wasn't following the rules either. Moving on to the next guest, we got Bella loading up. We got Mark loading up. All these people are spamming.
How you doing?
Okay, goodbye, Bella. Moving on to the next guest. Everyone, just give us a minute. We're trying to weed through the trolls and find one genuine Trump supporter. Very difficult to do, y'all. In the meantime, if you do want to try to find one single Trump supporter, make sure to like that stream and share it out with a handful of friends. What is going on? Do you support Trump, Mark?
No, but I love you, Dean.
Okay, then don't spam MAGA in the chat. Mods ban him. What about you, Tyler? Are you MAGA?
Cookie King Moggs, you
They're also not MAGA. Okay. All right. So now we are going to go ahead and shift into phase 2 of the restriction on the trolls. So now we're in phase 2. Phase 2 is now me and my mods are going to ban everybody that comes up here and breaks the rules. Okay. So I guess now that we're heading into phase 2, it's worth repeating the rules. The rules are, very simple. If you're trying to join the live, either by spamming MAGA with your age in chat or hopping in the guest requests, you have to be following 3 rules. If you break any of these 3 rules, you'll just get banned from this stream. The first rule is make sure that you're at least 18 years old, meaning you're an adult. The second rule is make sure that you are an American. And the third rule is make sure that you support Trump and you're ready and willing to come up here and have a conversation with me about why. So we're going to start banning people that are not following those rules. Let's go to get Sophie up here. Let's hope that Sophie's following the rules. As well as Roger. Thank you so much for the $25 donation over on Venmo. Thank you for the love, Roger. Roger says, you give me hope, Dean. Keep fighting the good fight. Roger, that is incredibly kind of you, man. Thank you for the $25 donation as well. Let's get 250 Roger W's down below in that comment section. Thank you so much for your kindness, bro. Now, let's go and load up the next guest. We got John loading into that box right now, everybody. We're trying to find that next Trump supporter to come up here and have a good faith convo with us. So let's see who's next. Hello, what's up, John? Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Okay, how old are you?
24.
24. Is it possible that you might be able to move a little bit closer to your mic for me, man?
Yes, one moment, hold on.
All right, as well as it looks like you got a little bit of a Bluetooth device connected. If you disconnect that, your audio quality will be much better, Mr. John. John, are you still with me? All right, well
One moment.
Okay, well, John is taking a moment. We're going to go and get the live stream started over on YouTube, so everybody just be patient with us here. Hello and welcome into the live stream for everybody tuning in on YouTube. It is so good to have you in here with us for the day. Thank you so much for giving me some of your time. Today, we are going to be debating Trump supporters about why they support the president, and we'll be doing that for 4 hours. So the 4-hour Yap Sesh has officially commenced, everybody. Hopefully, it'll be a good day. We could only hope. We have our first Trump supporter, Mr. John, on the line. John, if you would unmute your mic and tell us why you support the president, that would be awesome. We are all waiting to hear what you have to say. Take it away, man.
What's up, John? What's up, Dean?
Your name is John.
My bad, Dean.
No worries. So why do you support Trump?
Honestly, man, the reason why is because when I was in college, can you hear me?
Yeah, we're waiting on you to tell us why you support the president.
Honestly, I feel like Democrats, when I was in college, was pushing a lot of stuff down our throats, and I didn't really like it. I played college baseball, and we weren't really allowed to speak our view or really say anything about politics and stuff like that. So when I went to school, a lot of the Democratic views were pushed on us, and I didn't really like it. And then I started to see how Trump was, and I kind of liked how he was as a president, I guess, not as a person. I understand why people don't like him as a person, but yeah, that's kind of why, I guess you could say.
So that was very vague. You told us that you couldn't speak your views when you're on the baseball team. I mean, like, what views did they restrict? Like, I'm pretty sure your baseball team wouldn't let you say that it's like wrong to be gay or be racist, xenophobic, etc. I mean, like, what specifically did they restrict you from speaking?
Speaking was like yeah, you're right. Honestly, politics, like
Well,
all that
I
stuff.
don't think that homophobia or racism are politics. I think that sports teams should uphold some standards for their players, and if their players are like incredibly homophobic or racist, they should get kicked off.
Absolutely, I agree with you 100%.
Okay,
I
so
think
then what specifically could you not speak about?
like we couldn't really say our views on how we looked at like the LGBTQ community. We couldn't really talk about if
Well, I
we
mean, that's
believed
exactly
in.
what I just said. Like a view that it's wrong to be gay. That's a homophobic view. That's incredibly homophobic.
But how would it be homophobic? Because isn't a phobia like a fear of like gayness? I'm not fearful of that. You know what I mean?
No, so phobia in this sense is going to be defined as an unjust prejudice. And I
Okay,
believe
okay.
that like individuals that think it's wrong to be gay, they hold an unjust prejudice.
Okay, okay. I wouldn't say.
Right, and it's like also like I guess even like the sports team wasn't requiring you to not think that it's wrong to be gay. They were just requiring you not to like blast that out loud on the internet and post it on your
Of
socials.
course, of
I think
course.
that's
Yeah,
a very I think that's a very fair standard for any sports team to have.
I would say yes and no. I feel like we should be able to speak our minds in a respectful way, just like how the other side does or doesn't. Like I feel like in that aspect that you should be able to say what you want to say, but in a respectful manner and understand that people are going to have different viewpoints 100% and understand that some people are just going to think differently. And like I personally, like I've seen your videos, like I see how and what you say about things, and it doesn't really offend me. It's your personal opinion, and it is what it is. Like it's not going to knock or change the way I live just because me and you think differently in a way or sense.
Well, I think that acknowledging that people could have a diversity of thought and different perspectives on the same issues is fair, and having like
100%.
respectful discourse on those things is also fair. But like
100%.
typically, like we exclude like certain things from that idea of like sharing our beliefs in a respectful manner. And like the things that we exclude from that are going to be like certain beliefs that lack any reason, right, to be true. They're just purely founded on prejudice, and they hurt people and restrict upon their rights and livelihoods. So that's why like you can't have a respectful conversation about why white people are superior to black people. It's because people that think that belief is inherently disrespectful and evil, and B, there's no evidence to support that belief, and C, that belief just causes harm on other people, right? And I would categorize like the idea that like straight people are better than gay people, or that it's wrong to be gay within that same sense where there's no reason to justify that belief as being true. It's just purely based upon one's prejudice, and it directly harms others and impedes upon their livelihood and rights.
Yeah, 1,000%. Like for
Right.
instance, like with the whole LGBTQ community, like I respect it. I just don't believe in it. But I'm not going to go in someone's face and be like, "Oh my God, like f you, you're gay." Like I would never do that. You know what I mean? That's just my viewpoint. Is I look at it through the biblically matter rather than looking at it from the worldly matter. That's kind of how I view it as my personal life. It is what it is. Like you make
I mean, I
choices.
guess that this isn't like necessarily the time or the place to have a conversation about that. Although I might just end up entertaining it because I'd like to prove to you that you're wrong. But like, still, yet I just don't think that it's wrong for like sports teams to uphold like standards of professionalism for their players. Can we agree there that it's okay
1,000%.
okay?
1,000%.
So we can agree that it is okay for sports teams to uphold standards of professionalism for their players. Can we agree that it's unprofessional to target like 1/3 of our population based upon an innate characteristic of their being that they didn't choose, that they can't change, that doesn't hurt you, and scrutinize for that, saying that they're lesser than?
Absolutely. I don't think anybody should be lesser
And that
than. By the
and
way.
that's what like the statement "being gay is wrong" means. So I mean,
I get
obviously,
you.
like we could agree, right, in the standard sense that it's not even like a crazy liberal take to say that players on a sports team shouldn't be able to publicly profess their homophobia.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah, I feel like everybody has free will. That's the whole reason why Jesus Christ died on the cross. It's just
No, he's
and the way
lagging
you
out.
live your life
You're lagging out,
is.
John. John, I really don't want you to lag out here. I really don't want you to lag out here because I want to have a conversation with you about the fact that you do think being gay is wrong.
Can you hear me?
Now I can. Okay, go. Repeat what you just said because you were
Okay.
lagging out when you were saying it.
Okay, so like, for instance, like, oh fuck, man, I kind of forgot what I was saying. I'm not gonna lie, man. I'm pretty fucking nervous talking to you, but it's pretty cool. But the way I was thinking was, what I was saying is like, everybody has free will in this world. You know, everybody commits sin. We're born sinners. Everybody just has a different journey. You know, people think like, how do I explain it? It's kind of hard for me to explain. I'm trying to explain it the best, but like, for instance, like my sins are my sins. It's my journey, my path. And people's sins, other people's sins is their journey, their path. And I feel like everybody is given, you know, that journey to uphold Jesus Christ's name to then meet him in the
I don't
path.
think that even under Christian beliefs or Christian theology that being gay is a sin.
Really?
Yeah, I don't think that's true. I mean, there's multiple ways we could go about this. So, I mean, the first way that we could go about this is by me just simply asking you to name the verse where it says that being gay on its own is a
I
sin.
honestly, I'm not going to be that guy that just goes searches up on Google. I do not know it off the top of my head.
Right.
You know, 100%.
So then, like the second way that we could go about this is by this argument. Can we agree under the Christian worldview that God has designed the innate characteristics of ourselves? He designed us in our mother's wombs.
I 1,000% agree.
Mm-hmm. Now, can we also agree that there is a preponderance of scientific evidence and a lack of any evidence to prove the negation of the fact that being gay is an innate characteristic of our beings and that our sexual orientations are ingrained into us and unchangeable?
I feel like I wouldn't say you can't say it's interchangeable or it's changeable, not changeable, because people have been gay and then changed out of not being gay, and then people not being gay becoming gay.
So
The
that's just
reason,
misinformation. So I'm going to go and assume that you're talking about conversion therapies. Tillich, thank you so much for the motorcycle. So that's going to be referring to like, conversion therapies, like, for example, Exodus International. They were really popular in the 60s, 70s, 80s, and 90s. And the largest conversion therapy, Exodus International, they shut down in the early 2010s. And all of these conversion therapies were ran by self-appointed ex-gay men that claim that they were gay and are no longer gay. But every single one of these large conversion therapies ended up being shut down by their founder, with their founder then coming out saying that they actually were never straight, they're still gay, and then they apologized for their atrocious crimes against the LGBTQ plus community. It's just simply not a choice. It's not something that we can change. You know, the scientific evidence points towards the fact that our sexual orientations are ingrained into our neuroanatomy. For instance, in gay men compared to straight men, they have a larger anterior commissure, which is a nerve lining between the hemispheres of their brains. They also have varying different traits of the AI-NEH3 subsection of the hypothalamus in our brain, as well as there's just simply different associations along the genome, such as in the XQ23 chromosome. There was a chromosomal study done on twins with various sexual orientations. Ace, thank you so much for the well diving. And they found this association in their chromosomes in thousands and thousands and thousands of gay men. And then that same association didn't exist in straight men. So there's just unchangeable differences in our genetic code, unchangeable differences in our neuroanatomy, as well as we know that it's going to be derivative from evolution and biology because it's also something that we observe in non-human animals. We see homosexuality in over 3,000 non-human species. And in the species that we haven't observed it in, it's because we haven't done the research to observe it. For instance, bonobos, who are 99.9% genetically similar to us, our closest genetic relatives on this planet, also exhibit traits of homosexuality. We see gay mooses. 10% of mooses prefer same-sex partners. We see gay penguin couples literally adopting young penguins from other parents, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So, I mean, yeah, and the preponderance of all the evidence that I just laid out, I think that it's abundantly false to say that being gay is anything but a biological fact derivative of our biology, neuroanatomy, and evolution.
okay, so then the reason why I think that, I kind of think the opposite, which I get it. You backed it with all the science facts and all that stuff. The the sole reason of my opinion and viewpoint on it is the reason why I feel like there is, like, you're not born that way, is because in the beginning in Genesis it says there was man. You know what I mean? So that's kind of what I go off of. You know what I mean? So that's when I see that and I read into Genesis. When I was in college, I was reading more into that, and I was kind of seeing like how the beginning was. Nothing was ever talked about in the beginning about man and women and women.
Right,
All that stuff.
right.
Like
It was Adam and Eve, not Adam and Steve. Well, my first refutation is. Oh, you're lagging again. Can you hear me all right?
I hear you perfectly fine. Yeah, I'm probably the one lagging.
Cool. I'm gonna put you on mute because you are lagging. So I laid out to you a plethora of scientific evidence that being gay is derivative of evolution and biology. I gave you the empirical, testable, and repeatable data. I don't think that just appealing to the Bible is sufficient reason to reject this testable, repeatable, empirical data. But I'll entertain the argument nonetheless, because your argument is essentially it was Adam and Eve, not Adam and Steve. So I could agree it wasn't Adam and Steve, but I also don't think it was Adam and Eve. When we look at the story of Genesis in the Christian Bible, I'd say that the best view you could hold on to is that it's purely parabolic and it didn't actually happen. And there's a handful of reasons to believe this, because point number one, when we take the story of Genesis as literal, well, that's where we find young earth creationism. Because if you follow the family tree from Adam and Eve to Jesus, you'll see that there's around 4,000 years of humans. And then there's 2,000 years of humans from Jesus to us. So this means that the first humans on earth existed 6,000 years ago. Does that line up with what we know about history and fact? Absolutely not. We have remnants of humans on this earth reaching back as far as 60,000 years ago. And our species, the Homo sapiens sapiens, in accordance with what we know about science, has been here for 180,000 years. There's also a plethora of scientific evidence to suggest that when you just have two people to start a species, that you don't have sufficient genetic diversity to allow that species to flourish. I'm pretty sure most scientists would point towards the conclusion that you need at least 32 through 64 members of a species in order for there to be sufficient genetic diversity for the species to flourish. So for these reasons, I mean, I think even you have to assume the story of Genesis is just purely parabolic. But even if we assume it as literal, well, let's see what that entails. Because Adam and Eve weren't gay, thereby being gay is a choice. Well, let's see how that logic holds up, because Adam and Eve were both fertile, meaning that neither of them were infertile. Does this mean because they weren't infertile that being infertile is a choice?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. So can you re-say what you said last? You kind of lagged on that last part.
Your argument in a nutshell is that, well, they were both straight. Because they weren't gay, that means that being gay is a choice. Well, they were both fertile. Does that mean that being infertile is a choice?
I would say I don't know about that. You probably got me on that one. I wouldn't know about that.
So just because Adam and Eve weren't X, it doesn't mean that X is a choice. And I mean, like, we could run this argument all day long, right? Because
1,000%. Yeah.
because think about it. Like they add two eye colors. Well, there's more than two eye colors. So does this mean that any eye color that wasn't possessed by Adam and Eve is a choice? No. Okay, they had two shoe sizes. There's much more than two shoe sizes. Does this mean that any shoe size beyond what Adam and Eve possessed was a choice? No. Okay, so even though they might have only had one sexual orientation, does this mean all other sexual orientations are a choice? Following your logic, you'd say yes. Following my logic, I'd say no. Whose logic should we trust more? The logic that implies that the color of your eyes and the size of your shoes are a choice? Or the logic that says they're not a choice, but rather biologically ingrained into your being?
I understand what you're saying, but then again, the reason why I respect really you know, up and down.
You're lagging, man. You're lagging, man. You gotta like disconnect your Wi-Fi. You gotta fix it. You got Maga Mobile. I apologize for cutting you off, but we just literally can't make out what you're saying.
Can you hear what I'm saying now?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, maybe if I'm closer to my phone, that probably helps a little bit better. But anyways,
Max, thank you for the.
I give you respect, man. I respect you 100%. You have all the scientific ins and outs and all that stuff, which is awesome. But see, the thing is the reason why I disagree with what you're saying, even though you back it up, is the reason why I disagree with what you're saying is because there hasn't been a single scientific fact or scientific test or scientific anything that has disproven what God has said in the Bible. 1,000%. I wholeheartedly believe that, and it's not even about being MAGA or anything like that. It's just 1,000% what I believe in. There hasn't been anything that disproves God
Okay. Well, first and
and what He
foremost,
says in the Bible. That's the thing.
so first and foremost, all the arguments that I've given you are that assuming that the Christian God exists, being gay isn't wrong. So, I mean, what the argument that you're giving me right now is a complete red herring to the position. Because in totality, my argument this whole time is that even if the Christian God exists, being gay is not wrong. Okay? You have no scripture that says being gay is wrong, at least any scripture that you follow today. Okay? We have no reason to believe via the story of Adam and Eve that being gay is a choice. All right? And I mean, we could go on all day long. But now your argument saying that there's no scientific evidence to refute God's existence, therefore being gay is wrong. Well, point one, my whole argument has been that if the Christian God exists, then being gay is still not wrong. But point number two, all of the hard scientific evidence that we can use to refute the Christian Bible has either led to books being taken out of the Bible or the Bible just simply being interpreted differently. Like, for instance, for the longest time, all Christians and early Jewish individuals held on to a literal interpretation of Genesis. But once we had scientific evidence to refute the idea that humans were first on Earth 6,000 years ago, they then just took it as parabolic. So they changed their interpretation to fit the data from science. And then even for like the books in the Bible that they just simply couldn't interpret differently and straight up contradicted the science, such as some books of Apocrypha like Enoch, where it says that there's four corners to the earth, implying that it's flat. Well, then they just took it out of the Bible and call it Apocrypha. So, I mean, not even your claim isn't even true.
Okay. Well, then agree to disagree 100%, man.
So I want to give you one last shot here. What's the argument that being gay is wrong if Christianity is true?
But being gay, I mean, to me, it's kind of hard to say, man, because I respect people. I understand people are, their beliefs. I respect their beliefs 1,000%. But I just feel like that's the walk that not unfortunately, but I'll choose my words better. That's the walk that you are born with. That maybe that is the testimony that you got out of that to show that God can really change the difference. Change that into something good. You know what I mean? Do you get what I'm saying? Kind of.
So now you are. So you're still not giving an argument that being gay is wrong according to Christianity. But there's one valuable thing that you did just say. You just said that they're born with it. So you think that individuals are born gay. So earlier you agreed that God designed the way that we were born, right?
Yeah, I agree the way that we were born.
Okay.
Yes, it's born we were born. So
you
maybe,
said that
yeah.
people- you
Maybe
said
it
that-
could be that.
you said
that
that
God
people-
allows that.
You said
God- 'cause-
you said that people were born gay, and you said that God designed the way that we're born. Now, just to clarify, you're a Christian. You do think that God is perfect and all good, right?
Absolutely.
Okay. And because he's perfect and all good, he can't possibly make a mistake or do something bad, right?
Absolutely not.
Okay. So then because you accepted those prior two facts, that people are born gay and God made them gay, that just means that when God made them gay, he didn't make a mistake and he didn't do anything bad.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
this means that being gay isn't a mistake,
allowed them.
or being gay isn't bad.
He allowed them to attain that journey, to possibly maybe get out of that.
Not
and
allowed,
to beat
designed.
that.
Let's not change
Designed,
the words now.
okay.
Not allowed, designed.
Designed that to be a walking testimony of I was born this way, but I got out of it, and now I'm not that way anymore. Same, like that's the way I think of it. Maybe that was how sometimes God
goodness
gives us, because
gracious.
God knows everything before. You know what I mean? Like this is
Okay,
how
well,
I
now,
look.
now
at
you're
how I look
still
at
not responding to what I said. We already went over how you can't change your sexual orientation. So, I mean, that claim was just abundantly false. But once again, I don't think that you hear what I'm saying. God's perfect, right?
Yes, 1,000%.
Okay, all right. And God's all good, right?
1,000%.
So God can't make a mistake, right?
1,000%.
And God can't design anything that's evil or bad, right?
No. Nuh-uh.
So if God can't make a
That's like the
mistake
devil.
or design anything that's evil and bad, and God designed people to be gay, that just means that design of being gay isn't evil, bad, or a mistake. That's the only argument I need to refute that the Christian church considers being gay as a sin. It can't possibly be a sin since God designed it. and he can't make a mistake or design anything that's evil or bad. And now if you want to start challenging the notion that being gay is not a sin or being gay is not bad, well, all of a sudden you're challenging the notion that God's ability to design and create is perfect or all good. So in questioning the morality of being gay as a Christian, you are questioning the perfection of your creator. And who questions the perfection of God in accordance with the Christian? And who questions the perfection of God in accordance with the Christian faith?
I'm definitely not questioning.
Sinners and heretics question the perfection of God. So the moment you start questioning the wrongness of being gay is the moment you become a sinner and a heretic.
Okay, so but the thing is though is you're saying you're born with it, and so in my opinion, okay, what you're saying, I get the point of view that you're coming from, which is okay. So let's say someone's born gay, it is what it is, but we also understand that when we're born sinners, and also, when do you think the age is?
When you say that we're born sinners, you're referring to original sin, right?
Just born sinners, because that's the whole reason why Jesus Christ died on the cross.
But you're saying, but what sin are we born with?
In the flesh, just in the flesh, because we're not.
And why is the flesh sinful?
Because of everything that happened with Jesus Christ when he was killed on the cross.
No, flesh was sinful much longer before Jesus came around. The answer would be original sin, because of the free will and choice of Adam and Eve, correct?
Yes, you're right. Actually, yes. Going back to Genesis.
Okay.
Eve ate from the fruit.
Well, the sin in which we're born with was from the choice of Adam and Eve, not a designation of a design of God. So don't make this categorical error and cosign the design of God, which you conceded does include individual sexual orientation, such as being gay, as it linked or related to the original sin that we're born with under your theology, consequential of the choice of Adam and Eve. Original sin is different than our sexual orientations, if our sexual orientations are of the design of God. And you did agree that our sexual orientations, including being gay, is of the design of God.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, yeah. But I don't know, I just feel like we're talking about God, but we're also forgetting that there's also an opposite force of God, which is the devil.
So is this when you want to tell us that now gay people were designed to be gay because of the devil? Well, then all of a sudden you were just refuting the idea that we have the choice to not sin.
You're not letting me finish. This is my viewpoint. This is the way I think. I get what you're saying. I get what you're coming from. I get what you're saying. But it's kind of hard for me to explain because this is my first time ever doing this. But and you're very good at what you do. So I'm still trying to learn.
Yeah, no problem, man. I just want to respond to somebody in the chat. Somebody in the chat just said Dean doesn't understand the Bible and is fear-mongering. I really hope that you guys don't think I'm fear-mongering by saying that it's not wrong to be gay. I'd imagine the only people that would instill fear in is very homophobic, bigoted people. But go ahead, John.
No, for sure. Because going back to Genesis, then so you've read the Bible as well, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so what comes with the tree of knowledge of good and evil? What is under that umbrella of the knowledge of good and evil?
The ability to sin.
The ability to sin, right?
Yeah. But by the way, this just means that when they ate the apple, they didn't have knowledge of sin or the ability to sin. So if they didn't have the ability to sin prior to eating the apple, then how do they have the ability to eat the apple, given that eating the apple was a sin?
Because God gave them a choice.
So we could get into theology. I think that free will is actually consistent with a view where individuals don't possess the ability to sin. The same way that possessing free will is compatible with the view that we don't possess the ability to jump to the moon and back. But I don't think that we need to get super deep into the philosophical conversation. At the end of the day, you're just saying that being gay is a sin, even though the Bible doesn't say that being gay is a sin. And I think for that, you're just imposing something that you believe on top of the text, which is unruly.
Agree to disagree with you, man. 1,000%. I respect what you said. I hope you respected what I said.
I don't respect what you said, but I did have a respectful conversation with you. I don't think that bigotry should be
1,000%. 1,000%. All right, it's on whatever you say, man.
Yeah, man. Go read your Bible and consider my arguments. We're gonna move on to the next guest. If you're in that queue, make sure that means that you support Trump. We're gonna get you up on the live right now, y'all. I honestly, I really do miss having conversations with people that think being gay is wrong about why so, because I think that all arguments for that conclusion are like very bad and very easily refuted. Let's go to get that next guest, Captain Morgan, up on the live. Kathleen, thank you so much for the $12 over on PayPal. Thank you so much for the love. And I will check my Twitter DMs. You got that, Kathleen. Show some love to Catherine down below in that chat. Not Kathleen, Catherine. Let's get at least 100 Catherine W's. As well as Andrew, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo, saying so refreshing to see an educated, logical, critical thinker with a gift of jab. Keep up the great work. Appreciate you for the love, Andrew. Let's get 200 Andrew W's. And then also Stephanie with the $10 over on Venmo. Thank you so much. Sienna with the $5 on Venmo. And Jay with the $10 saying love what you do. Thank you, Jay. As well as Lauren with the $15. Lauren requested that I do not read her donation out loud, so that's something I will not do, but thank you so much for the love, Lauren. We are going to get that next guest loaded into the box, and Lauren, seriously, thank you so much for your kindness. Show some love to our donors down below in that chat, everybody. I do really appreciate you guys so much for the love. What's going on, Chris? Do you support Trump?
Hello, Dean.
How old are you?
I'm 21.
All right. Are you MAGA?
I wouldn't say I'm full MAGA, but
would you say that you support Trump?
I would say I would support him over Kamala or Biden.
Kamala. Okay, all right. So why do you think Kamala Harris would be doing a worse job as the president if she was elected?
I don't necessarily know too much about policies,
obviously,
to be fair.
No, because if you did, you wouldn't have made that claim. That's what we're here to talk about, though, so that's fine. Take it away.
But just overall, from what I've seen, I just feel like he's more authentic and transparent than the other side.
Let me give you a conditional. If Donald Trump lied more than Kamala Harris, then would Donald Trump be less authentic than Kamala Harris?
Yes, that would give way for that.
Okay, so we know that Donald Trump told 30,000 lies during his first administration in under 4 years. And we also know that Donald Trump has been telling the largest lie that any sitting president has ever told with his denial of the outcome of the 2020 election. And remember the conditional that you just agreed to. If Donald Trump lied more than Harris, then he's less authentic than Harris. You now have a burden of proof to show that Kamala Harris has lied more than the man that told 30,000 lies in 4 years, and the biggest lie that any sitting president has ever told with his denial of the 2020 election for 4 years. If you cannot refute that and demonstrate that Kamala Harris has lied more, then you'd have to concede that she is more authentic than Donald Trump.
Well, like I can't really count up all the lies, to be honest. Like, I think both sides lie, to be fair. Can you agree on that?
I think that both sides lie, but I think Donald Trump lies more. And if you can't refute that argument by counting up all of Kamala Harris's lies, we could reframe this. I would love for you to demonstrate to all of us what her largest lie is.
Well, I was mainly referring to their character. I feel like
the lies are going to be a test of their character and authenticity, because remember, authentic people don't lie.
Right. But I think when Trump speaks, he kind of like, he goes off script and he speaks more directly to people. And like, I feel like Kamala kind of has this, and like Trump and Biden had the same, like, they just kind of kept saying the same things. And
saying the same things. Well, I think that Donald Trump is just completely incoherent. I don't really know what to tell you beyond that. Like, he's just absolutely just like so terribly incoherent. Like, honestly, I think that he should try to stick to a script, because when he goes off script, you just don't even know what he's saying, which I think just makes him like a very old guy that is completely delulu. Like, let me play you a clip. This is a voiceover that a woman made of a speech that Donald Trump gave last week. And the reason that I'm going to play you this voiceover from a woman is because it detaches you from Donald Trump's voice, and it'll make it sound a little bit more crazy. So let's go and listen to this together. This is a voiceover of a woman repeating exactly what Donald Trump said a week ago.
The other night, you buy a house, they have a faucet in the house, and the faucet, the water doesn't come out. They have a restrictor. In areas where you have so much water, they don't know what to do with it. You have a shower head, and the shower does it. The shower. You think, it's not working. It's not working. The water is dripping out, and that's no good for me. I like this here. Listen, I like this hair nice and wet. You have to stand in the shower for like 20 minutes before you get the soap out of your hair. And I put it I think, and it sounds funny, but it's really not. It's horrible. And you wash your hands, you turn on the faucet, no water comes out, and you're washing, the water barely comes out. This was done by crazy people. And I wrote it off and I got it approved in Congress. So they can't just change it because I did it in my first term and everyone was so happy. And then one of the first things that Biden did when he came back was put the restriction on showers, toilets, and sinks. Put this and washing machines and the washing machine. They give you like a quarter of this bottle and you do your clothing. And people needed 10 of these bottles. And then the people came to me from Whirlpool. They said, we can't make a machine that's competitive. We can't make a machine and it doesn't work right. They don't let us use the water. Do you have any problems with water? No, we have so much water we don't know what to do with it. You know, it comes down from heaven, right? And I approved all of that. The washing machines, the whole thing, the dishwashers. That was the other one. They give you like this much water right up to there to do your dishes. So people, you know what they do? They keep pressing the button. So they just keep doing the dishes 10 times. They end up using more water than you would have used if you did it right in the first place. So all of that stuff has been written off. It sounds crazy. It's the little things. The straw. I let you go back to a plastic straw. I was tired of having straws melt in my mouth. You know, it wasn't working. The paper wasn't working so well. So these are the little things that I did. The other night.
So that's coming. You could find Donald Trump giving the same speech. Right? Go ahead on Google, type it in. President Trump visits Florida's alligator Alcatraz on Ochpee, Florida. This was on July 1st. I'm also going to go ahead and play you one of his rants about sharks and batteries.
So these are just like.
So I said, let me ask you a question. And he said, nobody ever asked this question. And it must be because of MIT, my relationship to MIT. Very smart. He goes, I say, what would happen if the boat sank from its weight and you're in the boat and you have this tremendously powerful battery and the battery's now underwater and there's a shark that's approximately 10 yards over there. By the way, a lot of shark attacks lately. Do you notice that? A lot of shark. I watched some guys justifying it today. Well, they weren't really that angry. They bit off the young lady's leg because of the fact that they were not hungry, but they misunderstood who she was. These people are crazy. He said there's no problem with sharks. They just didn't really understand a young woman swimming now who really got decimated, and other people too. A lot of shark attacks. So I said, so there's a shark 10 yards away from the boat, 10 yards, or here. Do I get electrocuted? If the boat is sinking, water goes over the battery, the boat is sinking. Do I stay on top of the boat and get electrocuted? Or do I jump over by the shark and not get electrocuted? Because I will tell you, he didn't know the answer. He said, you know, nobody's ever asked me that question. I said, I think it's a good question. I think there's a lot of electric current coming through that water. But you know what I'd do if there was a shark or you get electrocuted? I'll take electrocution every single time.
So maybe Donald Trump should be sticking to his script because this guy's absolutely fucking lost it.
So, all right. So I get what you're saying. Like, there's times when he rambles and makes no sense. And like I said, like I don't watch this stuff enough to really like see that on either side. I kind of just see stuff on media. But like I'm just overall, like regardless of that, because I think both sides do that all the time. Like the main reason I see him as more authentic is just like I think he's just like more consistent overall. Like, and
Donald
he like
Trump's not consistent. No, not at all. He said that he was going to build a wall between America and Mexico and stick it to Mexico. He ended up building 50 miles and stuck it to American taxpayers. He said that he was going to slash the price of groceries on day one. They increased for the first 4 months of his term. Oh my goodness gracious! 1 second. What a crazy gift. Purdy with the coolest gift I've ever seen. Yo! Birdie, thank you so much for the crazy cool light castle. That is so cool. Thank you so much for your kindness, Birdie. It is so good to see ya. Birdie, it has been months. I hope that you are doing well. So that's Queen Purdy for anybody that doesn't know Purdy. She used to be in here hanging out with us all the time. A very like OG member of the Dean Team Dream Team. I really appreciate you for that love, Purdy. I want to see a couple thousand Purdy W's down below in those live chats while we're letting this guest respond to what we have to say here. But no, seriously, thank you for that crazy Cool gift. Holy crap, Brittany. Thank you. But anyways, to pick up where I left off, you said that Donald Trump was consistent. He lied about, he said he was going to build a wall between America and Mexico, then stick it to the American taxpayer. He built 50 miles and stuck it to the American taxpayer instead of Mexico. He promised us an infrastructure bill, couldn't get it done in 4 years. Biden got it done in 1 month with a worse split in Congress. He said that he was going to slash the prices of groceries on day one so fast our heads will spin. They increased for 4 months following day one. He also said he would end the war in Russia and Ukraine in 24 hours. It is now the most emboldened it has ever been. Not to mention the inconsistencies regarding Epstein. These inconsistencies are so bad that now we even see Trump supporters turning on him. Inconsistencies such as promising us the Epstein list and then never releasing it. Inconsistencies such as saying that there was a client list and now saying there is no client list. Inconsistencies such as purporting conspiracy theories that Epstein didn't unalive himself, now saying that he did unalive himself. Inconsistencies all day long, and I could continue to talk. He is the most inconsistent con man liar that has ever sat in the Oval Office of this country.
Okay. So, like, I don't fully disagree with you on most of those things. Like, there's a lot of, like, when I meant consistent, I more meant, like, in his character and his ideals. Like, it doesn't seem like he's, like, a different person over the years when, like, Kamala and Joe Biden kind of do seem like they're, like, they have, like, change their character.
He's so inconsistent with his character, too. He says he has a character of a patriot, but then calls for the termination of the Constitution. He says he has a character of being hard on crime, but then pardons people that try to kill cops, and he calls them patriots. He has a character saying that he cares about children, but then removes 17 million Americans off of Medicaid, including those with children 15 or older. He says that he cares about life, but then he passes policy which has led to life being treated like non-life. Not to mention he's been held civilly liable for rape. I mean, we could go on about he's consistently inconsistent almost, and we could go on about these inconsistencies all day long.
Okay. All right. Well, like I probably think that both sides have more inconsistencies than consistencies as a whole. So I'm not gonna.
Please show me more glaring inconsistencies in Kamala Harris, because remember the proposition that you're trying to defend here is that if Kamala Harris was president right now, things would be worse off. What is a worse inconsistency that exists in Kamala Harris than maybe Donald Trump claiming that Epstein had a client list and now claiming that Epstein doesn't have a client list, or claiming that he's a patriot, but then trying to overthrow the results of a presidential election and explicitly calling for the termination of the Constitution?
I'm not necessarily claiming that I don't know what would have happened. I don't know who would have done better, who would have done worse. I just overall I would support him as a man just because of, like, as a human, for just seeing how his character has been. And
his character is something that no human should support. He's an adjudicated rapist that is boasted about perving on 13-year-old naked teenagers.
Well, that type of stuff, like, is horrible, like, no question.
Right, which means that he's not a human you should support.
But, like, that's a tough question there. But the thing
it
is,
shouldn't be tough at all. You said you support his character. We obviously shouldn't support somebody with a character like that.
right? I don't support that part of the character. And
Okay. Well, this is like saying that you don't support the part of Hitler's character where he was a genocidal maniac, but the part where he was really good at painting, you do support that.
Well, I mean, like, I guess, like, what do you mean painting? Like, actual paintings?
Yeah, actual paintings, man.
I mean, sure, yeah, like, support, like,
goodness
maybe the guy
gracious.
should have been a professional painter, and that would have been better, right? No, but look, my main gist is that, like, when Trump got shot and, like, he stood up and, like, was able to, like, be brave in that moment, like, that like, you know, that won me over a bit. And because, like, you could see the true character in that moment, like,
Oh my God.
but, like,
You know,
like,
I
say,
hate
like,
to be that guy.
patriotism-
If you look at pictures of his ear before and after the shot, there's literally no difference. I find that suspicious. Sleepy, thank you for the galaxy. And I'm not usually one for conspiracy theories either, but it's so damn suspicious that his ear literally does not look different. I never dabble in conspiracy theories. And I understand this might be dabbling in conspiracy theories, so I'm not going to make a definitive claim. I'm just going to say that was suspicious as fuck. Also, we know nothing about the shooter. We know nothing about him. It's been months. We know nothing about him. I don't know, man. Just suspicious. But anyways, even in that moment, standing up and saying fight, 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 I don't think that's enough to say that therefore you support him as president. Because after yelling fight, 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 what has he done with his presidency? He's fulfilled all 14 characteristics of fascism. He's regressed women's rights. He's regressed protections for minority communities. He's literally pulled 17 million Americans off of healthcare, and he's only emboldened conflicts overseas. I think he's a performer, and he's a very bad performer that only cares about himself and his rich buddies. And he loves to benefit himself and his other rich buddies at the detriment of everybody else.
But you don't think that there's like Biden and Kamala's group has the same interest? Wait,
no, I don't think they have the same interests. Of course, they didn't have the interest of rescinding social safety nets for low-income Americans. Kamala Harris literally ran on tax cuts for 100 million Americans and low in the middle class.
Right. Well, like you've talked a lot about policies, and like I didn't really absorb it. Like I don't know much about it. I'm just overall saying, like, from what I've seen, when I see Biden and Kamala talk,
Kamala, bro.
Kamala. When I see them like talk, and when I see Trump talk, like I just get a more like this guy is being more real. Like that's just what I feel. I feel like there's people behind the scenes.
But this is like the first point that we went back to. And now please make your behind the scenes point.
Like I don't know, but it just doesn't seem like all these politicians are like have a full mind of their own. Like I obviously think I
think that Donald Trump is the biggest sellout and that we've ever had in the White House. How much money has he accepted from AIPAC?
I don't know, man.
$250 million he has accepted from pro-Israel interest groups and lobbies. $250 million. Okay. He's an absolute shill for Israel.
Okay, I don't disagree with you there. Like, I've seen that. But, like, overall, like, I think people, like, obviously he has to play the game to a degree.
Play the game? Well, wouldn't you, like, prefer the candidate that played that game to the lower degree? Kamala Harris only accepted $5 million from AIPAC. Of course, I'm saying that's bad, but compared to Trump, much better.
Well, yeah, but that's like on that one specific issue.
Okay, what are the other issues where she plays the game more than Trump?
Like that's the thing. I
want you to be very specific. This whole time you've been vague and just kind of giving me rhetoric. What is one very specific way that Kamala Harris is worse than Trump? Very specific.
Very specific?
Yeah.
So like a specific, authentic.
I just want you to give me one like specific, concrete example of why you think Kamala Harris was worse than Trump in the election.
Like I just think she kind of just would tell the side like what they wanted to hear. Like the videos, like you've seen the videos of her kind of having changing accents. Like it's just like
code switching is worse than rape. That's your view?
No.
Okay, well this obviously isn't going to be a way that she's worse than Trump. I'm not even going to give you the explanation of why code switching isn't bad. I don't feel like you'll absorb it. But I think that obviously this is going to be a scenario where she's definitely not worse than Trump. Code switching definitely isn't worse than rape.
No, right. But like when you're like all the stuff that Donald Trump has been incriminated for and whatnot, I just think it's interesting how like both sides probably have bad secrets, and like the whole media has targeted Trump for like decades. Like when I was like back in 2016, when I like was in middle school and I just kind of got like media for the first time, like all I saw was like Trump hate, and just like in the back of my mind, like, oh, this
right.
Trump guy's like
2016, that was the first time he ran for president. All of his dirty laundry was getting blown out. We saw Trump hate referring to when he called for the death penalty for the exonerated Central Park 5. We saw Trump hate for his quote unquote locker room talk, as some of the right wing likes to put it, with him saying grab him by the P word. We saw Trump hate related to him boasting to Howard Stern about walking into the changing rooms of naked teenagers. Obviously, when you have this evil man run for the presidency, all of his very dirty laundry is going to be blown out on all the media, as it rightfully should be. Americans must be very well informed about who he is and what he's done. It's for a reason. The hidden Achilles heel to a democracy is a misinformed or lack of an informed voter base / electorate. So, I mean, saying that those things shouldn't have been blasted on the media is basically equivalent to saying that we should have a misinformed electorate base and we should have a dysfunctioning democracy.
Well, I wasn't saying they shouldn't be blasted on the media. I just am saying I think it's interesting how everything for him was blasted on the media, and like everything else for the other side is like covered up. Like
what was covered up about Kamala Harris that was so bad?
Well, not like her, but stuff with like Joe Biden.
But aren't we talking about how you would prefer him to her?
Well, just like in general compared to the two, both of them.
Okay, so what about Kamala Harris was covered up?
Specifically with her, I don't have anything off the top of my mind. But...
Right, and then what about what has Trump done that's covered up? Elon says he's on the Epstein files. The Trump White House has now covered that up by saying that a client list doesn't even exist.
Right, like see, like talking about this stuff as a whole is so tough because like I honestly think everything is so corrupt. But just like overall, like I feel like the real people who are in charge are the people behind the scenes, and for some reason it just seems
that's
like
a conspiracy theory. What you just said is a conspiracy theory.
Well, I mean, not really. Like we all know that like it's not just
who's
like,
actually
Trump's,
in charge.
Like the whole Congress and everyone who works in that.
No, you said behind the scenes. The Congress is not behind the scenes.
Or like I mean I don't know exactly. I just feel like I don't follow it enough, but it just seems like awfully suspicious, and it just seems like everyone's always trying to push a certain message for some reason, and like I don't really like I don't get it all. But
that's because of lobbyists in Israel and money. That none of that's behind the scenes, dude. That's all wide out in the open, right in front of your face.
Right, but it's like why did
and once again, if that's your big issue, you should have preferred Kamala Harris. She was much less of a shill for big corporations in Israel than Trump.
Yeah. Well,
so that's not actually your big issue. So I don't know why you keep on saying that's your big issue. Because if it was, you never support Trump. This dude is shilling out so hard for the ultra wealthy that, I mean, now he is like giving the top 1% hundreds of thousands of dollars in additional tax breaks per year right on the backs of low income Americans. I mean, he's such a shill for these big corporations in Israel that he literally went to war with another country just because Israel asked us to.
Well, okay, but that type of stuff is like is different because we're like allied with them, so we kind of
being allies with a country doesn't mean that we need to do everything that they want us to do. In fact, we should probably have conditions on that allyship, saying that we're not going to be allies with a country if they ethnically cleanse another country. We're not going to be allies with a country if they violate a ceasefire agreement that we negotiated. And if our allies requests us to go to war with another country that they started, we have no obligation to do what they want us to do.
Mm-hmm.
Right, unless it's like Article 5 of the NATO. But even as it relates to Article 5 of the NATO treaty, Donald Trump wants to pull us out of NATO. Also, Christina, thank you so much for the $15 over on PayPal. Let's get 100 Christina W's down below. They say it would be incredibly productive to host debates and conversation spaces for leftists to talk to you about the division between leftists and liberals. I agree. I think that would be a good idea, Christina. Thank you for the $15. Show some love to Christina down below. I'd also like to quickly thank James for the $20. Thank you for the love, James. Let's get 200 James W's down below. James says he's more authentic. Talking about the guy that denied the outcome of the 2020 election, claimed Biden died in 2020 and was replaced by a robotic clone, and whose administration literally said there's no Epstein list yesterday. Yeah, man. And those things will go in one ear and out the other. I don't know why, man. Don't ask me. Thank you for the $20, though, James. Show some love to James. And then Miles Square with the $25 over on PayPal. Show some love to Barbara. That's who my Miles Square is down below in that chat. Let's get 200 Barbara W's. Barbara says, thank you. Watching the live stream, I can't believe I just found you. Amazing. Thank you so much for the love, Barbara. Everybody watching, show some love to Barbara down below. As well as Jacob with the 70 cents. Thank you. And Alan, dude, thank you for the $50 donation over on PayPal. Jeez, Alan. Holy crap. Alan says you're killing it, buddy. Alan, that is so incredibly kind of you. Can we show some love to Alan down below in the comment section for the $50 donation
Dude,
over on
can I
PayPal.
ask a
Thank you so much for
question?
the love. I'm so sorry. Almost, man. Thank you for the $50, Alan, as well as James. Thank you for the $10. Just saying, let me up, Jamie. I'll look for you, Jamie. Appreciate you for the $10. Thank you so much. And then this was 22 minutes ago, but Riley, thank you so much for the $50 over on Venmo. I want to see 500 Riley W's. Riley says, from Christian Democrats who are pro-LGBTQ+, pro-choice, and pro-immigration. Thanks for all that you do. Much love. Much love back to you, Riley. You are awesome. Thank you so much, Riley. As well as Andrew with the $20 saying, so refreshing to see an educated, logical, critical thinker with the gift of a jab. Keep up the great work. Thank you so much for the love. As well as Kylie with the $5 over on Venmo. And oh my God, holy shit, Jay, thank you so much for the $150 over on YouTube Super Chat. I want to see 2,000 JWs down below in those live chats, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for the love, Jay. Jay just outlined a lot of date night suggestions. Jay, you're the best. I'm going to take a screenshot of that. Thank you so much. Let's get 2,000 JWs. That is seriously so incredibly kind of you. I want to see 2,000 JWs. That is so much money, bro. I appreciate you for your kindness. As well as Jonathan, thank you so much for the 10. And Brianna with the 10 as well. Guys, thank you so much for the love. Now, Mr. Chris, is there anything else that you want to go over before we move on to the next Trump supporter?
Yeah. Just right before I hop off, like, look, I know I'm way out of my league. Like, I don't know anything about this stuff. You're really educated, and I really appreciate you telling me all this stuff. But just before I go, like, I understand that you do not support Trump, right? And you're for the other side, and you told me a bunch of things for that. But is there anything at all that you could say that Trump does better, or that like any aspect of him at all, like that's positive?
Actually, yeah, I can. So like the one silver lining to his corruption is the fact that he's just continually illegally extended the TikTok ban. Yeah, he's done that better. Yeah, yeah, he has.
Okay.
Yes, yeah, he has, buddy. Have a good rest of your day. Have a good rest of your day. No, that is one thing that he has done better. So it is actually illegal for Donald Trump to continue to extend the TikTok ban. In accordance with the legislation passed through Congress, he could only do that if a deal is about to be met. And he's just continually extended it with like no deal that's about to be met. I mean, it's been like 3 times in like 7 months now. Totally like corrupt, but I mean, let's go. Let's get some W's in the chat. Let's get some W's in the chat, right? Even some of the people in the chat said they forgot about the TikTok ban. What's going on? How old are you?
It's me, Jimmy.
Jamie,
Jimmy.
Hi, Jimmy.
How you doing?
I'm doing all right. I don't remember you. Have we talked before?
Yeah, you. What do you mean? You had me banned because I screamed at you one time.
You screamed at me?
Yeah, I said
Jimmy,
remember?
that's awfully not nice for you to scream at me.
I know, and then I apologized.
You apologize for
back,
screaming at me? Okay.
Yeah.
I'm still not clicking in my brain. I'm sorry, Jimmy. I talked to a lot of people. How about this? Do you support Trump?
Absolutely.
All right, well, let's hop into why, but quickly before we do, Nicole, thank you so much for the $20 over on PayPal. Let's get 200 Nicole W's down below in that chat. Thank you so much for the love. Thank you, Nicole. You were awesome. They say, let's not forget that the president of USA stated that he hates Democrats. No other president has ever said they hated the citizens they represent. Literally wants division, no unity, and oh, good to see you. Glad you've been doing well, been busy. Oh, that's pretty. Thank you for the $20. Yeah, I've seen that clip too, where it just straight up says he hates Dems. That's some wild shit, huh? But anyways, man, why do you support the worst president of your life that has openly said that he hates some of the citizens he's supposed to represent?
I was on here before, and then you dropped me, and I told you my story that I was going home from a bar, and a guy, I was gonna vote for Kamala.
Kamala is how you pronounce her name.
Kamala, thank you. And the guy tried to run up inside of me through the back door. Remember that story?
Okay, I do remember when you shared this story with
yes,
me. I remember this story. Yeah, you said that an undocumented immigrant tried to assault you, and that made you like have disdain towards all undocumented immigrants. Jimmy, that is going to be prejudice. Let's do an analogy. If a black person tried to assault you and then you held prejudice against all black people, would that be racist?
No, man, you don't let people talk, bro.
Sorry, Jimmy, I'm just 2 steps ahead.
It's a trauma. It's a trauma. So 2 weeks before that happened to me, the guy was trying to take out peanut butter from the back door. I was going to vote Democrat.
Okay, Jimmy, I'm going to need you to answer my question, man.
What's up?
If a black person tried to assault you and then you held prejudice against all black people in America, would that be racist?
So what you want? Okay, I'm going to answer you, but you want me to answer hypothetical.
I just want a yes or no.
Trauma that happened to me.
Jimmy?
The trauma that happened to me, that's not fair.
Dude, can I just get a yes or no, please?
Yes.
That would
I know
be
what
racist.
you're doing. I know what you're doing,
So
boss.
your
Go ahead,
answer is
yeah.
yes, meaning that would be racist. So
You want-
if an
you want a
undocumented
gotcha
immigrant,
moment.
if an
You're
undocumented
working on your gotcha moment. Go ahead.
Okay, so you did affirm that it would be racist if like a black individual tried to assault you, then you held prejudice / bias against all black Americans. That would be an example of racism. Thereby, if an undocumented immigrant tried to assault you, then you held prejudice or bias against all undocumented immigrants. This would be a culmination of xenophobia and racism.
I don't know, man. I don't know the way you're wording it, man. You're very, you are with your words, but I don't think I would hate all blacks. I don't.
Okay.
No.
Let's call black people not black people.
What do you call
Let's
them?
call black people black people.
Okay? If I was to get assaulted by Rob, I wouldn't hate black, but
No,
it was
black people.
black people. So
There you go.
I got almost ran up inside of me if I wasn't screaming.
Dude, you were
I didn't
screaming?
scream for the cops. That's
Okay.
how I know. That's how we know we went to the precinct.
Jimmy, is this conversation with you even worth it?
And then you
Like,
put up.
is this conversation with you even worth it? Like,
Yeah.
Listen.
What do you mean?
I've already explained to you why you shouldn't hold this prejudice against undocumented immigrants.
So you play these things about Trump and his mumbling. Why don't you play the Joe Biden when he mumbles?
Because Biden isn't president?
But he has though, right?
Yeah.
He has said some crazy shit.
He's just not president.
He has said
Neither
some
is he the
crazy shit.
person that ran against Trump in the general election.
Yeah. All right.
Come on,
Well,
that's a fair explanation.
Okay. Here's one. Here's one why I support Trump, because as an American I have the right to vote whoever I want to.
Okay.
Right? Or no?
Okay.
Are you gonna debunk that too?
Yeah, I don't think that's compelling reason to support him.
What, not being an American and voting for who I want to vote for?
Yeah, that's not compelling reason.
No? That's not enough for you?
No, of course that shouldn't be enough
You
for
just-
anybody.
What do you mean? It's my right as a citizen.
Just because you have a right, 1 second. Just because you have a right to do something doesn't mean that you have compelling reason to do it out of the fact that you have a right to do it. Like I'm guessing, you like Trump. I'm guessing you're an American patriot that loves the flag. You got banned. So we're gonna move on to the next guest. Everyone, just give us a minute here. Everybody, do be patient while we get that next guest loaded in. But if you're curious on what my argument would have been there, we have the legal right to burn the American flag as an act of protest. SCOTUS ruled as such in 1987. So, the counter argument there would have been, does he think that people have compelling reason to burn the flag, something that they should do simply because they have the right to do it? The obvious answer there would have been no. But we're going to move on to the next guest. Guys, go to drop a MAGA with your age down below in that chat if you'd like to come up and debate. Yo, Marnie Ann, thank you for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat saying fighting the good fight, dude. The stream's been getting me through some tough times lately. Cheers. Thank you for the love, Marnie. I want to see 200 Marnie W's down below. As well as Libby. Thank you so much for the $50 Super Chat over on YouTube. Thank you so much for the love. Thank you so much. Libby said, oh my Jesus. Libby says, I watched a white woman kill my father by hitting the gas pump he was using and causing an explosion. That doesn't make me hate all white women. Okay, first and foremost, Libby, I'm so sorry that you had to experience that. That is a crazy experience. Jeez, Libby, wow, I feel really bad for you. That's absolutely insane. No, but still, yet the point that you're making there, that doesn't lead you to the conclusion that you should hate all white women. That's absolutely true, right, Libby? But I'm really sorry for your loss and for that incredibly traumatic experience. Please show some love to Libby down below. Welcome in, Rachel. Do you support Trump?
No, I don't.
All right,
I just
sorry.
want to come in here and say lies, and my son.
I appreciate you so much for the
your
love,
debates.
Rachel. You were awesome, Rachel. You were awesome. Rachel said that they like what we do and that their son loves the debates too. Thank you so much for the love, Rachel. I did remove you because we are just going to move on to the next Trump supporter, but thank you so much for the love, Rachel. You are phenomenal, and so is your son. We're going to move on to the next guest right now. Go ahead and hop in that queue if you are at least 18 and support Trump and you are ready and willing to come up here and debate. Keep in mind, we are just looking to talk to Trump supporters, as well as Melody with the $5 over on PayPal saying, I appreciate what you're doing. Keep fighting the good fight, Melody. Thank you so much. As well as Keeley, that is Keeley, with a $15 over on PayPal saying, I work in financial field and all financial representatives I work with are pro-Trump. However, they've been real quiet since the BBB. Dude, I don't get it. I don't get it. But good on them for being quiet. They need to shut the hell up. That's right. As well as if you're watching and you would like to support me, y'all, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal in the link tree in my bio. I get 100% of the proceeds over there. They'll go straight to me, as well as you get a notification at the top of this phone. I will be able to read off your name as well as any and all attached messages. You could also find the Venmo and PayPal in the pinned message over on the YouTube stream. Welcome in, Braden. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
How old are you?
I'm 25.
Great. So why do you support the worst president of your life?
Well, actually, I came on here because like something you said earlier kind of bothered me. So earlier, you was talking. I think it was Chris was on the screen, right?
I don't remember who Chris was. What did I say that bothered you?
Anyways, you said that Trump went to war, right? You said Trump went to war.
Yeah.
For another country,
Yep.
Israel. That's not a fact.
Okay. Give the argument.
It was a tactical strike.
So, I mean, we hit them, they tried to hit us. I'll consider that war.
Right, but the government, Trump has to get approval from Congress to start a war, right?
Okay. I have a question. If we said that we had control of Russian airspace, we knew where Putin was hiding and we could take them out, but we won't, as well as we think that Russia needs a regime change, and we dropped nukes on locations in Russia, sorry, not nukes, bombs on locations in Russia, and then Russia sent missiles to our military bases in the region, but we intercepted them, would you consider that to be an act of war? Would that be war between America and Russia?
No, that's a military conflict.
No, okay. All right, well, then maybe we just have significantly different definitions of what war would be. I have a question.
No,
When Japan
dropped
Japan dropped missiles on Pearl Harbor, did that start a war?
Absolutely did. I'm not saying that it couldn't
so
start
bombing
a war.
places
Hold
in
on,
other
hold on.
countries,
I'm not
the
saying
start
it
of a
couldn't
war.
start a war.
So the
It
moment we
could
bombed
start a war.
Iran started a war.
Absolutely could start a war.
Okay,
Absolutely.
so then what is the contingent necessary factor that would start the war?
I think you're not getting what I'm saying. Like, obviously, I agree. Like, it can start a war, but it did not.
So then what's the
It didn't start
necessary
a war.
factor that is required to start a war?
That's fair. That's fair.
Okay. All right.
I
Why do you
don't
support
know.
Trump?
I would say my biggest thing with Trump is like the guy said earlier, he's authentic, and what I mean by hold on.
my goodness gracious.
And what I mean by authentic is like, yeah, maybe he lies. I think both sides lie,
Okay.
but like he's always himself, and like he's always going to be himself, and like
Oh,
that's
Jesus.
that. I feel like because like I feel like the other side just puts on this persona. And they have like their lines they say, but no, he just says what he has to say. It's on his mind. You know?
Okay, let's assume that what you're saying is true and that he truly is authentic and he is just himself.
Sure.
Well, this just means that his authentic self is absolutely terrible. Authenticity doesn't always mean that they're going to be a good pick for any job, especially the Oval Office. This shouldn't be a pro in your book. Because if we assume that he's just being super authentic, okay, well, then he's authentically hateful. He's authentically apathetic. He's authentically vindictive. He's authentically anti-American. He's authentically anti-low-income American. He's authentically pro-more conflict. He's authentically for division. He's authentically for hate. Okay?
So
we shouldn't
so
accept any of these authentic attributes of his character.
Okay, so do you agree with like no tax on overtime?
Yeah, bro, I do agree. No tax on overtime. Yeah.
Okay, well that's a good thing that he did, right?
Oh, well, I mean, when we look at the 831 pages of the Big Beautiful Bill, according to projections done by the University of Pennsylvania, their business school of Wharton, which Donald Trump graduated from, by the way, they tell us that the BBB will reduce the taxes on everybody making over $51,000 per year, but everyone making under will see an increase in their taxes. And this doesn't even begin to expand and talk about the 17 million Americans that are going to lose Medicaid or the 3 million Americans that are going to lose SNAP.
So I feel like a lot of those are like obviously not all of them. I feel like a lot of them are just like fraud, right? Like, and I feel like that's a lot of what's going on with those millions of. Now, obviously not all of them, but
Can
you know what I'm
we
saying,
agree
like-
that that's just a feeling that you have no reason to actually find
Yeah.
to be the case?
yeah, absolutely.
So then
That's a
why?
feeling.
Why do you feel this way? Because the TV told you to? Like, just be honest.
No, because it's true.
Why do you think it's true? Like, come on. You're just talking. You're just saying words. You're saying words, man.
No, I'm not just saying word. Hold on, I'm gonna look it up.
Cool, man. Look it up. ZZS, that is ZEZIUS with the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you for the love, ZZS. ZZS says, what's going on? This is my contribution to society since I work too much to have to argue with all the Trump supporters in Texas. You don't need to thank me, but I do love you, Dean. I'm going to thank you anyway, ZZS, and I love you too. Thank you so much for your $20 donation. That is incredibly kind of you. I want the 13,000 viewers in that TikTok live stream to be showing some love to ZZS right now, y'all. As well as Abigail. Thank you for the $13 over on PayPal. Abigail says, a huge fan from the UK here. Keep it up. Well, love to the UK and love to you, Abigail. Thank you so much for your kindness. Everybody show some love to ZZS and Abigail while our guest is looking for the facts. As well as Anna, thank you for the $2 over on Venmo. And Monica with a 5. Monica says, you're the best. Appreciate you so much for the love. You guys are fantastic. You guys are incredibly fantastic. Now, he's back with the facts. What are the facts, sir?
Well, there's not like a direct answer in it, so I can't really.
I know there's no direct answer on it because it's not a fact. It's a baseless assumption. Now, the reason why I say that's a baseless assumption, and don't worry, Chad, I'm going to get them for you. The reason why I say that's a baseless assumption is because the people that it's kicking off of Medicaid is individuals who, A, don't meet the administrative burden to file the adequate paperwork to prove they work 80 hours a month. B, people that don't work 80 hours a month.
The thing is,
and
like,
C, individuals that fall above a new federally imposed income cap of $16K per year. These are people that aren't committing fraud. These are everyday low-income Americans that need those benefits to survive in the American economy. Now, for you to say that they're just all committing fraud is not just abundantly false, but it is very hateful propaganda aimed to justify stripping low-income Americans away from the benefits they need to survive, including their children, as long as they're 15 or older. That's an incredibly hateful and harmful snippet of misinformation propaganda.
Okay, so...
By the way, you didn't listen to anything I just said because you were trying to interrupt me the whole time. Can you repeat what I just said?
I mean, come on, man. I'm just trying to make a point here.
Come on, bro. You didn't listen to anything I just said. I just exposed you for why you were
wrong.
It's
propaganda.
You can even give me the respect of listening.
Yeah, I did. You called it propaganda and it's misinformation.
Why did I call it propaganda?
Because it's not a fact.
And why did how did I explain that it's not a fact?
What do you mean, man? I listened. Can I just, bro?
All right. Thank you so much for admitting you weren't listening. Go to make your point.
Okay, it's people are not just like losing Medicaid. Like all they have to do is provide their paperwork. Like that's it.
What paperwork?
Prove that they have a job. You have to, the process of it.
The process of it. What's the process of it?
I don't know the specifics, but
you don't know what paperwork they have to provide. So then, how do you know that they're not just losing their Medicaid? Thank you for the motorcycle. Then how do you know that they're just not losing their Medicaid?
Okay, I'm saying like if people on Medicaid, like if you can't prove, would you agree? Like it's just like voting. Like you have to prove who you are to vote. Like would you?
You have to prove who you are to get Medicaid.
No, you don't have to. But like, would you agree? Like that would be a good thing.
You have to prove. You have to prove who you are in order to receive Medicaid, and you have to prove who you are in order to vote.
Right.
Already.
So that's all.
That's not what the BBB did. The BBB didn't just make it so individuals at Medicaid have to prove who they are. That's not true. It's just like wildness.
Where they work, their proof of income, all of that.
So Medicaid has always required proof of income.
No, not until recently. That's what Trump's doing.
How much money do you want to bet?
I mean, I don't want to bet anything, but I
want to bet money because then I'd make money.
I just know what I've seen on actual news sources.
Okay, go ahead and give me a news source that says all the BBB does is it now it's just requiring people to prove their income. Dude, Jesus Christ, man. Yeah, once again, if you're watching and you'd like to support me, Venmo and PayPal can be found in the link tree in the bio. I like reading out y'all's donations on live, especially when they're about the guest. Yo, Disaster. Thank you so much for the $5 over on YouTube Super Chat saying, I guess being liberal Andrew Tate didn't work out for you, huh, you little invertebrate. Somebody's very mad, but they donated me $5 to be mad. $5. I'm like half of my way to a nice steak dinner, buddy. Sirloins around here, they cost $8, bro. Come on, donate me 3 more so your hate can materialize into a USDA choice grade sirloin steak for me tonight. All right, while this person is looking for the facts, we are going to go ahead and get that next guest up here. We'll get 2 people on the live. Everyone just be patient. We're going to get Josh Williams loaded in. And yo, Disgusted Veteran, my man, with the $100 donation over on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much for the love, Disgusted Veteran. Let's get 1,000 Veteran W's down below. Veteran, thank you so much for your kindness. Seriously, bro, that is so much money. I do not deserve your kindness. Veteran says, how does your generation feel about America's double standard? Pam Bondi, binder photo op was just a pathetic joke. Keep fighting for your people, sir. That was just a pathetic joke, Veteran. Pam Bondi said that she had the client list and she gave it to all these influencers with their little binders for their photos. Turns out, according to the FBI, it was a big lie. Thank you so much for the love. Now, welcome in, Josh. Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
How old are you?
18.
All right. And why do you support the worst president of your life?
I mean, why do you think he's the worst president?
Yeah, for sure, man. Not only does he have bad policy that negatively impacts and harms millions of Americans, he's an adjudicated rapist, 34-count felon that tried to coup an election and called for the termination of the Constitution.
Well, how's that? How do you figure?
How do I figure? Because he explicitly said that the outcome of the 2020 election would warrant the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. He posted this on Truth Social in December of 2022. And I figure that he tried to rig an election because he admitted to trying to rig the 2020 election and steal it with Joe Biden by installing fake votes for himself in Congress.
He admitted to faking votes?
Yeah, he did.
When?
When? This is going to be in 2023 and 2024 and 2022 in the indictments in Congress as well as in front of the Supreme Court for an act of insurrection due to his fake elector plot. His legal argument was that he did these things, but he shouldn't face any criminal repercussions for them since he was president when he did them and they were official act of his presidency, meaning that he should have presidential immunity.
All right. I don't know. I'm not a diehard Trump fan. I just kind of.
Why do you support Trump at all?
I think that he's more for the people and not there just to say that he's the president.
Name one of his policies that's pro the American people. One.
I mean, I don't know all the policies and whatnot.
I'm not expecting you to know all the policies. I'm expecting you to be able to name one policy that he's passed that is pro the American people. One ever.
I don't look into that stuff. I just kind of
okay. Fuck the word policy. Just one thing he's ever done that has been pro the American people. So that was just a babe rooted in a babe. Whoa, the fuck? That was just a claim rooted in vibes. Oh, he actually left. Bye. Welcome back, Brayden. Oh, Brayden left too. Okay, all right. We're gonna go get that next guest up in here. They both left. They both skedaddled. Everybody, they said, I can't handle the heat. I can't do it. I can't do it, everybody. I can't handle the heat. We're going to go get Manny up here. While we're loading Manny up here, Emily! Thank you so much for the $25 donation over on Venmo channel. Let's show some love to Emily down below right now. Emily says, thank you, Dean. Watching your lives gives me a break from screaming into my pillow and reminds me that the resistance is still out there. I can feel really hopeless sometimes, but we have to keep on keeping on. Emily, couldn't have said it better myself. That was very well worded. Thank you so much for your message, as well as thank you for your $25 donation. Let's get at least 250 Emily W's down below in that chat. Thank you so much. Seriously, Emily, it goes a long way. And welcome in, Manny. How old are you?
21.
21. What year were you born in?
2003.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
And what month were you born in?
August.
August, phenomenal. All right, we'll go and let you debate. Real quick before we do, I got to thank Elizabeth. Oh my God, Elizabeth. Elizabeth, thank you so much for the $50 donation over at Venmo. Elizabeth, that is so incredibly kind of you. I'll receive 500. Elizabeth, W's down below in that chat for the $50 donation over on Venmo. Elizabeth just says, for the good fight. Elizabeth, thank you so much for your kindness and your generosity. W. Elizabeth's in that chat right now. Seriously, thank you so much. As well as Lauren, thank you so much for the $6 over on Venmo. Thank you so much for your kindness. As well as Brody with the 32 cents on PayPal, Haley with the $5, and Alice with the $5. Thank you guys so much for your kind love and support. All right. Anyways, Manny, go ahead and take it away. Why do you support Trump?
Imagine debating Trump in 2025. Move on, bro. Take the L.
So he's the president. Of course, I'm going to talk about the efficacy of his administration. It does not look like I'll be talking about the efficacy of his administration with that guest. So let's go ahead and move on to the next guest, Batman. Here we go, everybody. What's going on? Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Age, please.
I'm pooping.
Okay, moving on to the next guest. Here we go, everybody. We're going to get that next guest up in the box right now. If you're in that queue, make sure that means you support Trump. Just going to get that next guest in the box. Let's get Pedro loaded in right now, y'all. As well as Ian, thank you for the $5 over on Venmo, saying if I had $1 for every time a Trumpy said something stupid, I'd be paying more than $5. Appreciate you for the love, Ian. As well as Ethan, thank you for the $8 over on PayPal, saying, I got you. Steak on me tonight, brother. Bro, you're awesome, Ethan. Thank you for the $8. You the man, bro. You the man. Let's go and load up that next guest, Sarah. Here we go, y'all. What's going on, Sarah? Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Age, please.
I am 20.
Okay. Why do you support
How
Trump?
old are you?
I'm also 20.
Okay. Why are you on here clowning Trump supporters?
Because Trump is a really bad president. I want to convince more people that Trump is a really bad
So
president.
you just are on here making money, clowning Trump supporters. Don't you have something better else to do? You can't go work a job.
So this is a job, Sarah. What I do is a job. And I mean, you actually pointed out the reason why it's a job because you just told me I'm making money. Like, for instance, Matt just donated me $5 over on Super Chat. That's $5 in money that I just made that will be deposited in my bank account every single month on the 21st through 28th from YouTube.
And enjoy spending the money you make on here because you're a clown for having a clown job.
Wait, why do you think this is a clown job, Sarah? Why do you think trying to constructively make this country better is a clown job?
I just wanted to come on here to ask you that. That's why I wanted to get put on here.
I don't want you to leave yet because I want you to explain to me why it's a clown job.
Well, I'm not going to leave off of here until we're done, but I'm on here trying to get put on to speak to you so I can see why you're clowning.
Explain to me why this is a clown job, Sarah. I feel like you're just jealous. Are you just jealous that people donate to me because they enjoy my content?
It doesn't register in my brain why someone would be on the internet clowning a president, whether or not who they are, to make money.
I don't do this to make money. I just happen to make money from the fact that I do this. Now, I'll tell you, I'll be very clear. It's because our president sucks. Our president is hurting a lot of people, Americans and individuals overseas. He is actively regressing this country and imposing some of the worst legislation we've ever seen. So, of course, this deserves to be called out. And, of course, I, as well as many others, want to inspire a higher level of critical thought in the average American so we can avoid this in the future. That is exactly what I want to do here. But, Igna, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo for the clown job. Love everything that you do. Thank you for the love, Igna. One moment, Phoebe. Thank you for the $10 over on Venmo as well for the clown job. Let's go, Phoebe and Igna. Show some love to Phoebe and Igna for the clown job down below. As well as Brody with the 32 cents, Ethan with the $8, and Chloe with the $5 over on PayPal for the clown job. As well as Richard with the $20 over on Super Chat saying that she's jealous. Appreciate you for the $20, Richard. And then John, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo saying gas for the clown car. Let's go, John. Leah with the $5 over at PayPal for the clown job. Holy shit, dude. I have the most clowniest job ever created, ever conceived of at any point in history ever. Let's go, everybody. Thank you for the money for the clown job. Can I get a W from you for all these donors? Sarah, can I get a big W donor from you after I thank Katie for the $10 over on YouTube Super Chat and Elizabeth for the $5 on YouTube Super Chat and Tillich with a Galaxy on TikTok Live?
With all this money you're making, you can go buy a horn and toot your own horn. You know, clown. Toot, toot. Yeah.
So why do you think I'm a clown? Explain it to me.
Because it's
That's a good one. That's fun. That was funny as fuck, Sarah. I'm gonna give it to you. That was good. That was a good one.
I don't have no hate towards the other party, the Democrats. Cool. They have their own opinions.
Win! Thank you for the $5 over at Venmo for the clown job. Priscilla, thank you so much for the $10. Here's a tip for clowning Trump. Thank you, Priscilla. Thank you for the $10 over on YouTube Super Chat. And Lovey with the $10 over on YouTube Super Chat as well. James, thank you for the $25 donation over at PayPal with the clown emoji. Let's go, James!
Oh my gosh, I'm crying. Yeah, no.
Oh, thank you guys so much.
Little girl.
Wait, did you just call me a little girl?
No, I'm reading the comments.
Vesna! Oh my God, Vesna with the $50 donation over on PayPal. Holy shit, Vesna! As well as Vex with the $50 donation on Venmo. Vesna and Vex. Vex with the $50 says clown dollars for the clown job. And Vesna with the $50 says for clowning on the clowns who are big mad about Epstein and their feelings. Thank you for the love, Vesna and Vex. As well as Whitney, thank you so much for the $10 to interrupt the real clown. Thank you for the love, Whitney. You are phenomenal. Holy fuck. Oh my God, yo, Chase? Wait a moment. Chase with a $100 super chat on YouTube for the clown job. Let's go. W Chase, W Vesna, W Vex, and W clown job. Thank you so much for the $100.
Isn't this what this is about? No, it's just about making money. So can we continue on what we were talking about?
I just had to thank all of my kind supporters and donors for the clown job. Oh my God, Kita, thank you for the $20 over at Venmo for being the ringleader of the circus. Thank you so much for the love, Kita. Gio with the galaxy. Oh, goodness.
So we always talk about, what Trump does that's bad. Let's talk about what Biden and Kamala and everybody else has done that's bad.
Raviel with the $20 on super chat for the clown job.
Talk about that, do you?
Okay, yeah. What's the worst thing that Biden or Harris ever did ever?
Let's see. The war, right? The war and the immigrants is a big topic, right?
Deborah, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo for the clown job. Thank you, Deborah. So I want you to be more specific than that. What is the worst thing that Biden or Harris has ever done ever?
So did they not fund Iran, give them weapons and money?
No, they actually kept the economic sanctions imposed by Donald Trump's administration and then reimposed new sanctions 4 times for that third term in 2021, 2022, and 2023. Get clowned on, yeah.
It sounds like you're pulling shit out of your ass.
Nah, literally just go on Google, type in Biden sanctions on Iran. You will see that everything that I said was true as hell.
He's really just cleaning up their mess. Because also with the immigrants, they just let them in thinking they're going to have a free life of great and free, promised false free life. And it's the same as if we in groups, the Americans, went to another country. We are illegals there. So it'd be the same thing as if we invaded another country with our race and we are there not as a citizen.
Americans aren't a race.
But we are U.S. citizens. So we would be in another country illegally, not their citizen. If we went there in groups, it'd be the same thing.
And thank you for the $25 over on PayPal for the fake job. Thank you for the love, and as well as WQ with the $20 over on Super Chat.
No, I just like to argue. I'm not upset. I'm a feisty arguing girl.
Okay, so I just want to clarify, feisty arguing Sarah. So you think that the Biden-Harris administration just let a load of immigrants into this country? How did they do that?
I saw a forklift lifting the fence up for them to go under.
You saw this in person?
With my own eyes on a phone, so yes.
So they were under the direction of the Biden-Harris administration. What EO was that? Could you please show me the forklift the border bill? Can you show that one to me?
It's on the app we're on. How are we going to go to it?
I just want to see the forklift the border bill.
Send it to you if you're that worried about it.
I just want to see the forklift the border bill. That'd be really cool.
No,
Cadence with the $10 on Venmo for the clown award, and Rebecca, thank you for another $5. I really appreciate you so much for the love. You did this to you did this to yourself, Sarah. I'm going to be thanking all the donors.
You're doing this to yourself.
Thank you for the love, Megan and Tyria. I appreciate you guys so much for the love as well as not. Thank you so much for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat. Joanna, thank you so much for the $50 over on YouTube Super Chat as well. Joanna with the $50 as U.S. disabled vet here. So much for the stupidity that is MAGA. I don't know how you do it. Keep up that good fight, and please know your efforts and content are appreciated. Thank you for the love. As well as Rebecca with the $20 over on Venmo for the clown job. Thank you so much, Joanna and Rebecca. You guys are fantastic. As well as Alyssa with the $2 over on Venmo as well. Thank you guys for the love. Go ahead.
So you didn't hear right. So I said I saw a forklift lifting up the fence that they tried, that they use sacks and clothes to not get cut up on. They literally lifted the fence up, and I saw lines of people going under the fence freely, easily, instead of them struggling to get under the fence. That's what they're trying to avoid. That's why they built the wall. It's no different if we in groups went to another country and didn't become a
Oh, okay. So
citizen.
it actually looks like I've been able to find what you were talking about. So it looks like the federal government on Thursday brought out a forklift to pick up spools of wire along the border. And the reason why they did this is because the courts ruled that using particular hidden barbed wire along the border through the rivers was illegal against law and order, because all the federal government was doing was enforcing the law and removing illegal barbed wire from some sections of the southern border. So why are you anti-law and order?
They were not removing. I literally saw them staying still with the forklift as lines of people went under what they were lifting up. You're reading another source. You're not. No.
This is literally a source from Texas.
Okay, what year was it? What's the date?
The date on this article is October 27th, 2023.
So,
James, thank you for the $15 over on PayPal. Let this lady know this is her show as much as she wants it to be. Thank you for the love. I appreciate you, James. Thank you so much. I'm guessing you're talking about the clown show, as well as Anna with the $25 over on PayPal for the clown job. Thank you so much. I appreciate that, ANA. Show some love to Anna down below in that comment section. Beautiful, quite frankly.
like, what's so crazy is that we had a president that didn't even know how to think for itself. Didn't know how to speak, didn't know what he was signing.
Yes. Free thinker Trump and his policy that is taking away healthcare from 17 million American citizens. His policy that is projected to reduce our GDP by $1.1 trillion through $1.7 trillion per year, with his removal of undocumented immigrants costing $2 trillion over 10 years through federal expenditure. Free thinker Trump and his grape case and his 34 felonies and in that time where he told Howard Stern that he likes to perv on naked teens. Yeah.
I'm not pro, oh my gosh, Trump, on my knees begging to him, you are the greatest of all. No, I'm saying that he is what this country needs right now.
Why does this country need Trump?
Because no one else can do the job that is needed to save the world, the country.
Save the world. Okay, so what is Donald Trump doing right now, or what has he done in the last 160
Cleaning
days
up
to
the
literally
bullshit
save
that
the world?
other people have done.
Okay, give me an
He
example.
is making shit right.
How? Through
By
what?
doing what he's doing, y'all may not like it.
Like,
but
what is
he's
he
doing?
doing?
What needs to be done.
1 second, Sarah. What is he
Like,
doing?
regardless of if you don't like him, if you like him, it's the fact that the country has gone to shit, so much shit, that it's needed. No other person is going to do this but Trump, because he stands on what he believes, stands on what he's going to do, and he fucking does it.
Chase, thank you for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat for the clown, as well as Casey. Thank you for the $20 on Super Chat as well. Say thanks for bringing me hope as somebody who's too young to vote. Hey, if you're underage, you should not be donating to me. Save that money. Spend it on you, not me. As well as Dinciana, thank you so much for the $15 over on YouTube Super Chat. I appreciate you so much for the love. And then Thomas, thank you for the $10 over on YouTube Super Chat as well. Thank you so much for the love, Thomas, and everybody. I do appreciate you guys so much for the love. Why are you about to cry? Calm down. I don't know why you're about to cry.
Nobody's going to cry.
You just said that you were about to cry.
I see the comments. Whatever pops up, I'm reading.
Oh, don't look at the comments, Sarah. As well as Ben, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo. Also, Chad, be nice to Sarah. Come on, we're better.
Like, after this, I'm gonna be cool with you. I don't have no animosity or nothing towards you.
Sandy, thank you for the motorcycle. Okay, I'm asking you a very specific and clear question. You've repeated that you think that Donald Trump is doing what is necessary to save the world. You've repeated that like a billion times. All I'm doing is I'm asking you for one specific thing he has done or is doing that is necessary to save the world. Like, be specific.
There is no specific, because all he's doing as a whole is saving the country, because so much has happened that he has to do all this now to look bad, because it's what's needed to be saved. Like, hello.
You're still just not giving me a specific example.
Because that is the answer. There is no specific answer. Like, it's generally as a whole what has been done.
Oh my goodness gracious. I don't know if I could do it, chat. Heather, thank you for the $10 over.
I'm gonna have to go soon though, because I have something I need to do.
What do you need to do, Sarah?
Why is it your business? Am I asking you what you're doing later? No, because I know what you're doing.
Nah, you don't need to tell me, bro. You're good. All right, whatever. Have a good rest of your day.
I'm cool. Bye.
Megan, thank you for the $15 over on PayPal. I appreciate you so much for the love, Megan. That is incredibly kind of you. Thank you so much. I think that I'm going to release a video talking about this right-wing grift misinformation that I am apparently pro-doxing innocent, normal fathers and want to take individuals' kids away. I think I'm gonna make a video on that. Because I just keep on seeing it pop up over and over and over again. It's only getting worse by the day, and like the comments about it has been absolutely insane too. I woke up to I think I read my DMs this morning. One of my DMs says that somebody says, "I hope somebody breaks into your house and grapes you, and I should unalive myself. I'm disgusting because I called CPS on an innocent father." Somebody else says, "Dean saying children can consent. I think we might have a PDF on our hands." 1,200 likes. Another post. Dean thinks kids can consent. 20,000 likes. Somebody else, doxing a guy for saying that children can't give consent is insane. Yeah, I think I'm going to make a video on this. I think it's finally time, right? I think it is. I think that we're going to do a video on this. I think it's going to go up on the TikTok and on the YouTube because the violent misinformation is, now putting like my personal safety on the line. I've gotten multiple, like my safety is at risk now because of this. So I think it's time. I think it's time to make a video on it. Welcome in, Travis. Do you support Trump?
Hey, what's up, man? I support a lot of his policies, but not all of them.
Okay, overall, would you consider yourself to be a Trump supporter?
Majority, yeah. I would say like 60-40.
All right. Chad with the $10 saying that Hassan has experienced this as well. What about specifically, Chad? Anyways, Travis, take it away. Why do you support Trump?
I would say mostly because of the government cuts that, like, for employees and stuff that aren't really needed.
So you want to downsize the size of our federal government?
Yeah, I do think there's a lot of open positions that certain leaders or people in our government have been in for too long and not shown any progression. So like
Donald Trump is only making our government bigger.
I do think that like certain people that's been in positions for 30 years or something that hasn't shown any progression in their day-to-day operations do need to get cut. So I do agree with the tax cuts. I agree with the deportation of certain things. If you don't become a citizen in this country after a certain amount of time, I do think that you should be deported just as fair as if, I went to another country. I think there should be a time limit on things like that. The Medicaid, I think that, I've seen personally friends and family abuse Medicaid and Social Security and benefits.
How do you abuse Medicaid?
Lying on documentations. I've had friends that say, "Hey, I'm homeless," when they're not really homeless.
Like lying about their income?
Lying about their income, lying about their...
Wouldn't the BBB only further incentivize more people to give Medicaid or food stamp fraud because it's reducing the overall amount of people that would qualify for said benefits?
Well, I think that's what Trump is trying to do, is he's trying to make it more strict to get accepted into those benefits.
Right, which is only going to incentivize more people to lie.
Not if you require more documentation on it.
But he's not requiring like more documentation outside of like the work documentation. But I mean, assuming like people are working and then lying about their income to qualify for these benefits, they're going to be able to prove that they're working 80 hours a month, right? Like that's not going to target people that are working, are generating income, yet are lying about their income to qualify for Medicaid.
Well, do you believe that people that are willing to work should work? I mean, if there's like a disability for, let's say, bipolar.
Why are you changing the topic of conversation? Your last claim was that this is going to reduce fraud by requiring more documents, such as proving that they work 80 hours a month. Well, the individuals that would be committing this fraud are people that would be working at least 80 hours a month and are generating an income above the cap, and then they turn around and they lie about their income. Those are the people committing the fraud. So, I mean, they would still be able to commit that fraud.
Well, I mean, I'm talking about like people that say they're disabled, right? And then they say,
okay,
I'm disabled.
What is it changing about the documentary requirements about proving one's disability?
to prove the disability of getting accepted for Medicaid.
So what is the BBB changing about that proof requirement?
I think that it's in the process of changing. I would hope so, at least.
So then what about, so be very specific. Where in the BBB does it change absolutely anything to do with the proof that is required to demonstrate a disability?
Here, let's look. BBB.
Gwendolyn, I'm sorry for missing your PayPal earlier. Thank you for the love. And then Amani with the $2 saying, hey, Dean, I sent you $30 on Venmo. I don't know if it went through. I'll check it right now, Amani, but thank you nonetheless. As well as Kendra with the 10 cents over on PayPal. I do appreciate you so much for the love. As well as Steph, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo, saying, Dean, thank you for all that you do. I appreciate you for the $20, Steph. And then Ryan with the $10 on Venmo as well, saying, thank you for everything that you do. You are one of the most intelligent people out there. Thank you, Ryan. And then Caitlin with the $10 saying, as an atheist, this guest is basically running the political equivalent to look at the tree's argument for God. I don't think we talked about God for a while. Maybe like you're on like YouTube, scroll back earlier in the live stream. Anyways, so yeah, what about the BBB requires stricter proof and requirements for demonstrating one's disability?
I'm actually looking up the BBB's regulations right now. I'm not really too familiar with it. I just think that this would be more of a push towards that.
So then, but you have to demonstrate that it's more of a push towards that by showing me what provisions of the big beautiful bill cause that push.
Like I said, I just think that this is the push into that direction.
But you have to be able to demonstrate that the claim is true.
Would actually push towards less fraudulent claims.
How? What regulations are going to reduce Medicaid fraud?
Like you said, requiring to work. I would hope that there'd be more.
But that's not going to reduce fraud. That's not going to reduce fraud because keep in mind the people there that are committing the fraud are the ones that are already working and making enough money per year so they don't qualify it. So they have to commit fraud and lie about their income in order to claim the benefits. So the work requirement of just saying you have to demonstrate that you work at least 80 hours a month, they're already going to fulfill that.
Yeah, I mean...
So that's not going to reduce fraud.
I see your point of view, but I'm just saying I personally know people that are doing fraudulent things with that, and I don't agree.
And do those people work more than 80 hours a week?
Under the table while claiming benefits, and that's why I said.
So then they'll still be able to prove that they're working 80 hours a month. If they're working, and if they're working under the table and claiming benefits,
it doesn't put any income it doesn't put any income towards our society.
Okay, so how much fraud is this expected to reduce?
If you work under the table, you don't pay income tax. You don't pay any tax.
How about this? How about this? I think that we should have policy geared towards reducing tax fraud and incentivizing people working over the table, but I don't think that policy should be healthcare policy.
Right. I do agree that it is causing issues, but I think that it's in the direction of that, and I think that's what Trump is trying to do.
So do you agree that like policy to incentivize like over-the-table employment should be decoupled or intertwined with policy to ensure that low-income Americans don't get hit with a $200,000 bill if they break an arm?
I come from poverty. I come from Chicago area, and I have worked my way up to middle class, upper class. So I understand where it comes that poverty does happen, and I do understand where it comes to a point where it's struggling. But at the end of the day, I think that you have to get up and make those sacrifices to become better.
What's the question that I asked you? Because you're not answering the question that I asked you.
You asked me if low poverty people should have to fork up $200,000 based off of neglect for Medicaid.
I'll repeat my question. Do you think that policies to incentivize employment over the table should be intertwined or decoupled from healthcare policy to ensure that low-income Americans don't have to pay $200,000 per year if they break their arm? To hike a $200,000 bill if they break their arm. Should those policies be intertwined with one another or decoupled?
I think that if my rebuttal was that if you get a job with employer,
well, you're not. I'm not making an argument that would require you to rebuttal. I'm asking you a question that would require you to respond.
So you're asking me if the separation from the Medicaid workforce should be separated from the medical bill? I guess I'm just not understanding.
I'm asking you if policy geared towards providing low-income Americans health care should be intertwined or separate from policy geared towards getting more low-income Americans to work?
Yes, I do believe they should be separate.
Okay, well, I mean, if you think those two things should be separate, well, then you wouldn't support what the BBB does to Medicaid by requiring an individual to work 80 hours a month. That is going to be
But do you
combining
think
the
that
two.
nobody should? Do you think they shouldn't work at all?
No, I think that they should work. That's why I agree with policy aimed towards incentivizing employment. I just think that policy, as you agreed, should be separate and outside of policy to give them health care.
Right.
And you just agreed to that. So because you agreed that those two forms of policy should be separate from one another, you
But
actually
I
don't
see-
agree
I'm
with the new
reading
work
your comments
requirements that
right
the
now.
Big Beautiful Bill institutes under Medicaid.
I'm reading your comments, which kind of got towards my argument. What I was trying to say is that they say leave the kids alone and things like that. If you get a job that works 40 hours a week, you could pay for medical expenses outside of Medicaid. So I don't.
You obviously don't know how much medical expenses cost if you think that you could pay for medical expenses working 40 hours a week and even making $25 an hour. You have absolutely no clue.
I just signed up for my medical benefits. I pay for this coming up year. I pay $200 every 2 weeks for all my medical expenses with my kid included.
So you're talking about healthcare
every 2
provided
weeks.
through your employer. I thought that
Right.
you were referencing like
That's what I'm
out-of-pocket
saying is
expenditure.
that if people,
but like once
if
again,
people
like
actually
I'm gonna repeat this for you one last time. Now, in the process of you just simply not picking up what I've put down, we've lost 1,000 people because you're just completely like detached from this argument. Maybe you don't understand what I'm saying, but you agreed that policy geared towards incentivizing employment should be separate from policy geared towards providing low-income Americans health care, right?
Right.
Okay.
I think
So
that
because
proving
those two policies,
documentation-
now listen. So because those two types of policies should be separate, then you don't agree with how the Big Beautiful Bill would intertwine those policies by placing a work requirement on Medicaid. You disagree with the Big
so what
Beautiful
would
Bill.
your
That would be the
solution be
conclusion,
then?
right?
I agree. What would your solution be, though?
Okay.
That's
So now that you've agreed, right, you actually no longer support Donald Trump's policy, right?
not fully.
Okay.
I guess you could say, yeah.
Okay. So now we've ended the debate that we've been having here for the last 10 or 20 minutes, because now you're disagreeing with the Big Beautiful Bill and you are arguing that you like the Big Beautiful Bill. So if you disagree with the Big Beautiful Bill, what is something else that Donald Trump is doing that would negate the harm that the Big Beautiful Bill is causing by kicking 17 million low-income Americans off of Medicaid?
Other aspects of the Big Beautiful Bill?
Yeah.
Well, do you believe in the construction of the border? That's one of them. 46 billion to complete construction of border wall.
Talking about the border wall? Well,
Yeah.
I think that we need to have better border policy, but I don't think the border wall is where we should start. And starting and ending with the border wall is very bad policy on its own. What we need to do is we need to make the legal means of entry into this country better, which is something that Donald Trump has never talked about or said he intends to do. And for that reason, I think that his policy on its own is embarrassingly bad.
I would say that the wall is needed since our dividing countries from North America and Europe are, obviously the ocean. So I do think that that barrier would help a little bit. I don't think that it would obviously.
It's just not the
solve
end-all
problem
be-all
100%.
solution that Trump acts like it is. Not to mention that he actually struck down more construction of that border wall under the Biden-Harris administration. So if you agree with that wall, obviously you would have liked it up years ago, right? Well, guess what? Donald Trump told Republicans to vote against the bill that would have had it up years ago. But real quick, I'm going to go and use the restroom. Travis, I'm going to leave you to debate my buddy Matt here. Matt, I appreciate you for being willing to come up
Hey,
here and
what's
cover
up?
me while I go
Yeah, of
pee.
course.
So for everybody watching, regardless if you're on TikTok or YouTube, I'll be back in around a minute and a half. BRB.
So,
Travis, I had a question because I was listening and you were talking about healthcare and everything, and I'm curious. You do realize that what you were talking about, right, was like the healthcare premium that you have to pay, not all the actual cost of your care, such as co-pays, deductibles, out of pockets, all those type of things, right?
That $200 was also included into an HSA account. So I do put funds away for those deductibles as well.
Okay. Well, I mean that's good then, but also you do realize too that an HSA also is what's known as a high deductible plan. So if you were to have a case where you needed like something like surgery or something that is high deductible, it's possible that the HSA would not actually be able to cover all your bills. That's one of the reasons why young people typically have HSAs, but as you get older, you actually don't have those anymore, right?
Well, I mean, if you start at young and actually, I think that America does fall short when it comes to actually teaching financial responsibility. And I feel like that's more of a issue for school systems like education and high school and things like that we need to be more advanced with teaching our younger youth how to manage money. But I think that, if you do start an HSA by 20 years old, you will have the funds to be able to take care of yourself when you're older.
An HSA can only be done if you're not paying in to like a regular plan. You can't have both. So, like for example, I have a state-sponsored plan through my employer, right? And so mine is type where I pay a flat premium, and then but then I also pay co-pays, deductibles, etc. But I don't actually have an HSA because I can't actually like add that on, right? Because I have a low deductible plan, you have a high deductible plan.
I get what you're saying, yeah. But at the same time, wouldn't you agree that since you don't have that HSA, you could probably put something into a high yield savings account?
I could, except the fact that I'm very few.
Why are we talking about high yield savings accounts? What the fuck are we doing?
He has one, and he brought it up because I made the point that like he would bring up like how much he pays for like a premium, not the overall cost of his healthcare, which showed me that like he hasn't actually used his healthcare very much. And he brought up the HSA, but that's separate from actually paying your premium. Like that's a separate thing entirely. That's why I was like, why are you bringing that up too? When the cost of care is not actually debatable whether or not you have an HSA or you have a premium.
Fair
like
point.
they're very different things.
Fair point.
My argument was that
Travis,
we don't teach young Americans in high school. What?
Why do you support Trump?
Why do I support Trump? I think that, like I said, he's doing good when it comes to aspects of being more strict with certain advantages that American people do take at a young age.
Are you talking about the work requirement that he imposed on Medicaid?
I'm talking about the work requirement. I'm talking about the border. All
right. For that reason, I'm going to go ahead and kick you because you explicitly conceded that you disagree with the work requirement 5 minutes ago. But now 5 minutes later, you've forgotten that fact, and you are re-arguing that you support it. Not going to do that here. Hey, Matt, I appreciate you for coming up and covering me while I use the restroom.
Yep.
Thank you so much
Thank you
so much for coming up, man.
Yep. Bye-bye.
Bye, Matt. Everybody show some love to Matt down below in that chat while we get the next guest, Corky, up in here. Faith, thank you for the $5 over on PayPal saying your lives keep me sane. Thank you so much for the love, Faith. As well as Abby with the $5 over on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love, Abby. As well as Paul. Thank you so much for the $50 donation over on Venmo, Paul. Thank you so much for the love. Paul says, holding it down here in LA and the value of your work is so greatly appreciated, especially now. Thank you so much for the love, Paul. Can we please get 500 Paul W's down below in that comment section? Thank you so much for your kindness. As well as Melanie, thank you for the $7 over on Venmo. I appreciate you so much for the love, Melanie. And then Steph with the $20 over on Venmo saying, Dean, thank you for all that you do. Thank you so much, Steph. So show some love to Steph down below. And then also Ryan with the $10 on Venmo, D with the $5, Ben with the $10, and Caitlin with the $10 as well. I appreciate every single one of y'all for your kindness. Thank you so much for your love over on that Venmo. Show some love to all the donors down below in that chat, as well as Future with the $10 over on PayPal. Here's some money for the Uncrustable Fund. Yeah, man, we've been downing Uncrustables like it's nobody's business recently. Absolutely. Hell yes. Thank you for the love. We are going to move on to the next guest. We got Lauren loading up in the box. Y'all, go ahead and drop a MAGA with your age down below in that chat if you'd like to join and debate. What's up, Lauren? You support Trump? Lauren is not here. So we're going to go to kick Lauren and move on to the next guest. Jack, here we go, everybody. While I take another bite of the Uncrustable. Hey, you support Trump? What the hell's going on today, dude? All these NPCs in the queue. Let me eat my Uncrustable in peace. God damn it. Okay, we got 2 spooky loading up in the box. Here we go, y'all. 2 spooky. It's loading up right now. What's going on? Oh, that's not 2 spooky. It's Sheila. I guess Sheila's in the box. Hey, Sheila, do you support Trump?
I do not, but I do want to say one thing about that guy that was dissing on Medicaid. Screw him. My husband has cancer. He is a vet, and it took us 4 years to get him disability. So I just want to say that people need to wake up to the fact that it is not an easy process, and Trump is only making it harder. Rock on, young man. Rock on. You're doing a great job. Thank you so much for everything. And for my brother who's a Trump supporter, go to hell.
What an icon. I'm really sorry to hear about your husband. And make sure you tell your husband that I thank him for his service. But what an icon. Now, I will please ask all other icons to stay out of the queue. I'll ask all the other icons to stay out of the queue, y'all. We're just looking for the Trump supporters, no icons. What's going on, 2 Spooky? Do you support Trump? Oh my goodness gracious, they're also not here. Okay, how about this? We're gonna start pulling from the chat compared to the guest request. So if you're watching and you support Trump, all you got to do is drop a MAGA down below with your age. We'll get you pulled up. Another bite of the Uncrustable down. Owned. What's up? You support Trump, Jack? Bro, dude, I literally just want to be able to chew my Uncrustable in peace while a Trump supporter tells us why they support Trump. Come on, guys. What the hell are we doing? Okay. Moving on to the next guest. Here we go, everybody. Put a mag in that chat with your age. I'll invite you up. Let's go to get that next guest loaded into the box. We got Jimmy loading in. Sorry, not Jake. Jimmy. Jake. Sorry, not Jimmy. What's up, Jake? You support Trump?
Hey, how you doing, Dean? It's good to hear from you.
How old are you?
I've been trying to get up on here for the past live, but yeah, I would say I'm a right leaning.
How old are you?
But I'm open minded.
How old are you?
19.
What year were you born in?
2006. I promise. I actually have a
19 born 06. Can't be. Can you? 04, 2020, 21, 21, 05, 19, 20, 20, 06, 18, 20, 19. Yeah, you can be 19. Sorry, Jake. My math was faulty. Hop back in that queue, Mr. Jake. Sorry, man. Just the idea that somebody born in 06 is 19 is outrageous. No, but the math is right. You can be 19 born in 06. I just didn't even believe it. Think about that. 19 years old, born in 06. That's wild. I need to lock in with the math. Go ahead and put, yeah, Jake, feel free to re-request, man. I apologize for kicking you, dude. My bad. My fault, man. My fault. Feel free to re-request. That was rude of me. That was bad math of me. How about that? Let's go to get, oh, Jake is back. Perfect. All right. And yo, also, Jay, thank you so much for the $50 over on PayPal, man. Jay says, to answer video, another thing I'll note, your show's never boring. Well, I'm happy you're never bored here, Jay, and I appreciate you so much for being in here with us. Can we get 500 JWs down below? Thank you for your kindness, Jay. That goes a long way. Thank you so much. I might have, honestly, already thanked you. I don't know if I did or not. I forgot. If I did, I apologize for thanking you twice. If I didn't, thank you so much for the love. As well as Abby, thank you for the $5 over on Venmo. And then Serenity, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo, saying, hey, Dean, do you have a link to all the sources you quote? I think it'd be great for your viewers and guests to utilize for reference. So I don't have like a totally built out like bibliography. I probably should do that. But if you want any of my sources for specific claims, feel free to ask. Welcome back, Jake. So my apologies.
What's going on?
My apologies for
Appreciate you bringing me back. Thanks.
Of course. So why do you support Trump?
I would say purely for the fact my line of work. I'm in the service, so usually you think that right wing is gonna be more supportive towards military members, but I wanted to, I guess, hear what's some of the left wing ideologies, or because I'm not really looking into politics probably as much as I should be.
Okay.
And I want to see what left wing policies or ideologies can help.
Okay. Okay. Real quick before I answer that, I want to read off this PayPal message real quick. This is coming from Christina. Christina, thank you for the $10 on PayPal. Christina says, I work for CPS in Massachusetts, and I wanted to let you know that what that sicko said is absolutely grounds for a report and CPS investigation. When it comes to SA/exploitation crimes against children, a parent does not have to consent their own child, perp their own child in order for CPS to investigate. Don't listen to the crazies. Well, I appreciate your perspective as an agent working for CPS. I mean, I think that perspective is notable. And thank you for the $10 donation as well. Now, to go back to what you had said, you said, Jake, that you are in the service and that is why you support Trump. Well, that actually leads me to a very important question for you. So you did take
So I don't want to take a stance publicly. All right, I don't really.
The Hatch Act. So you did take a oath to uphold the Constitution, right?
Yeah, I did. Yes, I did.
Would that oath prevent you from supporting anybody or any entity that would serve as a threat to the Constitution?
I think the exact words I said were uphold and protect the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
So would that oath prevent you from supporting somebody that serves as a threat to the Constitution?
If you're posing that that Trump
That's
is
not what I'm posing. I just want a yes or no.
Wait, okay, say it again.
Because of that oath that you took, does that prevent you from supporting anything or anybody that serves as a threat to the Constitution?
Yeah.
Okay. Would you say that a president or an ex-president calling for the termination of the Constitution is a serviceable threat to the Constitution?
Sure.
Okay. So in other words, that oath that you took would prevent you from supporting Trump if Donald Trump explicitly called for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution, yes or no?
So it kind of gets dodgy there, because that's your boss,
No, literally just listen to the logic that you just laid out. We're going to re-listen to the last couple minutes of the conversation. The logical implication here would be that, yes, this would mean that you would not support Trump. That perspective is notable. And thank you for the $10 donation as well. That question for you. So you did take
So I don't want to take a stance publicly. All right, I don't really.
The Hatch Act. So you did take a oath to uphold the Constitution, right?
Yeah, I did. Yes, I did.
Would that oath prevent you from supporting anybody or any entity that would serve as a threat to the Constitution?
I think the exact words I said were uphold and protect the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
So would that oath prevent you from supporting somebody that serves as a threat to the Constitution?
If you're posing that Trump
That's
is
not what I'm posing. I just want a yes or no.
Wait, okay, say it again.
Because that oath that you took, does that prevent you from supporting anything or anybody that serves as a threat to the Constitution?
Yeah.
Okay. So you affirmed that you can't support anybody that's a threat to the Constitution if you're observing your oath. What's next? Would you say that a president or an ex-president calling for the termination of the Constitution is a serviceable threat to the Constitution?
I stand on that.
So in other words,
but
that oath,
I also
can I finish playing this? So
at least
let me finish playing this clip. So the first thing that you did is you did agree that you would be violating the Constitution that you took to uphold the Constitution if you supported somebody that served as a threat to the Constitution. Now let's continue to play this clip to the Constitution.
Yeah.
Okay. Would you say that a president or an ex-president calling for the termination of the Constitution is a serviceable threat to the Constitution?
Sure.
Okay. So A, you say that oath would prevent you from supporting anything that is a threat to the Constitution, and then you move on to saying that if an ex-president called for the termination of the Constitution, you would classify them as a threat to the Constitution. The implication here would be that you would not support a president or an ex-president that explicitly called for the termination of the Constitution because they would be a threat to the Constitution, and the oath you took would prevent you from supporting a threat to the Constitution. Correct or incorrect?
Correct, Dean, but you got to understand this is like I can't go against certain things while I'm in.
Yeah, as a member of the military, you could say that you don't support Trump. Like, you have a right to vote for whoever you want in general elections. And then you have a right to either support or not support the president.
Absolutely.
Okay, so that's all we need to know. Then what we're debating about is your support for Trump, okay? So you said correct. If Donald Trump had called for the termination of the Constitution, you would not support Trump. So Donald Trump has called for the termination of the Constitution. He did so explicitly in December of 2022, posted on Truth Social saying, and I quote, all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution, should be abolished. So Yeah.
Yeah, no, I mean, like I'm not like I said, I lean right. I'll be, I would say growing up, I always have kind of been in that kind of a household, and that those kind of ideologies. But absolutely, I'm not all the way, and I've got plenty of views on both sides.
But this argument is like sufficient for you just to not be MAGA because he serves as a threat to the Constitution.
Yeah, but it's also not sufficient for me if that's who I'm taking. That's the top of my chain of command.
Dude,
is
do you
somebody
think
who
that
I'm
you
supposed to be going
automatically
against,
must
'cause that's-
support the top of the chain of command? No, you don't have
Yes.
to automatically support the president. What?
We're not. We're
Okay.
very
Wait. So
told
I
that
have a
we are
question.
not supposed to publicly go against it.
Why
at
did
all.
you request to join this live?
Because, well, I was trying to say, I want to hear from you, who's, would you say you're probably left leaning?
Yeah, I'm gonna kick you though because
No,
you
no,
just
no.
basically told me that you can't debate me. Okay, that's fine. Whatever. If you don't want to debate me, that's whatever. Like I don't expect like every single Trump supporter to want to come up here and debate me. But if you don't want to come up here and debate me, then don't come up here to debate me. We're going to move on to the next guest. Everyone just give us a minute to get that next Trump supporter loaded in the live. Here we go, everybody. Go ahead and drop a MAGA with your age down below in that chat if you'd like to come up and have a conversation with me. Also, if you'd like to support me, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio. I get 100% of the proceeds, as well as you'll get a notification at the top of my phone screen where I can see your name, the amount, and any and all attached messages, and I will read them off on live. And as well as Theta, thank you for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat. I really appreciate you so much for the love. That is incredibly kind of you guys. Let's show some love to Theta down below. That is THETA. Let's get 200 Theta W's. While we're working on loading that next Trump supporter up into the live, y'all. We got Watson loading in as we speak right now, everybody. We got Watson loading in as we speak right now. It's going to get that next guest connected. It doesn't look like Watson is loading in, so we're going to move on from Watson or Peter and see who's next. Who is next, everybody? What about Miles? I have a feeling that Miles will be underage. Jesse, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo. Saying try empanadas, either pumpkin or sweet potato, much better than an Uncrustable. I'll have to try them, Jesse. Also, it's good to see you. I feel like it's been a while. Thank you so much for the love. What's up, Miles? Are you 14?
Yeah, I am.
Yeah. All right, guys. Got to be at least 18 to be in that queue, y'all. Got to be a Trump supporter, and you got to be at least 18. Let's go get that next guest up in that box. Jared, thank you for the $8 over on PayPal. Thank you so much for the love, Jared. Shout out to Jared. All right, we're going to load up that next guest. Everyone looking for that next debater to come up and join the stream to have a conversation with me right now. If that's you, let me know in that chat by dropping a MAGA with your age. We'll get you pulled up, everybody. We'll get you pulled up. Allie with $1 says, you keep on missing my messages. Please read. Well, I read it. I'm guessing you mean like another message. I apologize if I missed it. I think I've been reading off everything. I don't know. But thank you so much for the $1, Allie. Let's get that next Trump supporter up in here as well as Emily. Thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo saying, did you catch it? They were told not to go against Trump. I mean, I think that he's just confusing saying that he has to take lawful orders from the president as like being synonymous to the idea that he must support president as the Trump as president. What's up, Gavin? Do you support Trump?
I do.
How old are you?
24.
And why do you
How old are
support? How old am I? I'm 24 and a half, older than you. Haha. Just kidding.
Oh, man, you got me beat out.
Just kidding. I'm 20. So why do you support Trump?
Yeah, so just before we get into it, I just had a few questions for you before we get into the debate and everything like that. Like, is your chat, I know you got like 11,500 people in here. Are they even open to changing their mind or anything like that?
I mean, I'd hope that the Trump supporters watching are open to changing their minds.
No, I mean, I know most of the people that follow you. I've seen you a few times, so they're going to be Democrat most likely, right?
We have a good blend of liberals and Trump supporters in the live. Definitely. Yeah. Probably one of the most anti-echo chamber spaces on the internet for political discourse is this live stream compared to any other live stream of any other political pundit on the right or left. Now, quickly, before we hop into our debate, there's 3 people that I got to thank. Allison, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo. They say, as a postmaster who's had to take the Hatch Act training twice a year, you can 100% talk about politics publicly. You just can't use your position to influence elections. Dude is confused. Allison, thank you for the $20, as well as for the clarification on the Hatch Act. Everybody, show some love to Allison down below right now, as well as Errol, that is Errol. Thank you for the $10. Thank you so much for the love. Everybody, show some love to Errol down below. As well as William with the $10 over on PayPal saying, please debate Kirk again. I need to see it happen. Yeah, man, he's a runner. He's a track star. I don't know if that will ever happen. Then also Scarlett with the $10 over on Venmo saying, absolutely love your lives. Thank you for what you do. Well, thank you for the $10, Scarlett. Everybody, show some love to Scarlett down below. Now, Gavin, take it away. Why do you support Trump?
Yeah, so I support Trump because I think he's got our best intention for the country in mind. I know you've been kind of debating about that for at least as long as I've been watching, but one of the favorite things that I've seen recently is the work requirements coming up where any able-bodied person without kids
It's not without
has a
kids.
work
It's with kids,
requirement.
with kids 14 or under. So that work requirement does apply to parents, even if they have children that are 15 or older.
Yeah, and the main question I wanted to ask is how do
Gavin is lagging. We couldn't hear anything that you just asked.
Oh, sorry about that. How are you feeling about the 80-hour work requirement?
Yeah, I don't like it.
Okay, why is that?
No, I mean, one reason I just pointed out is that for parents with children 15 or older, obviously children 15 or older are going to still live at the house in some circumstances. If they don't work 80 hours a week, well, then all of a sudden they lose their Medicaid. That's going to negatively impact the kids. Second reason. Do you mean to be playing that? Is it like a troll, or is that an accident? Yeah. Do you mean to be playing that as like a troll? Like, I'm just going to start playing this song. Dude. What was that one for? Dean is critiquing my reasoning. Thereby, I must start playing music. What, bro? Oh, my goodness gracious. We're going to go to get the next guest, Daniel, loaded into the live. Here we go, y'all. Here we go, everybody. We're going to go to get Daniel loaded into the live. As well as Inca, thank you for the $20 over at Venmo, saying for the political prowess. Thank you so much for the love, Inca. That is INCA. Thank you for the $20. Everybody, show some love to Inca. Down below in that box for the $20 donation. Seriously, thank you so much, Inca. Everybody, please show some love down below right now. Quite frankly, while we are working on getting that very next Trump supporter up in the box, we're going to go to get that next guest loaded in very, very simply, everyone. All right. Let's go ahead and see what the next guest, Bubba, has to say. Everybody just do be patient while we get Bubba loaded into the stream. What's up, Bubba? Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
How old are you?
22.
22. What year were you born in?
March 28, 2003.
All right, Bubba. Why do you support Trump?
I have a few reasons. One, Second Amendment.
Are you trolling, or is this real?
No, it's real. 100% real.
Okay, Second Amendment. I have a question about point number one.
Hold on, wait.
Okay.
Before y'all critique me on my voice, I got some things going on in my throat. I got to see my throat got thirsty. All right, so you can go ahead now.
Okay. I got a question about number one. Okay. My question about number one is very simple. If you like the Second Amendment, out of the last two administrations, the Biden-Harris administration and the Trump administration, what is the only administration to pass unconstitutional gun reform that literally did infringe upon your Second Amendment rights?
All right, I understand. Trump.
Right. And then out of the last two administrations, who's the only president that has just straight up called for the termination of the Constitution?
But that's not what I'm getting at right now. We on his second term. We're not talking about past. We're talking about present day now.
Well, the past should influence the present. Like, these are things that are valuable. These are things that matter, right? And if you're pro 2A, right, obviously you shouldn't support Trump because he literally passed a policy that violated your Second Amendment, as well as he's just anti-Constitution as a whole.
And then, now he's working on fixing it. He's working on changing some rules in the not Second Amendment, but what is it called? Damn, I forget the name of it. But yeah, he's working on ATF taxes and all that stuff, the $200 tax stamp.
Yeah, we're removing just making silencers more affordable. So you voted for silencers to be more affordable. Silencers being more affordable is more important than healthcare for low-income Americans or preventing a fascist regime from running the country. Come on.
I value my ears when I'm shooting. I'm not trying to be deaf. I value my ears.
So then wear ear protection.
No, that don't really work as well.
It does. No, silencers, if you're shooting like sonic rounds, it's still going to be incredibly loud.
It's not as loud. And some of them have like a lighter snap.
Like ear protection is going to significantly reduce like the sound of that like a lot. Not to mention that ear protection doesn't pose the risk of being able to be bought by people to prevent the direction or place of where a bullet is being fired from. So it's not as easy to identify who like an active shooter would be in public. Mm-hmm. Right? Ear protection doesn't do that, but silencers do. So maybe you should just endorse ear protection compared to endorsing more affordable silencers.
Yeah, more affordable silencers. And that we shouldn't be having to pay a $200 tax stamp to put a stock on an AR pistol. Okay.
What about an AR pistol? What does AR pistols have to do with the fact that if you...
We're talking about Second Amendment, buddy. All right, buddy.
All right, buddy, dude. What the fuck? I don't even know what we're talking about.
Ain't your buddy, pal.
Yeah, well then why am I your buddy, pal?
I ain't your pal neither, friend.
You just called me pal, friend.
I called you buddy.
You called me buddy, pal, and friend. So how come I'm your buddy, pal, and friend, but you're not my buddy, pal, or friend?
Because I'm older than you, buddy. Can't be my buddy, pal, or friend when you're younger.
Well, actually, you called me your buddy, pal, and friend. So what you just said was false.
No, you're hearing it wrong.
No, the adequate representation of what you said was that
you
can't be my buddy, pal, or friend since you're older than me, but I could be your buddy, pal, and friend since I'm younger than you.
No, you can't gaslight me, Dean.
I'm not gaslighting you. I'm just repeating what you said.
No, I ain't here for that.
You're not here to get absolutely intellectually dumped. Came to the wrong life, buddy. You got fucked by logic.
No, you not fucking me, buddy.
No.
You just said.
Whoa, that's not what I said. Hey, Bubba, you're taking things too far.
Homosexual rigmarole was all right. No.
Okay. We're gonna go ahead and just move on to the next guest. Did he just say he's not here for the homosexual rigmarole? What, dude? All right, everybody, we're just going to go to move on to the next guest. No clue what Bubba was saying. Everyone just give us a minute to get that next guest up in the box. If you're watching and you support Trump and you'd like to come up in a debate, go to drop a mag with your age down below in that chat. Y'all, we're going to go to get that next guest cam loaded into the live right now. Everybody, we're going to get that next guest cam loaded into the live right now. Oh, fuck. Brett with the $1. Ovade Dad here for 2A. First and foremost, Brett, I appreciate you for being in the stream. Second of all, I really enjoyed meeting you in Texas. And third of all, the next time somebody comes up to talk about guns, I would love to have you join. I would love to have you join, Brett. What is going on? Do you support Trump camp?
Yeah, boy.
By the way, for everybody curious, that was Brett Cross, a father of a child who had unfortunately and very sadly passed away as a result of the Ovade school shooting. How old are you, Cam?
21.
Okay, you're British. We're going to move on to the next guest. Yeah, next time somebody comes up to talk about guns, Brett, I would love to have you up. I would absolutely love to. In fact, I would even like to facilitate that conversation. If anybody just wants to come up to talk about guns real quick, how about we do that right now? Libby, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo. Saying secretly hope every day my father comes into your lives. He needs a little education, as well as he needs you to knock him down a peg. Seriously though, Dean, love your lives. Always listen to the replays at work. Well, that's awesome. I'm really happy that you love the lives. That is phenomenal. Thank you so much. Hey guys, go ahead and put a me down below if you are a 2A conservative MAGA patriot. Just go to put a me down below. We're looking for Trump supporters that are like staunchly pro 2A. Like we specifically want like the staunchly pro 2A Trump supporters. And don't put a me in the chat unless that's actually you, because you will just unfortunately get absolutely embarrassed if that's not you. I just want a staunch pro 2A Trump supporter. A lot of me's down below. A lot of me's, everybody. We're going to try to find one. I'm trying to find one to come up, but it's just not working. Valentina says she wants to come up. Valentina,
you're so fine. You're so fine. Oh my God, you're.
Stop it now. Moving on. Go ahead and put a MAGA me if you're in that chat and you are a staunch two-way conservative, put a MAGA me down below in that chat. We'll get you pulled up here. This guy Colin wants to come up. Hello, Colin.
Oh, how's it going, dude?
It's going all right. Are you a pro two-way Trump supporter?
Yeah, I am pro Second Amendment, but
How old are you?
I really want to. I'm 24.
What year were you born in?
2001.
Okay.
May 17th. I was on here yesterday, and we lost connection or something like right when you let me in.
Well, I wanna allow an opportunity for Brett Cross to come up and talk to you about two-way.
That's fine.
Hey, I appreciate it, Dean.
Of course, man. I honestly, I want to listen to what you have to say, man.
I appreciate it. So, dude, you said that you were pro 2A, right? You got to unmute to answer.
Oh yeah, me. I thought you were talking to Dean. I'm sorry, brother.
No, I know where he stands. You're pro 2A?
Oh yeah, I'm pro Second Amendment.
Okay, awesome. There's 27 words in the Second Amendment. What are they?
I got up here wanting to talk about other things.
Bro, I literally said that we were specifically looking for somebody to come up here to debate about the
Oh yeah, I
Second
can talk about the Second Amendment and why I support it.
So then answer Brett's question.
Yeah,
a tyrannical government cannot overtake its citizens. That's why every citizen is allowed firearms. So we can never have the government like martial law come in and threaten us with weapons and tell us what to do. That's against the law.
Yeah, cool. Tell me you've never read the Second Amendment without telling me you've never read the Second Amendment.
Right
There's
to bear
27 words. What are they?
I just know right to bear arms.
The right to bear arms. That's 5. What are the other 22?
You can tell me. I'm waiting.
Right. So you don't know. Awesome. So the funny part is that I love when people always say I'm pro 2A, but don't even know what the Second Amendment is or what it's about. Right. So it is a well-regulated militia, comma, being necessary to the security of a free state, comma, the right of the people to keep and bear arms, comma, shall not be infringed. Now, you seem like a sensible young man. You said you were what, in your early 20s?
Yeah, I'm 24.
24. Okay, awesome. So you didn't get out of school that long ago, right?
I'm still in school. I had to take a few off semesters to work.
Awesome.
Save up some money.
So have you taken an English class?
Yes, I have. I'm in criminal justice right now.
Awesome. So then tell me, what do commas denote?
What do commas note?
Denote, yes.
Denote to keep going on with the sentence dependent. Well, it could be, what do you mean? Like if you're using multiple people, you do a comma between everybody.
Right.
Conjunction, it can be a conjunction.
Right. So it also denotes a separation between independent and dependent clauses, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So everything between the commas is dependent upon everything on the outside of the commas, correct?
Correct.
So therefore, it would mean that the Second Amendment is a well-regulated militia shall not be infringed. It would read the exact same because those are the 2 independent clauses, correct?
Correct.
Awesome. I'm glad we agree there. Do you see where I'm going with this? Because what you just said earlier, to bring it back to what you said it was to fight a tyrannical government and everything like that. Where in the Constitution?
That's not the only reason. That's just
No.
that's just one of the reasons, you know.
But it's not. Where in the Constitution does it say the word tyrannical?
I didn't say it said that. That's just what I was saying. I didn't say the Constitution said tyrannical.
Right. So then you're just saying that you believe in the Second Amendment, you're pro Second Amendment because just for shits and giggles? Like,
not really shits and giggles. I mean, if the right to bear arms, like, you know, for protection, you know, when this world's crazy now and you need protection. There's crazy people robbing people,
here's the
every
thing.
day.
This world is crazy and I know it better than most people will ever. But the problem is that it's individuals like yourself that don't know what the Second Amendment is about and keep yelling, I'm pro 2A, it's to fight a tyrannical government, when that's not the case. And in those times, or in these times, the problem is that it's individuals like yourself that keep flouting these bullshit NRA talking points that leaves children dead. You see my problem here?
I mean, I'm all for a ban on assault rifles. I never said anything about that. I don't own an assault rifle. I have no need to own an assault
You're
rifle.
for the ban on ARs. Okay. Here's a problem. I
Bump stocks, really.
What did I ask you for? What did I ask you? So when I was telling somebody to request to join the live, Colin, what did I specifically request?
Well, I was trying to get with you to talk.
You're not
when we got
answering
kicked
my
out
question.
yesterday, you told me something.
Colin, answer my question. What did I specifically request?
What's the question? Pro 2A, and I am Pro 2A, but that's not the only thing I should have to talk
I asked
about.
for
I'm
a
trying to
staunchly
debate.
Pro 2A MAGA patriot to come up here and have a conversation with Brett. So you, me, and everybody else listening can have a better understanding of the Second Amendment. The
Well, that
reason
was
why
before Brett got in here. I was in here before Brett got in here. I'm sorry
I
about
literally said I want somebody to come up to have a conversation with Brett.
that. I don't know, Brett. I must have misheard you.
Okay, I'm gonna go to kick you, Colin. I want to try to find one of those like staunch Pro 2As, no restrictions on our guns, Trump supporters to come up here. Brett, I'm gonna invest maybe another couple minutes here into finding somebody, because I want to learn from you, man. By the way, I really do want to learn from you.
I appreciate that, man.
And by the way, for everybody listening, I want to clarify, I'm pretty sure, Brett, you're not anti-2A. You just are, pro for the correct interpretation of 2A as it would relate to adequate regulation to reduce the deaths of children, right?
Absolutely. I myself am even a gun owner. Right. The problem is that it's individuals that are like, no regulations to fight a tyrannical government that, like I said earlier, continues to leave these children slaughtered, especially in their schools.
Right.
Because we know that the number one unaliver of children is firearms.
Yeah. Yeah. No, man, I want to see you have this conversation with somebody. I think it could be really meaningful. So let me see if I can try. If anybody wants to come up and debate Brett, go ahead and drop a MAGA down below in that comment section. Only drop a MAGA right now if you want to come up and debate Brett. I really want to see somebody have a conversation with him. I'm gonna try one last time here, Brett, because I'd really love to see that conversation work out. Also, make sure that if you are coming up, that you're an American adult that is at least 18 years old. Everybody, make sure that you're an American adult that is at least 18 years old. What's going on, Sarah? Sarge, how old are you?
I am 18.
What year were you born in?
208.
Okay, get out of here. That's a kid. Mac, are you MAGA?
I'm not MAGA, but I am 2A.
Like, no restrictions on 2A?
I think that we need to be responsible, and I think that I don't want to see ARs, AKs get banned, but I want to see them.
Sorry, Mac. I'm looking for somebody that's MAGA. All right, Brett, I'm gonna do this one last time here to try to find somebody that's MAGA. If I can't find anybody, I do apologize that all these people were breaking the rules and whatnot.
No worries, man. And if that's the case, man, I can drop down for a little bit too and just sit and listen in case somebody does.
Yeah, for sure.
I have no problem with that.
I want to try just because I want to see this conversation. It teach me a lot. What's up, T Greasy? Are you Pro 2A, no restrictions?
Yeah, Pro 2A, no restrictions.
Take it away, Brett.
Yeah. So why are you against any sort of restrictions?
Because it's our right as Americans that we get to bear arms against tyranny.
Yeah. So anywhere does it say anything about fighting a tyrannical government?
What do you mean? That's why we get the right to bear arms.
No, it's not. Okay, so you said you're Pro 2A. Where in the Second Amendment does it say to fight a tyrannical government? Well, actually, I'll even help you here. Let's expand it to the whole Constitution. Where in the whole Constitution? Right. I'm expanding it. I'm not limiting you to just the Second Amendment.
I said you have to let me talk, but it was made in place to fight a tyrannical government.
Right. Where does
it? We should have ARs. If they got AKs, we should have AKs. It's that simple.
Where does it say that in the Constitution?
No.
Wait,
see,
but I got to butt in here real quick because I just want to test your logic. You said if they have ARs, we should have ARs. If they have AKs, we should have AKs. Does your logic also extend to if they have nukes, we should have nukes?
I mean, if they're enemy country, no. See, all right, that was a good one.
Should private U.S. citizens be able to buy and own nukes?
Hell nah.
Okay, so your logic fails. Go ahead.
Yeah, but it would be to fight a tyrannical government, buddy. Right?
No, because the average person is not gonna have like a nuke or a fucking.
They're not gonna have the access to it.
No, they're not gonna have the technology and means to build it. What are you talking about, bro?
Does the average U.S. citizen have the technology required to build ARs?
Yeah, 100%.
You think the average American citizen could go into their garage and build an AR?
I've seen it, bro. I'm from Kentucky, bro. My dude, he's printed AR-15s with a 3D printer.
What?
Like, I've seen it. I've seen it.
Assuming that you can print ARs with a 3D printer, you can't.
You can.
Assuming that
I've
you
seen
could.
it.
Assuming that you could,
It's called
does the
Yeah,
average
listen,
American
come on.
citizen have access to a 3D printer that can print an AR?
I mean, it's becoming more common.
It does. Does the average American citizen have access to that or not?
I mean, 50-50.
Also, what kind of I'm seeing a lot of people in the chat say that you can 3D print ARs. What's
you
the filament?
can.
What's the what kind of filament is that?
But I don't print them, so I don't know. But I know that you can because I've seen it happen. That's all I'm saying.
That's crazy. Okay, so the average American does not have the technology required to make an AR. So thereby you'd support an AR ban for the same reasons you'd support nuke bans.
No, but wait. I just think that it's like the Simpsons episode is like if we take all the guns, only the criminals are going to have the guns.
Yeah,
And
except we see that doesn't happen.
And hear me out. It's like I believe like we hunt and shit, and you can't have guns like that to hunt because they're not for hunt. They're made for war, and I like understand that. But if it's times of war, I'd rather have the gun ready for war.
Oh, I'm sorry. So you think that you and Billy Bob Joe Jack George down the street are gonna cosplay with ARs and take on the U.S. military? By the way, I want to let you in on something. Hold on, let me finish.
You're painting a narrative. Like no one ever said that, brother. Like
My
no
guy,
one
I'll let you talk. Hold
You're
on.
like literally
Let me
pointing. You're painting a narrative like you and Billy Bob Joe and blah blah. It's like
Hey.
that's crazy, bro.
Hey, buddy, it's okay. I just wanted to finish my sentence. Okay, right. So, do you know that is actually a felony to even for advocating for the overthrow of a government, tyrannical or not? U.S. Code 2385.
I never said anything about overthrowing a government. What are you talking about? You're
If you're
painting a
gonna-
narrative.
If you're
bro.
going to fight a tyrannical government, what are you going to fight them for? Shits and giggles?
No, if they're tyrannical, obviously, hence the word tyrannical, bro. Dean, get him off here, bro. This dude trying to be like you. He ain't you.
No, listen, my guy. Here's the thing. You
You
said
ain't
it's
Dean,
to
bro.
fight.
Come on, shut up, bro.
No, I'm not. I'm old enough to be Dean.
Sweet.
Listen, my guy. Here's the thing. You
You
said
ain't
it's
Dean.
to
Shooting. Dean doesn't have, I mean, like 40, 50, 55 years of life experience under his belt. You put some fucking
And
respect
I
on
am
Brett.
38 years
you
old,
put,
but I
you put some
respect
fuck,
that,
You put
and I
some
put
fucking
respect.
respect
Hey.
on Brett.
Chill. I put respect on Brett. I didn't know that that was the story, and I'm sorry for that, bro, because that shit's uncalled for. That shit's unnecessary, and that should never happen. Like, and I'm from the bottom of my heart, I'm sorry.
I appreciate that. Do you know what could have prevented that? Do you know what could have made it to where my son was still alive? Assault
What's
weapons,
up, bro? Educate me.
universal background checks, red flag laws, safe storage laws, just to name a few. And we see.
I agree.
You agree with an assault weapons ban, a universal background check, red flag laws, and safe storage laws?
I mean, there should be universal background checks. Like, we can't. Like, I'm 38 years old, bro. Like, I remember when I was like about 10 years old, they start shutting down all the mental facilities and shit around us because the government cut them. And like now we got more crazy people in the world doing shit like that. So I understand what you're saying, bro. I'm like not disagreeing with you, but I think that everybody should be able to arm themselves the way that they feel necessary with the proper paperwork and the proper background check.
Okay, so awesome. So you agree with universal background checks. What about but not an assault weapons ban?
Well, I feel like that's 50-50 because I feel like, I mean, it's like there's no really under any circumstance you should have an assault weapon unless you're trying to assault somebody, and that's in times of war. But like because you can't hunt with an AR, it shreds the meat. You can't even eat the shit. Like
yeah, you should see what it does to a 10-year-old's body.
Yes, yeah, man. See, I can't argue with you, bro. Like you got this one, man. I can't even argue with you, bro.
I love him.
Well, I appreciate that. But for an assault weapon, right? Do you know what an assault weapons ban is, right? Do you know what it does?
No, sir. Educate me.
So So it's a pipeline freeze. So what it does is it halts the manufacturing. So those that are made are out there, and they will eventually erode and go decrepit and all of that and everything. But we've seen an assault weapons ban work prior. From 1994 to 2004, we had an assault weapons ban. During that time, there was a 70% decrease in mass shootings. 70% decrease. Then when the bill sunset in 2004, there was an uptick of over 180%. So you're proud to be an American, right?
Yes, sir.
Awesome. So America is great in a lot of ways, right?
Yeah.
So why
Greatest
is
country in
it?
the world.
Is it? Because I don't see other first world countries having the same issues that we do with children dying via
Well,
guns.
they don't have the option to. Like they're like police. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. Like, well, it's a bad thing, but I'm like it's like that argument is kind of defunct because like, well, you know, and they don't do this and this. It's like, bro, these motherfuckers can't wear shoes on Sunday. Like, what do you mean? Like, it's a whole different culture. It's a whole different
In
system.
Australia, in the UK, in Denmark, where are you talking about?
In the UK, they stab each other.
We have more. I don't want to get away from the conversation, but we have a higher stabbing rate per capita than the UK does.
For real?
Yes.
I ain't know that. See, yeah, educate. Yeah, you're educating me, bro.
And on top of that, we have all the gun deaths as well.
Yeah, for sure.
So if the UK can do it, if Australia can do it, if all of these other countries can do it, but we can't, does that make those countries better than the US?
Nah, it just makes us more violent. It sounds like.
Yeah, it means that our politicians care more about the money and the guns than they do about the children's lives.
Oh yeah, 100%, 100%. I've been waiting to jump on here, but I'm not like a Trump supporter, but I support like Second Amendment or amendments because I feel like we're Americans. Like my dad was in the military, my brother was in the military, my grandpa was in the military. We moved up here to Fort Knox, Kentucky because we was a military family. So I'm like, I support America 100%, but I'm not. I can admit the faults in it. Like I can admit the faulties.
Right. So then here's the thing though. So you said that you don't support Trump?
Nah, I'm not no sir.
I mean,
But
there's a lot of people that don't support Trump that are pretty pro
but I respect Trump because I was raised, like I said, like we're third generation, fourth generation military family,
right?
And it's our president, so that's what we were raised.
Right. So let me ask you, like, do you lean right?
With everything.
Do you lean right? Do you lean left?
I guess I would go to the left because I feel like it's our duty. I'm 38 years old. I got kids. I got a family. And I want our country to thrive. Like I'm not into all the rich hoard the money and like all that shit.
We don't have to worry about it when our kids are being slaughtered in their schools, my guy. Like we don't have to worry about that. Like this generation, Dean's generation and the generation below him, they grew up in the generation lockdown. They grew up with the drills and the active shootings.
And that's normal to them. That's not normal to me. It was never like that when
we were. You see the problem? It shouldn't be normal to them.
Right.
My other children who have already experienced one of the greatest losses that you can imagine still have to go to school and they still have to suffer from these active shooter drills because there's individuals that put guns and money above children's lives. And that is the problem. You see, in the states that have the more stricter gun laws have the least amount of firearm deaths.
Right. What do you mean, like New York and shit?
New York has a lower per capita rate of firearm violence. It's one of the lowest.
Right. Nah, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. I was just saying, like, I think everybody should be able to arm themselves accordingly.
Yeah, well, according to who though? You said that like we should have the means to fight the military.
Nah, we should have the means to protect our family just in case. Because in my theory, like I said, we come from a military family.
Protect from what?
I don't ever see an American soldier turning his gun on Americans.
If you're like in a house invasion scenario where you need to protect your family, a shotgun is going to do much better than an AR anyways.
Also, Dan, I don't know if you know this, but do you know how many times the good guy with a gun stops the bad guy with a gun?
How many?
Right,
times?
true.
It's less than 0.1%.
Yeah, the bad guys always win.
Yeah, we
'Cause
like
they're
and
they're
like a
going.
lot of people,
They're
probably a
coming
lot of
in
people,
with the
including myself,
intention to
don't know
do
that.
harm.
Like a lot of
Yeah.
people don't know that. Like, see, like my takeaway is I'm gonna be like the guy in the movie and take the gun and take down the bad guy. But in
Yeah,
reality,
no,
you're saying it happens 0.1% of
In
the
a
time.
perfect reality, you
That's-
could do that, but in real life, it don't happen like that.
Yeah, it happens less than 0.1% of the time. In fact, the best way to protect yourself, especially in like a home invasion situation, it would be a fire extinguisher for numerous reasons. One, you ever had a fire extinguisher blown in your face, it blinds you. Secondly, what does a fire extinguisher do? It cuts the oxygen out of the air, so it makes it to where they can't breathe. And then you have a blunt object in your hand.
That guy's getting shot, bro. Come on now, that guy's getting shot. I'm holding a gun and he's coming at me with a fire extinguisher.
Do you know how far fire extinguisher? First of all, like here's the thing. This is that Rambo effect, right? And we don't need to have that. It's the Rambo effect. Who knows your house better than you?
Me, I know my house.
Exactly. So if you have a fire extinguisher and someone's in your house, do you think that you would be able to fire that fire extinguisher at them before they hit you, or vice versa?
True, but I've used fire extinguishers before. You got to pull the pin, you got to aim, you spray, and you hear the, and then it's like that is when the happens, beesh, that happens, and that's instantaneous, and I'm gone, bro. Come on now.
Yeah, except if you're blind and you can't breathe. Have you ever not been able to breathe? What do humans do as soon as you can't breathe? Where do
You
your hands
panic.
go? Where do your hands go?
You reach out for air, it's not there.
You reach for your throat.
Yeah. Nah, you
Right.
go for air.
Shotguns and fire extinguishers, y'all. That's what you need to protect your house.
Well, pepper spray works as well. More people protect themselves with like bear spray, pepper spray, and also if you want to
Bear
feel like a
spray's a good
badass, if you want to feel like a badass and have a gun and everything, there are these things called the burners. They are they shoot these like gas pellets that when they hit, they explode, and then there's gas that will alleviate the situation.
Hey, Brett, he left. I appreciate you for coming up. That was an interesting conversation to listen into. I've honestly been wanting to listen into that for a while because I've been agnostic on like an AR ban. And I think a lot of the knowledge that you just brought up there was like incredibly meaningful. You know, the fact when we did do an AR ban, we had a 70% reduction in mass shootings, and then they spiked by 180% following its sunset. And now we have like a higher per capita stabbing rate in America compared to the UK. That's really meaningful information, Brad. That's why I wanted you to come up here. Sorry, not Brad, Brett. My apologies. But
no
Brett,
worries.
thank you so much for your time, man, and thank you so much for the facts. You're truly an educator, bro. In fact, before I remove Brett and move on to the next guest here, y'all, if you would drop a follow to Brett. I know that you do your own lives, right?
Yeah, I've been in between. Tonight's actually going to be my first night back. I've been trying to move. I've been in the process of moving out of Uvalde because that community has just been terrible since the situation. But that's a whole crazy long story that I won't get into. But yeah, I'll be back on tonight.
Cool, man. Well, I dropped you a follow too. Thank you so much for coming up. And once again, it was nice meeting you down in Texas.
Yes, sir. Appreciate you.
Take care, Brett. We're gonna go to move on to the next guest. That was a very educational conversation. I didn't butt in at all. Honestly, I just wanted to listen alongside you guys to, what Brett was saying and the information he was sharing. It was incredibly meaningful. But also, Miss Smiles, thank you for the $50 super chat over on YouTube. Let's get 500 Miss Smiles down below in that chat. They say, Brett, I'm taking notes. My students are high school, and I have a recurring nightmare of where I'm hidden. I can't get up and trying to reach for one of my students, but I can't. 13 years teaching. The only the faces have changed because no one will stop it. Thank you. Miss Smiles, I appreciate you so much, not just for the $50 donation, but also your kind words directed towards Brett. I hope that he's still alive and was able to hear them. As well as Libby, thank you so much for the $10 over on Super Chat. Thank you so much, Libby. What is going on, Ryan? Do you support Trump? Okay, we're going to give Ryan around 5 seconds here to say a word. It doesn't look like he is, so let's going to move on to the next guest. We're going to get Shane Illis up in the box. Here we go, everybody. We're going to get Shane Illis up in the box. As well as Ali, thank you for the $20 over on Venmo, saying as somebody who was in a shooting as a kid with a military PTSD father, there should be stricter gun psych evaluations and restrictions. Thank you guys for bringing this up. I'm not going to like share with you my personal experiences, but just know I have similar ones that definitely would indicate that you are right. Thank you for the $20. And thank you for your testimony. As well as Katie with the $5 over at Venmo. Thank you so much. And then Diana, this was 23 minutes ago, but I didn't want to interrupt that last conversation. Diana, thank you so much for the $50 donation over on Venmo. Diana says, for all the times you've stumped or will stump MAGA, thank you for all that you do. Diana, thank you for your kindness and the very insane $50 donation. And then also Caitlin with a $1 over on PayPal. Nicole, thank you so much for the $24 on PayPal. Let's see what Nicole has to say. They say, Canadian teacher here. Your live streams are keeping me entertained over my summer break. I sadly live in Maple MAGA, part of Canada. So I get lots of good talking points from you to help me argue with my in-laws. That's crazy that the MAGA arguments have transpired and made their way into Canada. That's nuts. And then also Jenna with a $10 over on PayPal saying, Dean, I love you. F these MAGAs. Appreciate you for that love, Jenna. What's up, Shane? Do you support Trump?
Definitely.
All right. Are you driving?
I am.
Sorry, Shane. Can't have you up here, man. That violates the TOS. We're going to move on to the next guest right now. If you're in the queue, make sure that means that you're an American adult that supports Trump. You also can't be driving. But I guess I don't repeat that rule as frequently just because it's significantly less likely to be violated. Let's go to get that next guest up here. Going to drop a MAGA with your age down below, everybody. Going to drop a MAGA with your age down below, y'all. All right, who is next? Let's go to get Eli loaded into the live right now, everybody. We got Eli loading in. What's going on, Eli? Do you support Trump? Okay, Eli's not here, so we're going to go ahead and kick Eli and move on to the next guest. Guys, go to put a MAGA in that chat if you want to come up and have a conversation, please. Going to put a MAGA in that chat if you want to come up and have a conversation, please. We got Casey McMullen loading in. We got Casey McMullen. Rosie, thank you for the hanging lights. Once again, if you're watching and you'd like to support me, feel free to support me on Venmo and PayPal. They're both in the link tree in my bio on TikTok or in the pin message on the YouTube stream. I get 100% of the proceeds over there compared to 30% of the TikTok gifts or YouTube super chats, as well as you can attach a message that I could read off on live, such as Joe. Thank you for the $15 on Venmo right now, guys. Show some love to Joe, they say. I've been in a similar situation to a school shooting as a kid and as a paraprofessional. The fear is always there. As a teacher, I'm constantly thinking if I'm strong enough to carry my students out if I need to, definitely need a ban. Yeah, nobody deserves to live in that fear, regardless if you're a student or a teacher. And I'm so sorry that reality has forced you to live in that fear. As well as Jordan with the $10 over on Venmo saying, thank you, Dean. Appreciate all that you do. Jordan, I appreciate you for the $10 donation as well as your incredibly kind words. Thank you so much. And we are still looking for one guest to come up here and have a conversation with us. Just one. That's all. Just one. As well as Celeste, thank you for the $5 over on PayPal. What's going on? Do you support Trump?
What? No, I don't know.
Bye. All right. Put a MAGA in the chat, guys. Put a MAGA in the chat. Y'all already know. Y'all already know. Put a MAGA in that chat, y'all. We got Aiden loading up in. Aiden, what's up? How old are you? They're not here, so we're going to move on. Oh, my goodness gracious. Oh, my goodness gracious, everybody. What is going on with the guests today? If you guys could follow the rules, I'd really appreciate that. What's up? Do you support Trump? Okay, looks like SideQuest isn't here either. Why are we getting all these bots, y'all? I don't understand why we're getting all these bots. What's up, Jay? Do you support Trump?
Yes, I support Trump.
How old are you?
18, or no, not 19, September 30th, 2005.
That would make you 19. Yeah, okay.
Yes, I just said 19.
Alessandra, thank you so much for the $20 over on PayPal. Alessandra says, I think I should tell you people are hating on Derek in the comments. Alessandra, I appreciate you for the $20 and fuck the hate. Literally fuck the hate. Appreciate you for the $20. Jay, take it away, man. Tell us why you support Trump. And by Derek, do you mean like Brett? Is that who you're talking about? Okay, well, it looks like Jay just left. He got gagged with a question. I don't know what's going on, guys. What am I supposed to do in this position? But I just can't find anybody to debate. Absolutely unreal. Let's go ahead and move on to the next guest, everybody. Santana, sure. Feel free to help add people up. Appreciate that from you, man. What's going on, Onyx Information? Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do. I'm 20.
Have we already debated?
No, sir.
We've never talked before?
No, I was in the request yesterday or the day before, so you might have seen me there.
Okay, and you said that you're 20. Why do you support Trump?
Let me just clarify what I don't support. Is that fine?
Well, you don't support about Trump? I mean,
What I don't support, what he does.
I'd prefer you start with saying what you do support.
All right. So immigration policy, not everything about it. I'd rather keep out, just normal civilians, but I really strongly want criminals out of here.
When you say criminals, what do you mean?
Just criminals.
Okay. Well, you wanted a criminal in the Oval Office, so I don't know if that inclination was that strong.
Can you give me evidence why he's a criminal?
Yeah, he was convicted and sentenced for 34 felony counts, making him a felony criminal.
When was that?
I don't know the sentencing date. I think that it was sometime in last July.
All right. Can you just give me some article? That's all I want. Just any more evidence.
Trump 34 felonies. Sure. Here's an article from NPR saying here's what all of Donald Trump's 34 felony counts are for. Literally, just type in Trump 34 felonies. It'll be really easy. Really easy.
I got you.
The easiest thing you've ever done. Guys, I don't know if I have the willpower to go for 4 hours today. I've been really exhausted recently. I think a lot of the calculated hate and misinformation has been getting to me and tiring me out. I'm not gonna lie, man. You guys gotta see some of these DMs, bro. I just got another DM on Twitter that says, you are a effing weird pedo. K to the other letter to the S. Ugh. Dude.
Someone said that to you?
Yeah, man, you'd be surprised. It's been a lot of people. I think I've had, just from what I've seen after reading the DMs, I think that I've had like 40 or so people DM me today telling me to self-unalive.
What, man? What'd you do?
Well, what I did was I exposed a husband and a wife for thinking that they had the ability to consent for their children to be literally exploited. And apparently a lot of MAGA's takeaway is that thereby, because I don't think that parents can consent to the exploitation of their children, that the children can consent to the exploitation of themselves. I mean, I don't know why this disingenuous takeaway is ringing true for so many people. I also think that there's been a lot of people misrepresenting it, just willfully. Honestly, if I wanted to do a class action defamation suit, I think right now I could. I'd say that there's a good 10 or 20 creators that I could definitely sue for defamation or slander right now.
But I assume you won't.
Yeah, I don't know, man. It's a lot of effort. Anyways, so did you look up and find the fact that he's a 34 count convicted felon criminal?
Yep, I'm surprised I never heard about this. I'm being completely serious.
I'm surprised you've never heard about that either, man. And I'd say that his felonies aren't even the worst thing he's done. He was also held civilly liable for grape. I think that the civil court that held him liable for grape is just infinitely worse than his 34 felonies.
You're being serious with that?
Yeah, so this was Trump v. E. Jean Carroll. The court held him civilly liable for sexual abuse. I just think that active sexual abuse is also grape. Yeah, that happened in 2022 or 2023.
Wow,
That's not how class actions work. Sorry, guys. I misused the term class action. What I meant was just a lawsuit against multiple people. But I guess a class action suit would be a lawsuit from multiple people, right?
That's horrible.
Yeah. Misuse
So
class action.
Yeah, I'm at a loss for words. I concede on but I'm still what
This is
I
how a
don't
normal
I don't
person is
think
supposed to respond right here. This is how a normal person is supposed to respond. I appreciate that. You're supposed to be a
do people
loss.
not
You're
respond like
supposed
this?
to be at a loss of words when you figure out that the president is a rapist. Perfect reaction, bro.
All right, well, I mean, I don't have much more to talk about, but honestly, thank you for informing me. I hope I didn't waste your time at all. So.
No, bro, this was probably the most productive conversation since I started this stream. Thank you for reacting to that information like a normal,
Yeah.
sensible, rational person, and I hope that you have a great rest of your day. Literally the most productive conversation since I've started this stream. You weren't wasting anybody's time. Let's go to move on to the next guest. Everybody, if you're in that queue, make sure that you support Trump. Yeah, then about lawyers. They're like awfully expensive. And I'd assume it'd be pretty pricey to go after multiple people. And I don't even know like what the gain would be, like what the end goal would be. But it'd have to happen at some point. You know, like I think that, you know, just like spreading such like violent misinformation is like incredibly harmful and like should be checked. It'd just be a lot of money and also like a lot of time, attention, and effort. I feel like that's also the part that isn't factored in is time, attention, and effort. So I'm more likely than not just going to make a video. What's going on, E-Dog? Do you support Trump?
I didn't even think he was gonna pick me for real, but I voted for him, but I'm not gonna lie. I've been sitting here watching this probably for about 2 hours now. You changed a lot of opinions for me.
Dude, that's why I do this. Any opinions left that have gone unchanged?
I honestly think he's a fucking horrible person and all, but I did vote for him simply because of my line of work.
What do you do for
I am
work?
a welder. I am a welder, and I get lots of overtime and shit like that. And I seen shit about interest rates and stuff, and I just thought it'd be easier to start a family then.
So interest rates, he's actually been worse for the interest rates than Kamala Harris would have been because he likes to spend a lot of money. Also, his tariffs are inflationary. Even like the Fed announced that they were going to slow the rate at which they're cutting the interest rates because of Trump's policy. Now about like no tax on overtime. Well, like the average American is still going to see an increase in their taxes at the end of the day. That's according to the University of Pennsylvania, particularly their business school of Wharton. Not to mention that the bill comes alongside with a lot of negatives. As well as there is a cap. So no tax on overtime. You're only going to be able to like claim a deduction on overtime up to $25,000, as well as it expires literally in 2 years from now. So I mean, at most, the most amount of money that anybody could save is like what, like maybe around $10,000, if even, right? But that's for the most part accounted for the average American, and they'll still be paying more taxes at the end of the day because of other sections of the BBB, and that's just according to the University of Pennsylvania. And that same bill is also kicking off 17 million people off of healthcare, and 3 million people off of food stamps. It's defunding science and research. It's doing a lot of bad.
Yeah, I know. I was reading into it for real, and I was educating some of the guys at work. I'm like, honestly, it's basically a lie, basically.
It's not a lie because like you are getting to deduct that income. It's just incredibly misleading because you think because you'll be able to deduct that income, you'll end up saving a bunch of money.
Yeah, it was like I was reading into it. It was like you can only claim the taxes at the end of the year or something. You can't claim the standard deduction. So in reality,
wait, you can't claim the standard deduction?
Yeah, that's what it was saying. It was like you can't claim the standard $15,000 deduction.
So then, wow. Okay. So then in other words, there's like a total of like $10,000 per year that you might be able to get additionally not taxed. If you're right about not being able to claim the standard deduction if you claim the $25,000 deduction on overtime. But yeah, man, I appreciate you for coming up, you dog, and I hope you have a good rest of your day.
Thank you, man.
Yeah, of course. We're going to move on to the next guest. Everyone just give us a minute. We're going to get that next Trump supporter loaded into the box right now. Everybody just give us a minute. Let's also see here. Hannah, thank you for the $5 over in Venmo saying don't worry about the people against you online. They're trying to get you any way they can. You are correct in your stance. Yeah, man. Honestly, the more I think about it, the more I think that was warranted. At least from like, not like the, like asking my community angle, but more so like the fact that they should be investigated. I definitely shouldn't have asked my community, but like people are like now like blowing that up. And I mean, we'll talk about it at some point in the stream. Ashton with the $10 over on Venmo saying, has the hate from the husband and the wife calmed down? No, there's actually a couple updates I'd like to give you guys. As well as Hannah with the $5 as well. And then Ashley with the $5. Thank you so much. Oh, shit. Then also, Alessandra, thank you so much for the $20 over on PayPal once again. Thank you so much for the love, Alessandra. Guys, show some love to Alessandra down below. Then Kylie, thank you for the $5 over on PayPal. Welcome in, Adam. Do you support Trump?
I do.
How old are you?
I'm 21 years old.
And why do you support who I would consider the worst president of your life?
Well, I have a question for you. Why do you think he's the worst president of my life?
Because I think that his policy is baloney, but obviously we've seen a lot of presidents with baloney policy. I think what makes him special is his human rights violations, like the 66 million American women and girls that have lost access to elective lethal abortions because of him, or the 60 pregnant rape victims that are denied access to abortion every day like clockwork as a result of him overturning Roe v. Wade, or him playing judge, jury, and executioner as it relates to basically sentencing Abrego Garcia to be beaten, tortured, and CGOT for 3 weeks. Then even after SCOTUS ruled that his removal was illegal, Trump administration said, we don't care, he's never coming back, even though he's being beaten, tortured illegally there. And then maybe propping up things like Alligator Alcatraz, where, these detainees, these undocumented immigrants, literally are undergoing worse treatment than inmates in maximum security facilities, getting one meal a day, living in tight quarters with lights on 24/7, not having access to water to bathe in 4 days, and some of the meals are having maggots in them. It was built in 8 days to withstand a Category 2 hurricane, even though we've had 3 Category 3 or above hurricanes strike that area of Florida in the last 5 years. And then also the fact that he called for the termination of the Constitution, supports no core American values, and tried to rig and steal a federal election in 2020. That's what solidifies him as the worst president of either of our lifetimes.
So it's funny to me that you bring up the detention camps when Obama deported, I think, roughly 3 million more immigrants than Trump did in his first term, yet that's never brought up.
Wait, does this mean that Donald Trump deported 0 undocumented immigrants in his first term? Because
No,
Obama
that's
deported
not
exactly 3 million undocumented immigrants.
Okay, apologies. 2 million more than Trump.
So, okay.
Trump
So
did, I think,
he deported 2
I think
million
Trump-
more in 8 years than he did in 4. Yeah. Notice how, like, a point that I didn't bring up there was his number of deportations.
I didn't know.
So
I
this
said
is a
no
red
Obama
herring to the
first.
argument I specifically gave you. But if you want to talk about Obama, I'll give you my thoughts.
Okay.
Donald Trump is focusing on the deportation of all undocumented immigrants, and he's been violating their constitutional rights and sentencing them to be beat and tortured. Obama didn't violate their constitutional rights, didn't sentence them to be beat and tortured, and specifically focused on deporting undocumented immigrants with prior criminal offenses outside of unlawful entry. My evidence for this would be the fact that it's not just something that he said, but it's something that he acted on by instituting work programs for nonviolent undocumented immigrants such as DACA.
Illegal immigrants. Does the Constitution apply to illegal immigrants?
Yeah, that is a good point. Does the Constitution apply to illegals who came here legally?
It does. Do you think it doesn't?
No, I mean, it was a genuine question. I don't think it does or doesn't.
It does.
But I think
It applies to all people in the country.
Even if they're here illegally, I feel like it's
To me, I've always viewed it as it applies to citizens. I'm not saying you're right or wrong.
Okay, could I give you a glaring issue with that view of yours?
Yeah.
I'm going to assume that you're pro-life and you think that abortion should be banned, right?
Yes, I think the only case that abortion shouldn't be banned is in rape and incest.
Well, those two views contradict one another, because if your belief is that only citizens have constitutional protections, well, what is something that you have to have in order to be a citizen? A social security number, right?
Yeah.
And when do we get our social security numbers? At conception or birth?
Excuse me.
When do we
At
get
birth.
it? At birth. So this means before birth, we're not citizens because we don't have SSNs. Okay. Well, the issue here is then fetuses don't have any constitutional or legal protections, meaning that you would be pro-choice all 9 months for any means whatsoever in all 50 states.
I'm pro-choice, yes.
You just told us that you were pro-life.
No, I did not. How did in what way did I tell you I'm pro-life?
We're going to roll back the clip. Jesus. Just give us a minute. Let's also see here. Hannah, thank you for the $5 over on Venmo saying don't worry about the people that get you online. They're trying. 1 second. It's acting weird. It's lagging bad. It's lagging bad. I'm about to clip your ass, but it's just lagging bad. It's lagging so bad.
You're right. I'm sorry. I heard you wrong. Yes, I am pro-life. I do believe that in cases of rape and incest, that there should be an option. But I think that's also a very small percentage.
Oh, great. Yeah, so then what I said was true, because you said that constitutional protection should only apply to citizens, meaning that they wouldn't apply to fetuses, since fetuses don't have an SS and thereby aren't citizens, meaning that they don't have constitutional protections, meaning they don't have any legal protections, meaning that you'd have to say that you'd be pro-choice all 9 months for any reason or no reason at all in all 50 states, given that you think the Constitution only applies to citizens.
I think that
Boom.
boom what?
Boom, your argument is defeated. Either you're pro-choice all 9 months in all 50 states, or you think that the Constitution applies to everything, buddy, person in this country, not just citizens.
How does being pro-choice and a citizen having rights in the Constitution have anything to do with each other?
Because under your view that the citizen only applies, that the Constitution only applies to citizens, the Constitution would not apply to fetuses. And if the Constitution doesn't apply to fetuses, then fetuses have no legal protections. So there'd be no legal protections to stop a mother from killing it. Meaning that you'd be pro-choice amendments in all 50 states.
Okay. I do see your point of view. I don't necessarily agree, but I get what you're trying to say.
So what's the problem with the argument here?
Because I think it's apples and oranges. I don't think
the fetuses want to be citizens, and you think that the Constitution only protects citizens, right?
Well, I actually asked you if the Constitution does protect citizens or everybody.
And I said it protects everybody, and then you responded by saying, well, I don't know, I think it only protects citizens. So I just gave you one really glaring reason why you shouldn't believe that, especially if you're pro-life.
Okay. Well, I'm not saying you're wrong or right.
You should probably say I'm right.
No, I think I should probably have my own opinion.
Well, what's wrong with my opinion? Can you critique it?
Well, I think the problem is I bring up an argument and then you try to bring up something else. You try to confuse me and get me knocked off my words. When in reality, I was talking about illegals and you were talking about abortion.
You think that undocumented immigrants don't have legal protections because they're not citizens, right?
No, because they're here illegally.
Okay, so you don't have constitutional protections if you break a law.
No, they're not citizens.
So you think that they don't have constitutional protections because they're not citizens, are fetus citizens?
Well, they're going to be, I would say they are. They're a part of their mother.
Oh, well, if a fetus is a part of their mother, why would the mother not be able to do whatever she wants with her own body?
Because it's going to become its own life.
It's going to be something else in the future?
I've never understood the argument that a human is not a human when it's in the womb.
Well, I mean, you were just the one that repeated it. Wasn't you just affirmed that you don't think it's its own individual human.
I think at the time when it's a part of the mother, they're two in one. I do.
Okay, so it's a part of the mother. Why should the mother not be able to do what she wants with her own body?
Because it's another heartbeat that she created.
Wait, but it's her own heartbeat.
Sorry, what am I trying to say?
It's her own heartbeat. Why can't she consent to a practice? Why can't she consent to abortion when she's consenting to something that has to do with her own body?
Because when you have sex, you know that there is a risk of getting pregnant, and that's the risk you're taking. I'm sorry, but it's true.
So if you take the risk, you run the gamble, and you get unlucky and you get pregnant, you should have to accept that pregnancy and deal with it because you took the risk to begin with?
Yes. Okay. It's your fault.
So if I smoke cigarettes, taking the risk of lung cancer, and I do get lung cancer, I should have to deal with that lung cancer and suck it up? I shouldn't be able to go to the doctor's office and get chemotherapy to kill it?
That's not remotely the same thing, and it's still your fault.
Actually, under your view, that would be the identical thing. Those lung cancer cells would be a part of my body, just like you said that a fetus is a part of the woman's body. They're one and the same. Both synonymous.
So you're under the view that a fetus is a parasite or a disease.
Whoa, that's not the view I take. I don't know why you'd assume that of me. I'm talking about your view.
That's what you just said.
No, this is an internal critique that I'm running of your view. You're the one that has been repeating that you think that a fetus is literally a part of the mother's body. That's been what you've been repeating.
So, sorry, stumbled over my words. I'm going to ask you again. So, do you think cancer and a baby are pretty much the same thing, or a fetus are the same thing?
Under your view, absolutely.
Under my view.
Yeah, because they're just both a part of the woman's body.
Well, cancer is not going to eventually become a human.
Oh, it's going to eventually become a human in the future. Sperm and an egg are eventually going to become a human in the future. Is it murder to kill sperms and eggs?
Yes, it's murder to kill a fetus, to abort a fetus.
I didn't ask you if it's murder to abort a fetus. I asked you if it's murder to kill sperms and eggs because they might be a human in the future.
What's the difference?
So you don't think there is one. So therefore, you do think it's murder to kill sperms and eggs?
Do I think it's murder to kill sperms and eggs?
Because they might be a human in the future?
I think if it develops into a fetus, yeah, I think that's murder.
So, okay, so then ejaculation is genocide. Got it, buddy.
You're really good at twisting words and trying to make something into your own.
It's my expertise.
Yeah. Well, I'm not going to blame you for having your own opinions, but at the same time, I think you can't get mad at somebody else. I'm not saying you're mad, but I can't.
I'm not mad. I'm just telling you.
No, I'm not saying
you're
you are. I don't think you should call somebody wrong for having a different opinion than you, especially when the topic has to do with murdering a baby.
Okay, well, let's look at what you just said. I don't think you're wrong. You shouldn't be able to tell people that they're wrong just because they have a different opinion than you. Therefore, you shouldn't be able to tell any woman that wants to get an abortion and doesn't think that an abortion is wrong, that they're wrong, meaning you shouldn't restrict upon their legal access in accordance with their own opinion. Pro-choice king.
But I don't think it's an opinion when it comes to the fact that you're taking away another life.
Okay, then I didn't tell you that your opinion was wrong. I told you something that's not an opinion that you find to be the case is wrong, because we're talking about abortion. And you just said that for whatever reason, it's not an opinion.
No, I don't think it is an opinion.
Oh, okay, so because it's not an opinion, I can tell you that it's wrong.
I mean, you can tell me whatever you want. Listen, I think the problem, what it comes down to is you, like I said, you're having sex, you take the risk of potentially getting pregnant. The same way, if you're smoking, you take the risk of getting lung cancer. Right. If it happens, it happens. That's on you.
Right. Okay, so you agree that there's two situations. They're somewhat analogous in the relevant senses. So if you should have to accept the natural consequences of sex, you should also have to accept the natural consequences of smoking and deal with a lung cancer and not kill it, just like you're saying women have to deal with a pregnancy and not kill the fetus, right?
Right. I also think if you are truly in the case where you cannot protect a child, one, you shouldn't have created a child in the first place, but also you could put it up for adoption.
Adoption is not an alternative to pregnancy. Adoption is an alternative to pregnancy. When can you put your child up for adoption?
I understand what you're saying now. Go on. I didn't mean to cut you off. Continue.
Adoption is not an alternative to pregnancy. Adoption is an alternative to raising a child. In fact, the only alternative to pregnancy before viability is literally lethal abortion.
So you think it would be better to end a life than to give it to a different family? Now, do I think putting a child in foster care is...
Yeah, I think it's better to recognize that there's no morally relevantly valuable traits of a fetus, meaning that it's not wrong if you end that life in accordance with the desires of the woman due to the bodily autonomy rights violation. And thereby, if a woman chooses that she wants to get an abortion, that action is morally permissible, and forcing her to maintain that pregnancy to be an incubator for a family that wants a kid is incredibly immoral and dystopian.
I'm under the view that I think it is better to... I don't think either are good options. I think I've made myself clear. But I personally think it is better to put a child up for adoption than to just completely end its chance of having a life at all.
So you want to reshift the family dynamic away from financially well-off adults that consent to starting a family and desire to have kids into forcing 18, 19, and 20-year-old men and women, boys and girls, into becoming parents because you think that their state legislator should have a right to compel the woman to be an incubator for a kid for another family against their will, which does lead to lower levels of happiness, higher levels of poverty, lower levels of education, and lower levels of employment and income in areas with pro-life legislation. I don't know, man. Every time I walk into Walmart or Target, during the holiday season, I always see one of those little trees with the names of kids in the foster care system asking me to buy them a gift. If their quality of life was so good, I don't know that those little trees would exist. And I mean, we could explain that because sure, there's like a couple million families that want and desire to adopt a kid. You know, babies are real popular and in demand, but the older they get, they become a teenager, the less wanted they are and the lower quality of life they experience. But once again, like the totality of my argument literally hinges on the idea that there's just nothing about a fetus that is morally valuable. Thereby, I don't think when a mother decides to kill that fetus, she is doing anything wrong. Okay? I don't care if that fetus would grow up to be a millionaire with a lavish lifestyle or living on the streets. Regardless of the outcome of the life of that kid, still yet before that child has the ability to deploy any level of sentience, I don't think it's valuable. Thereby, I don't think that the mother's doing anything wrong by killing it.
So when do you think life starts? At birth?
I think that life begins at the moment of conception. I think that valuable life begins at 20 weeks.
So can you explain to me, in your opinion, the difference between life and valuable life?
For sure. I'll give you an example. Dead people and alive people. Okay, well, I guess that's not a good example. That's a really bad example. You're not a vegan, right?
No.
Yeah, humans and cows. Valuable life, not valuable life. All right? So the reason why I would say that it is merely life and not valuable life at the moment of conception is because it doesn't exhibit any characteristics in which I would find to be morally valuable. I don't think that human life on its own, the structure of our DNA, is morally valuable at all. If it was, well, then we would say it's murder to pull the plug on brain dead patients because they are human and alive. So it's obviously not that trait that gives us our moral value. So what is it? I think it's going to be our experiences, our ability to interact with the world around us, our ability to think logically, to critically think, self-observe, etc. So when I'm trying to determine what my cutoff point should be for elective lethal abortions, the first thing I'm going to be looking for is when does the fetus gain the ability to deploy some low levels of sentience, or in other words, to possess subjective experiences, and that happens at around 20 weeks. So I believe that is a point in which that life becomes morally valuable. Okay, and before then, I don't think it's morally valuable. I don't think that it has the right to life. Thereby, I think that a woman is well within her rights to get an abortion for literally any reason, whenever, for whatever. For any reason.
Whenever before 20 weeks?
Elective
In your
lethal
opinion?
abortions, yeah.
Okay. And then you think after 20 weeks would be for medical reasons?
Yeah,
I'm just trying to...
yeah, for medical reasons. And at that point, I still think that it should be in between the woman and her doctor, because I think when we give the state the ability to legislate, they do so very poor. And it leads to doctors being literally scared to perform medical procedures to save the life of the mother because of the legislation at the state. But I do think that we should have some legislation that would compel the only abortions that should maintain legality to either be in situations of rape or to save the life of the mother. But it should ultimately be up to the determination of the doctor at the risk of the doctor's license to make that decision with an unbiased review board if necessary. But ultimately, I say it should stop at the doctor.
Okay, so let's say, just for example, I'm just trying to get your stance on this. So let's say at 20, we'll say 25 weeks, just to keep it kind of close. If you think a mother is having regret, then they don't have the right to abort?
At that point, they could do an abortion that doesn't kill the fetus, C-section or induction of labor. Yeah. The fetus is viable at 25 weeks. They could literally give birth.
I mean, yeah, they could at high risk, but I was trying to get your stance on. Before this, I didn't know if your cutoff was 30 weeks, 35, whatever it may be.
Birth. Sorry, guys. Birth. Yeah. Yeah. Anything else you want to go over?
No, I don't think so.
Cool. Appreciate you, man. Have a good rest of your day. We're gonna go and load up that next guest right now. Give birth. Silly. All right, we're going to go to get Isabel up here, everyone. Just do be patient. Give us a minute. Ethan, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo. Let's show some love to Ethan down below in that chat. Let's get 200 Ethan W's. Ethan says, my wife and I are both adopted and both believe in the right to get an abortion. Absolutely, Ethan. It makes me happy to hear that. Thank you for the love, man. As well as Vinny with the $5. Thank you so much. SCA, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. And then Ashley with the $5 and Anna with the $5. I appreciate everyone so much for the love over on Venmo. Show some love to all of our donors down below in that chat while we're working on loading up the next guest, Christy. I'd also like to quickly thank Ariana for the $7 over on PayPal saying that your son's spiritual. I appreciate you for the love, Ariana. As well as Kylie with the $5. Thank you so much. And yeah, once again, if you're watching and you're like, hey, this Dean guy is cool and you want to support me and my work, what we do here on our live streams for 4 hours a day, every single day, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio, y'all. I get 100% of the proceeds over there. As well as you'll get a notification at the top of my phone where I can see your name and any and all attached messages and shout you out. But welcome in, Christy. Do you support Trump?
I'm actually Australian, so I don't know anything. But...
Sorry, Christy. I haven't repeated the rules in a while, so I'm not going to fault you for it. But in order to request, you got to be at least 18 years old. You have to be from America, and you have to support Trump. Let's go to get that next guest, Junebug, up here, y'all. Make sure that we're following those rules. I haven't repeated them in a while, though, so all is good. All right, let's go to see what the next guest has to say. Hey, Junebug, do you support Trump?
I did that by accident, I think. However...
No worries. Oh, man, I didn't catch the however part. I'm sorry. I didn't catch the however part.
Dean!
That
What's up, Dean?
That'd be a child. Skedaddle. Moving on to Aiden. Uh-oh. Did I miss Rachel's donation on PayPal? Let me check. Rachel. I'm sorry if I did. Oh, I did. Rachel, thank you for the $2. I'm sorry for missing that. What's up, Aiden? You support Trump?
I'm not really, no, but
Guys, follow the rules. Please, 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 please. Please, 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 please. Please, 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 please. Follow the rules. All right, moving on to the next guest. Here we go, y'all. We got Kraken Fan 77 loading up in that box right now. Hello, Kraken Fan. Are you MAGA?
So yes and no, if that makes any sense.
That actually doesn't make sense because that is an explicit contradiction.
Okay. I just want to, I talked to Chris the other day. I went on his live and I just kind of wanted your opinion. So some views I do agree with Trump, but there's now lately been a lot of views that I disagree with Trump. One being the, I think it's called the alligator Alcatraz that he just put down in Florida.
All right, very bad, very bad.
It is. And I saw your video that you did post on that, and I'm 110% agree with your views on it. I'm hearing that the food's horrible. The question I asked Chris and kind of wanted to get your opinion, does this resemble more of like a concentration camp?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
I mean, what's the definition? I'm pretty sure it like fits the definition of a concentration camp. Let's see.
Because I mean, through history, if you go back into history and everything like that,
Let's
like
see.
during World War One, during what's
see.
that?
Concentration camp. Definition, according to Oxford Languages. A place where a large number of people, especially political prisoners or members of persecuted minorities, are deliberately imprisoned in a relatively small area in adequate facilities.
Sure.
The term is, so that's the definition. Where a large group of people of a persecuted minority are deliberately imprisoned in a relatively small area with inadequate facilities. In accordance with that definition, yeah.
And that I do disagree with 110% because I mean, back in history, World War One, Vietnam, they built these camps for, troops that were captured, whatever the case is, and they were treated poorly. Do I agree with deportation? I do, but I agree with your views and Parker's views and Chris's views on it that it needs to be reformed. It needs to be a way that is more, I guess you could say, humane. If that makes sense.
So, I mean, maybe that's Chris's view. It's not my view. So I hold a pretty radically left view. I'm the scary leftist on this topic.
Well, I don't think you're a scary leftist.
I actually completely disagree with deportation. I think that deportation is okay for undocumented immigrants with prior violent offenses, sure. But for everybody else, you shouldn't be deported. It only yields negative outcomes for this country, negative outcomes for them, negative outcomes for us. And sure, I do understand the premise that for national security, we need to be able to identify everybody in this country for sure, right? But we could also do that through mass amnesty.
Right. So when you said people with the criminal history, everything else, so let's go to Chavez Jr. If you've heard the story, the one that fought Jake Paul, he was arrested on July 2nd by ICE, by federal agents. He's got warrants, I think is what I read, out of Mexico for running. He's wanted for I want to say gun trafficking, ammo trafficking, everything. He's wanted and everything. He was deported back, I say 2023, I want to say, or 2022, 2023. But he was let back in the country under the Biden administration. Why? Knowing that he had this stuff, he falsified, from what I understand, a bunch of documents to try to get his visa back and everything.
So if he legitimately was came into America undocumented because in Mexico he was wanted for trafficking guns and whatnot.
I think is what it was. It was trafficking weapons, ammo. He supposedly
that's a pretty serious crime.
Right. And I don't know how true the fact it is. They're also saying that he's part of the cilantro, or however you say the name of the cartel that's ran by El Chapo.
Well, I mean, I think that, that claim would have to be investigated and litigated.
Sure.
Now, if that claim can be litigated reliably in, did you say cilantro?
Yeah, I don't know how to say yeah, I did. I'm not gonna lie.
Okay. If that claim can be reliably litigated in Mexico, sure, I'm okay with deporting him for litigation for like a withstanding warrant for like trafficking. Very similar to like the Tate brothers, for instance. Like if the Tate brothers came into America, I'd have no problem with deporting them to the UK or Romania to face, warrants for rape and trafficking, etc. Yeah, I'm fine. That falls under like the category of I'm okay with deporting them. But I mean, I think that we need to acknowledge that that accounts for an incredibly small minority of undocumented immigrants. The Trump administration, they want to deport all undocumented immigrants, and that's what I disagree with. And you should disagree with that too, given everything that you've shared so far in the live.
I like I said, I agree with the deportation of the illegal criminals, ones that are causing the crimes, that are graping, that are, committing murders, whatever the case is. I do agree those ones should be
a little bit of a hypocrite here. So if an undocumented immigrant is a rapist, they should be sent out of the country. But apparently, if a rich man from New York is a rapist, they should be allowed to run the White House. That's a little bit of a hypocritical point. What do you feel about? How do you feel about that hypocrisy? Do you feel like that is hypocrisy?
I don't think he should have been voted in, but I mean, again, I guess I don't know what I'm trying to say. Like I said, I do agree with some of the deportations that are happening, but I don't agree with the mass deportations of just like when they walk through what park was it in California?
Okay. So then you just shouldn't support the administration as a whole. So do you have any reasons, like things that they're doing? Because we're just talking like ideologically speaking, where do our goals land? And you're saying that your goals land at just deporting undocumented immigrants with prior violent criminal offenses or pretty serious violent criminal offenses. Okay, well that goal is not in alignment with the goal of the Trump administration. So where do your goals align with Trump's admin that makes you consider yourself MAGA? Because like for instance, I share that same goal with you, but I don't consider myself MAGA because I know that's not what Trump is doing.
Right. And like I told Chris, with what's been happening over, I'd say the last month and a half has completely swayed my decision to what I voted for. Because that's not what I voted for. I didn't vote for that. Like everybody else is saying, I might have believed into the lies thinking, okay, well, you're going to actually do this. You're not going to, and now he's not doing it. Now he's kind of avoiding all of the consequences that's going to go with that. Does that make sense?
Can you repeat what you just said? I'm not gonna lie. I tuned you out, but the whole chat is spamming. Yes, he did. What is the chat saying that you did? That you are saying that you didn't do?
I have no idea.
Okay, what did you just say? Just repeat your last sentence.
Oh, I just said that the last month or so, it swayed me the other direction to kind of not.
Like you're saying that you didn't vote for this?
I didn't vote for the way he's handling the country. I voted for hoping he would do it the right way, but apparently
I'm not gonna lie. I'd say he did run on deporting all undocumented immigrants. In fact, his rhetoric was like stronger before the election because there's less pushback against it. Like he was straight up saying like undocumented immigrants are like poisoning the blood of this country and we need to round them all up and deport every single one of them. Like his rhetoric about mass deportation was significantly stronger before like published backlash occurred because the operation actually started. He ran on cruelty. He absolutely did.
Sure.
All right. Well, is there anything else you want to talk about?
No, that was definitely it. I definitely love watching your videos, and thank you for having me, sir.
Yeah, man. I mean, it sounds like you're like a lot of other Trump supporters, maybe like set in your ways because they're comfortable and you know them. But I mean, I guess I appreciate you for challenging your beliefs more than others. So have a good rest of your day.
You too.
We're gonna move on to the next guest. Go ahead and drop a maggot down below in that chat if you'd like to come up and join. We got Shay loaded in right now, y'all. As well as Jack, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo, saying thank you for sanity in fearful times. Jack, I really appreciate you so much for the love. Everybody, show some love to Jack down below. As well as Anonymous with the $5 over on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love, Anonymous. Thank you, guys. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, everybody, for your kindness with your donations. Hey, welcome in, Shay. Do you support Trump?
No, I do not. I'm a leftist, but I just wanted to ask for like some advice. So I have family members who are very,
how old are you?
I'm 21.
Okay. If you want to just ask like a quick question, that's fine.
Yeah, so a lot of my family members, they're very against deportations, and I just wanted to like ask how I can argue against the fact that a lot of them are mainly against them for working, and I say in quotation marks, illegally.
They just want them to stay here to work illegally?
No, like they're against that.
Oh, they're against them illegally working?
Yes.
Oh yeah, you should be too. Everybody
Oh,
should be against that. So the reason why everybody should be against that is because when they work without documentation, they get paid lower wages as they have less bargaining power. But like the solution to that problem that we should be against is mass amnesty, because then they'll be able to work legally, garner higher wages, and have more bargaining power to hold against their employer. That won't just have positive outcomes for them; that'll also have positive outcomes for the economy as a whole.
how can I argue against them? Because they're like against them working illegally because it's illegal, just like that.
Oh, because it's illegal?
Yeah,
It's not
because
illegal for
that's
undocumented immigrants to work.
because they're like their whole argument is like, oh well, they don't pay taxes and they work illegally, but like, how can I personally counter that?
Oh yeah, you could counter that by telling them that they do pay taxes. Undocumented immigrants pay $100 billion per year in taxes on the local, state, and federal level through ITINs. You could counter that by just simply bringing up the facts.
Okay, thank you so much.
Of course, Shay, appreciate you for joining. Good questions. I really like questions about immigration. I think that out of all political topics like ever in America right now, immigration is probably where I'm the best versed, you know? Like, I'm not gonna lie, like maybe I'm just like cocky within this sense, but I truly don't think that there's like a single like right winger that can defeat my argument for mass amnesty. I think that it is like the easiest, most common sense argument that anybody could ever make. I'm like very bold and confident about my arguments for immigration. Welcome in, Jake. Do you support Trump?
Hey, how you doing, Dean? Yeah, I do. And I'll tell you my reasons why in a second here.
Okay. How old are you, man?
I'm 42.
Everybody laughing in the background tells me that's a lie, Jake.
That's not nobody.
Yeah? What year were you born in, bud?
My cat.
Your cat was the year that you were born in? Obviously. Duh. Why didn't I know that? Yes, your cat was the year that you were born in, Jake. Spot fucking on, bro. What's up, Harper? You support Trump? Harper's not even here. Go ahead and drop a MAGA down below in that comment section if you want to come up here and have a conversation with me, y'all. I gotta use the restroom again, and we've been live for 3.5 hours. I may just end soon, so I could go pee. Maybe. We'll see. But everybody, make sure that we're double tapping on that phone screen. Welcome in, Kevin. Do you support Trump? Kevin is not here. Goodbye, Kevin. See you later. Moving on to the next guest, everybody. Moving on. Hello, Cooper Pooper. Do you support Trump?
How you doing, Dean?
I'm doing all right, Cooper Pooper. How old are you?
I'm 18.
You must have said like 10. No, get out of here. Skedaddle, Cooper Pooper. Goodbye, Cooper Pooper. Moving on to the next guest. Yo, Veteran! Thank you for the $50 super chat over on YouTube, my man. Veteran says, Boomer wishing you are of age to run for office. You are natural, and I pray that you continue to fight for your generation, sir. Veteran, I love you, bruh. I've told you so many times. I want to be like you when I grow up. You're awesome, Veteran. Can we get like some special W's for Veteran down below in the chat? That is an incredibly kind and generous donation, and your rewards are always so kind and generous as well. Please show some love to Veteran down below. And welcome in, Spaghetti. Do you support Trump?
I do not support Trump, but I have a funny story.
I'm sorry. Usually I'd be down to hear you out for your funny story, but I'm just looking for one last debate before we hop off here. I'm sorry. Hey, what's going on, Hunter? Do you support Trump? Hunter left. Goodbye, Hunter. I'm surprised that we haven't had anybody like come up here and run the script and lie like we did the last 2 days. Maybe it's dying out. I don't know. I feel like I've seen it picking up, like more lies. But we just haven't seen anybody so far today try to come up here and pull the gotcha. I'm impressed. What's up? You support Trump, Indy?
I just had to get my headphones in, man. Yeah, how's it going? Yeah, I support Trump.
Dude, why would you support such a poopy president?
Because he's the best, bro. Like
he's the worst, bro. Come on.
No, he's the best. He's the best we have, man. In years, bro. Like Biden was a disaster train.
Really? Okay. Name one bad policy Biden passed. Name one good policy Trump has passed.
Policy. I mean, I like Trump's critical minerals policies.
Critical minerals policies. I've never heard of critical minerals policies. What is that?
Yeah, like Executive Order 1488. I don't know the exact number, but that was during his first administration, and that is policy. And it was groundbreaking.
So, Executive Order 1488 repealed authorization for use of military forces against Iraq.
Yeah, I said I don't know the exact executive order number. I thought it was 14.
So then what does the policy do?
It's critical minerals. Like he first thing he did was he took the USGS, right, and he made it available that specific year. So the USGS used to have to wait a year to get it.
What is the USGS?
U.S. Geological Survey. So that made the data on mining available to everybody immediately, right? And then he designated all these critical minerals, which Biden actually added to. Biden did not take away from the critical minerals. I think Trump did like 30 or something.
What exactly?
And then Biden,
what exactly does this EO do?
This EO gives us the firepower. I mean, all this stuff goes into chips and munitions and things like that, and this we were dependent on China. So
you're still not giving me like a very clear description of what this EO does.
You're reading the EO. You know I'm giving you like
the EO is incredibly lengthy, so I will continue to read it, but I want you to give me a clear description of what the EO does.
Yeah, I just gave you a clear description.
What was the clear description?
It boosted. Oh, come on, Dean. Why you being like this, man?
I'm just trying to. I mean, does anybody watching think that I'm being unruly here, or does it kind of just sound like I'm trying to learn more about the executive order that he's parroting here?
Parroting? I'm not reading it. I'm going off memory.
Okay, so what does this EO do?
I just told you. I said it declassified the USGS, and then it added all these lists, these critical minerals. That it gave us a list of critical minerals.
Declassified, right? USGS. So what do you mean? What is USGS?
I just told you the U.S. Geological Survey.
So what is the U.S. Geological Survey?
The map. It's got like a map, and it's got all the critical minerals in it. All the minerals that are mined in the United States.
Like where minerals are in America.
Something like that. I've been to the website, and that's what it has.
And they declassified that?
No, I said it used to be like you used to have to wait a year to get it, and now you don't. It comes out immediately.
So if you want to mine minerals, the government will now just give you a map to show you where the minerals are to mine?
No, not just a map to show you where the data for everybody.
What
you've
data?
never heard of
what data is it?
Hold on. You haven't heard of?
I'm trying to follow you
Cobalt,
here. What data?
Cobalt. Okay, look, they got maps and stuff, relief summaries, right? And
maps
also
of what?
Of the United States, man, of minerals, where minerals are.
So yeah,
you know, there used to be
what this EO did is just make it so if you want to mine minerals, our government will now just give you a map of where the minerals are at to mine.
Nah. It's not
okay.
this.
So then, no.
I'm giving you a layman's term. Like I'm not a freaking mineral expert, man.
Okay,
I'm just
then we probably should talk. If you cannot provide a clear description of the goal of this,
you gave me no.
Hold on, we probably shouldn't talk about it.
Dean, hold on. Let's be fair now. Hold on. Give me a second.
I feel like you're just upset that I'm asking you to clarify on what you're saying. I feel like most people in my shoes right now wouldn't know what to say because they don't know what this EO does. But what I'm doing is I'm just asking you what the EO does.
I gave you a clear description. I think I gave you.
You gave me a contradictory description because your description wasn't. Yes, it was.
You a contradictory description.
Yeah, the contradictory description that you gave me was to say that it declassified the USGA. I asked you what the USGA was.
USGS.
The USGS was like a U.S. Geological Survey. Then I asked you what the U.S. Geological Survey was. Then you said it was a map of minerals. And so I
said it's more than a
map of minerals, and then you're like, no, just made it so they didn't have to wait a year to get it. So then I was like, okay, what is a map of minerals? Like where minerals are at in America? You're like, no. Then I was like, so now if you want to mine minerals, the government will just give you a map of where they're at. You're like, no. So I mean, you've just denied every interpretation of that I was trying to make of your claim there when you said it declassified the USDA, which is apparently a map of minerals. Like, what do you mean it declassified a map of minerals?
No, look. First off, right?
And you just said it was made it data.
People no, it's a lot of data.
What data?
It's a lot of data.
What data?
It's mining data.
What mining data?
I'm not trolling.
Yeah,
it's a lot of mining data.
You're trolling.
Mining data is stuff.
You're trolling.
How about trolling?
You're trolling.
Bro, Come on,
You're
man.
trolling.
Dane. And then look,
I'm
did
so
not
close
your
to
boy
kicking you for trolling.
did not your boy Biden add to the executive order?
Yeah,
Did he not do his?
You can't add to executive orders, so we know that he's trolled. We're gonna kick him. That was a pretty funny troll. Oh, and apparently, according to Matt, it's not even called the UGS; it's called the USGS, and that data is already open and has been open forever. And it's like the point of the USGS. Dear God. Sid, thank you so much for the $50 over on YouTube Super Chat. Sid says, been thinking a lot about you in the last few days. Sorry people are so cruel. Please prioritize your mental health over anything else. A social media break is always an option. We all appreciate you. Sid, I really appreciate you for the message and the $50. Show some love to Sid down below. I'm not gonna lie. I feel like being on these streams helps my mental health because it just reminds me that there's people that are there that aren't just like utterly insane. You know, it's like I turn the stream off. Like, what do I see in these echo chambers of like right-wing bad faith pundits? Like, I just see insanity, right? But like on here, it's like I have a community of like 13,000 people right now that at least have the IQ of like a goldfish and can connect the dots and see that I'm not some crazy man. So I mean, it usually helps my mental health. It does. It helps my mental health. I appreciate you guys. You guys help my mental health. And thank you for being fact oriented. That is what you guys are doing, is help my mental health. Claiborne, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
I sure do.
You sure do? Why is that, bud?
Because he's the right man for the job.
Why is he the right man for the job?
Because, I mean, you look at what his plans is. His plans is to save America, and he's planning to get rid of illegals. He's planning to get rid of all these taxes. And so the thing is, when you get rid of these taxes, is you allow the big boys to play, and the big boys, they're going to spend more money. And when they spend more money, it's better for everybody.
Okay, so you just told us that you supported me because of mass deportation and trickle-down economics. So trickle-down economics actually doesn't work. When you give rich people more money, they don't just like save and invest it. They don't just take it and invest it into America. They just save it. This is why after the introduction to trickle-down economics by Reagan, we saw a stagnation in worker wages with an increase in worker productivity. They're actually like less incentivized to pay their employees more.
And you know that's
and then after the first round of Donald Trump's tax cuts, we literally saw no new macro level business reinvestment. But we gave over $1 trillion to the most wealthy among us. They just take that money and save it.
No, that is not the case. Because if rich people weren't paying money, none of America would be anything. You wouldn't have Target. You wouldn't have Walmart. You wouldn't have Best Buy. You wouldn't have any of them.
Okay, well, just saying that we wouldn't have Best Buy without rich people doesn't combat my argument that when we give rich people more tax cuts, they don't just reinvest it back into the country. Like, imagine it. Imagine if you were like a really rich business owner. If you were given a tax cut on the net profit that you take out of the business, would you be incentivized to take more money out of the business or less money out of the business? Give it a tax cut on the net profit you take out of the business.
Well, with that tax cut, you don't understand all the philanthropy that these companies be doing.
Philanthropy isn't taxed.
No, but I'm saying, but if you don't tax them, they can give more. That's what I'm saying.
But if you reduce their taxes, they're less likely to engage in philanthropy because philanthropy is a way to get around taxes because it isn't taxed.
No.
What specifically did I say that was wrong?
You ever heard of J.D. Rockefeller?
Have I heard of Rockefeller? Yeah, I think I have.
He was one of the biggest philanthropists this country ever seen. And
well, I bet the more money you have, the more money you could spend on philanthropy. That doesn't amount
that's exactly, you're saying I'm wrong, but that's exactly what I'm saying. Is that if they have more money, they can.
How about proportionate to their income? Ooh.
And well, sometimes
What percentage of Rockefeller's overall net worth was put into philanthropy? Like 2%.
A good amount. When he died, he said he was going to give a whole bunch of it.
Oh, good for him. You're still not combating my argument that when we give rich people tax cuts, they don't reinvest it back into their company.
They do.
What's your evidence?
You look at parks. You look at all the infrastructure they invest in. They give back to this country.
So you're saying that if we look at the infrastructure that rich people invest in, like their business infrastructure, this somehow proves to us that when we give them more tax cuts, they'll invest more into that business infrastructure.
Yeah.
Okay. How does looking at business infrastructure prove that if we cut the taxes on rich people, they'll invest
No,
more into
hold on.
infrastructure?
I didn't just say business. I said infrastructure, as in they help build bridges, they help build
No, they don't.
roads. Yes,
Rich
they do.
people, like through the taxes they pay. Is that your argument?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so do we.
Okay, but they have a whole lot. You know, most of the money come from them because they got the money to give.
Most of the money, yeah, sure. Like the top 1% pays 45% of taxes, but they own 85% of all wealth. So I don't know. You're
But they
still not
work
okay.
hard.
Okay, so I just want you to repeat front to back, start to finish. What is your argument that if we cut taxes on rich people, they'll reinvest more money back into their businesses?
My argument is if you cut the big boys loose, the big boys will give you more money in the end, and
So-
that's exactly what's happening.
So that's not an argument. That's a claim.
That is the argument.
No, it's just a claim. If
Well, okay then, that's my claim. Then.
Okay, now give me an argument for the claim.
I don't know nothing about this debate stuff, but let me tell you something.
I want you to tell me what your argument is to demonstrate that your claim is true.
What my argument is that's a good thing that Trump is doing it.
That's not an argument.
Well, that's my argument.
Your argument is that it's good. It's good because
Yeah.
it's good.
Yeah.
It's good because it's good.
Yeah,
Oh,
we all
my goodness.
benefit from it.
Oh, Victoria, thank you for the $5 over at Venmo. No, we don't. Everybody making under 51K per year is going to pay more in taxes. 17 million Americans are going to lose Medicaids. 3 million people are going to lose food stamps. 18 million school children.
Well, they shouldn't be on the food stamp. You put yourself in a position where you got to be on food stamp, then that's your fault.
It's okay. Can you repeat that?
If you put yourself in a position where you got to rely on food stamp, that's your fault.
Yeah, for sure.
Ain't nobody
'Cause
made-
all
you
low
weren't born- you weren't born on food stamps.
low income Americans just choose to be low income Americans. Did you know
Yeah.
it's like literally easier for them to work hard, like very different aspects, to no longer be a low income American if you give them social safety nets? Because
No,
instead
they
of
work-
being
they
focused
work.
on their immediate needs, like working 60 hours a week just to put food on
No.
the table, they're more
No,
incentivized
no.
to work a little bit less and dedicate
No.
more of their time and attention to like going to school to get a degree to become a higher skilled laborer to
No.
generate a higher income.
No.
Whoa, you're saying that you don't know this. Well, I'm happy that I can inform you on these
No,
facts that we
no,
empirically
no,
observe
no.
when we compare countries that have more social safety nets to countries that have less social safety nets, and we gauge their overall economic mobility. I'm really happy I could inform you of the facts.
That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that they need to pull themselves up and,
Yeah,
and
pull
get the,
themselves up by the bootstraps, right?
yeah.
Yeah.
That's what we did.
Yeah,
when
buddy,
we-
buddy, do you ever drive on the interstates?
Yeah, I sure do.
You need to fucking pull yourself up by your bootstraps and drive on your own interstates that you make by hand. Why are you relying on the government, you communist pig?
Well, that the government is supposed to be there to do certain things for the society.
Oh, would you say like one function of a government is making the economy of the society and everybody in the consumer base significantly better off?
No.
No,
That's
so a
your
role of the
personal-
government
that's your
isn't to
personal
make the economy
responsibility.
better. Wait,
That's
if a role of the government is not to make the economy better, okay, then why did you tell me that you voted for Trump to make the economy better as the president within our government? You silly fucking goose.
No, that ain't what I said. I said he lowered taxes.
Yeah, you said to lower taxes on rich people so they'll reinvest more back into the economy.
Yeah.
So the role of the government is to make the economy better, and that's why you voted for Trump.
Well, that ain't the sole purpose of his responsibility.
Okay, but it's one of the responsibilities, right?
It's a minor responsibility.
Would you say that a government has a responsibility to do what is best for their citizens?
Not always.
Not always? Give me a circumstance where the government has a responsibility to do what is worst for their citizens.
Well, sometimes, war ain't always good, but sometimes it's what you got to do.
Well, why do you got to do it?
Because you got to protect people.
Wait, would you say that protecting people is doing what's best for them? Like protecting them is good for them?
But people wouldn't see that in the immediate. People would be, they'd be like, I don't want to go
Hey,
to war.
listen,
But
you're just still giving me an argument that from your perspective, this is where the government is upholding their responsibility to do what is best for their citizens via protecting them in the long term.
no, that ain't what I said.
So then you haven't given me an example of a government doing what is worse for their citizens because it's worse for their citizens.
Well, I just gave you an example. War is worse for the citizens for citizens overall
Okay, then why should we do it?
because it protects people in the long run.
So you're saying it's better for the citizens in the long run?
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
So that's still the government, and all things considered, doing what's best for their citizens.
Well, I mean, I guess so. I guess so. Yeah.
So then we can agree that the government does have an obligation to do what is best for their
You know,
citizens.
I ain't afraid to admit when I'm wrong. Unlike you, so people get on here and they tell you wrong, and you trying to argue like you ain't wrong, but yeah.
I don't think I'm wrong. What am I
I'm
wrong?
wrong.
What am I wrong about? Out of
You
curiosity?
wrong. You wrong about 50% of the time.
Okay. So it should be
It's
really
more-
easy
more
to
than
name one thing I'm
50%.
wrong about.
Well, I mean, when it comes to immigration,
Okay, what am I
When it
wrong
comes-
about as it comes to immigration?
well, you say that they should be allowed to stay here, but I don't think that's the case.
Okay, I'm not gonna argue my soundness to you, brother. I'm sorry. That's almost time me in this stream. Yo, also, I want to quickly go over a video that I think I'm gonna make tomorrow. I want to see if you guys think it'd be a good idea or a bad idea. So I think I want to put out a video responding to all of the nonsense that I've seen on the interwebs. One second, I gotta thank somebody really, really quickly. Also, guys, make sure that we're double tapping away on that phone screen. Everybody, just give us a minute here. But yo, Colorful Pets, thank you so much for the $50 donation over on PayPal. Thank you, Colorful Pets. That is incredibly kind of you. Thank you so much, Colorful Pets. Colorful Pets says, from a liberal grandma who loves what you do. Thank you, Colorful Pets. I'm gonna have to check out your website. Maybe I'll buy something. Thank you so much for the love, Colorful Pets. Oh my God, as well as Aaron. That is ERIN. Aaron with the $100 over on PayPal saying, watching you debate people is constantly one of the best parts of my day. Thank you for everything that you do. I hope I could find some joy with everything going on. Dude, Aaron, thank you for the love. Can you guys please show some love to Aaron down below in those live chats for the $100 donation? Seriously, Colorful Pets and Aaron, you guys are so incredibly kind. Thank you so much. Okay, thank you so much, guys. I really appreciate that. But I want to read you guys off some of the headlines that I've been seeing. So one of the headlines reads, how Dean feels after doxing an innocent father for saying that children can't consent. It's some video of like some basketball player dunking. Another buddy says, Dean Withers after encouraging his 20K live viewers to dox and to call CPS on a normal father. Somebody else says, Dean Withers weaponizes CPS to win a debate. Somebody else says, Dean Withers has to be one of us in disguise working as a secret agent because there's no way he actually thought doxing a father for saying children can't consent was a good look. The father even created a GoFundMe saying stand with Thomas, legal action for family safety. Somebody else says, Dean Withers after doxing and getting CPS on a normal father because he didn't answer his question. Somebody else says, Dean Withers orders his fan base to dox a father and report him to CPS for saying that children are not able to consent. Somebody else says, how Dean feels after telling his mindless fans to dox and call CPS on a father because he wouldn't allow nor give his child the choice to watch nude by a 65-year-old man. Somebody in the YouTube chat in response to that says, you need to be put in jail, right? What are the other? So is a general takeaway from all of those headlines that I just read off, Dean Withers is this massive piece of shit that thinks kids can consent to sex, likely a P3DO, that wanted to dox a dad because the dad didn't want to sexually exploit his children. Is that the takeaway from all the headlines we just read? Like, yes or no? Is that the general takeaway? Dean Withers, a ruthless P3DO that wants to dox people that think that exploitation of children isn't okay? No. That's the general takeaway. That's the general takeaway from all those headlines. That's crazy. We'll talk about the doxing claim. Before we talk about the doxing claim, here is the father and mother that all of these headlines are talking about. In the clip that you're about to hear, You're going to hear the father and mother speak. These are the people that are being labeled normal, innocent. These are the parents that apparently said children can't consent to sex. So I apparently doxed them. Here's the parents. Everybody listen in. So yesterday, like the other... Oh, wait. Somebody in the chat just says damage control. I'm going to call you out. I'm going to invite you to the stream. I want you to come up here right now. Anarchism. You're in the chat spamming damage control. I want you to specially hop in the queue right now. You're going to come up here and listen to this with me. And then I want you to tell me if this is damage control or this is correcting blatantly false misinformation. Anarchism. I'm looking for you in the queue. We're gonna hold off playing that clip before we try to get anarchism up in here so we could listen with him. It doesn't look like they're gonna hop in. Anyways, let's go ahead and listen to this clip of these innocent parents, of these innocent good parents that just think children can't consent to sex. That I called CPS on and apparently doxed, quote unquote, according to these bad faith actors. Let's go and take a listen. The other day when we were talking at the start of the conversation, like the very first thing that was said was, here's Donald Trump walking into the changing rooms of these naked teens. And what was your first response to that?
Did the parents give consent? Did they allow it?
Goatman, precisely. I don't think that a parent can allow for their underage teen to be perved on.
You don't think, or that's the law? There's a difference. There's a huge difference. What's the law?
Wait, are you... So no, that's actually not the law. It is...
What is the law, Dean? What is the age of consent? What is the law?
We're talking about teenagers, under 18 here.
Right, and they don't have the legal authority to make that consent. So whose responsibility is it then? Who is it? Is it God? It's not God. Who is it?
So the child can't consent to sex, and the parent can't consent to the child having sex.
So where does the consent fall? Because
nobody.
When you go to the doctor's office, when kids go on field trips, who's signing the papers? Because it's not the child. From my research, statements from the girl specifically that he went and saw it in the changing room said that it was more transactional than anything. If anything, because these girls are competing against each other, they went to Donald Trump when he was back there to get some sort of not promotion, but like to get some sort of like feedback and transactional advice from the guy because he's a businessman. This is exactly what these women that were back there have said on BuzzFeed. I've seen it. I read it.
What do you mean it was transactional when he's walking on a naked teenage girls?
It was transactional in a business sense. It was transactional in a business. Yes, I can, because Trump is a businessman. He has a huge persona, publicly business essential. The girls were trying to get his input and get him to like promote or like give them advice on how to.
They're children. They were naked. They can't consent to that.
Dean,
how do you know they was naked, Dean?
Hold on.
He said
How do you know they wasn't sitting in a pair of
Can I
bloomers?
just say something? Hold on. Like, Dean, are you going to listen, or are you just going to be, like, just hearing us? Like, are you going to listen to us, Dean? Like, be honest. Because I'm, like, what, my age?
No, listen. I mean, he's talking about some, like, business
Having no
transaction
clothes
with looking
on.
at naked children.
That doesn't mean undergarments.
The article with those exact words. I'm not making it up. That is the exact words. I have the clip.
But the children can't. The children. But you.
I wanna
Child's
throw this on
bodies
in
are not
real
transactional.
fast.
Well, I mean, I think that both you and your wife had made a handful of things clear in this conversation. You have now redefended Trump 3 times, walking into a changing room with naked teenage girls by saying that their parents consented. You even then agreed to this for a 4th time as it related to the question that Jerry just asked you, once again reaffirming that they are within their rights and abilities to consent on behalf of the children for exploitation from other adults. As well as your wife, Shania, I mean, she even repeated that she believes that it was a transactional occurrence, that both parties were reaping some benefit. In other words, she is saying that the bodies, the naked bodies of children are transactional.
Dean, answer the question. By law, is that exploitation?
I think that husband is now challenging that treating the naked bodies of naked teens is exploitation. Let's roll back 5 seconds.
By
Bodies
law,
of
is that
children are
exploitation?
transactional. He believes that it was a transactional occurrence. That both parties were reaping some benefit. And in
By
other
law,
words,
is
she
it
is saying
exploitation?
that the bodies, the naked
By
bodies
law,
of
is that
children are
exploitation?
transactional.
Dean, answer the question. By law, is that exploitation?
I think that is exploitation. Yeah.
Do you think Brooke Shields was?
Dean, did those words come out of my mouth?
Do you think
Dean,
Brooke
did those
Shields
words come out of my mouth?
exploited when she
It gets even crazier, guys. Listen to this part.
posed on a Calvin Klein poster underage, holding her breasts without a shirt on?
Who did that?
And
Because yeah, that's
everybody in
wrong.
the
They should have
world
done
looked at
that.
her?
That's wrong. Bad. Don't do that.
Was she exploited?
Yes.
What by what law?
What? Now we're talking about
She was
some
on
like
posters
actual
and
naked.
She was on Times Square.
Yeah, we're talking about some underage naked teenager with her boobs out in Times Square. Exploitation. She's exploited.
And do you think that
Law. Do you guys disagree? Man, the father says, what law? What law was this 15-year-old girl that was to pose naked without a shirt on and then have that picture broadcasted in Times Square? By what law was he exploited? Just like he said earlier, by what law are naked teenage girls, naked 13-year-olds, exploited by an older man? Because it's just a transaction that helps them too. Like, naked... Gets even crazier, though. Naked teenager with the boobs out on Times Square, was she exploited?
Yes.
I think it's art. I think it's
Now they're calling it art.
beautiful photo
Now they're calling it beautiful.
of a
art.
database to go that was on Times Square that was perfectly legal.
You just called child pornography, by the way.
that
You
was
just called,
not
you just called child.
Don't be
wasn't showing
smug.
any
Do
nips.
not dare be smug. Don't you
I
dare be
can't
smug.
believe that. She literally just called
Don't
CP
be
art.
smug.
That's
Do
why
not
I'm not
be
being smug. That's what she said.
But Dean, what I'm asking you, if it was child porn, do you think that it would be legal? Because there's laws against child porn. Do you think it would be legal to put child porn up on Times Square?
I think that it was probably either ignored or not illegal at the time. That doesn't change that it is child porn.
In your opinion, it's child porn.
Yeah, because it's a naked teenager with her boobs out.
She's not naked. She has a pair of Calvin Klein jeans on,
But just no shirt on?
and she's got her hands covering her breast. She's not showing her breast.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Dean,
but I still
don't
classify
see
It's
that
kind of
as-
like a woman walking around with side boobs.
Well,
you know.
the reason
Okay.
the reason it's not like that is because she's literally not a woman.
So, do you think that's child exploit? I mean, if that's against the law, like child porn is,
I don't even think that needs to be against the law to be child exploitation. We just listened to all 5.5 minutes of that. And by the way, that's not all. That's not all. That's just 5.5 minutes that I edited together yesterday before I went live. This is the couple that half of the internet right now is defending. This is the couple that is being labeled innocent. This is the couple that is being labeled normal. This is the father that, according to so many pundits on the right and the left, just simply said that kids can't consent to sex. He said the exact opposite. And then asked by what law is looking at the naked body of a 13-year-old girl to further her career because you get pleasure from that experience as an older pedophile. What makes that exploitation? That's what he said. These are the people that are being paraded by the right, okay? These are the people that have now started a literal GoFundMe to collect and garner money because Dean Withers thinks kids can consent and docks the father for thinking kids can't consent. And then about that doxing bullshit, you guys want to know what I asked my chat to do? I said, find public information, and if you want, privately take that to local CPS authorities. Now, you can say that I shouldn't have done that on live, and I'll agree. I should have either done that myself, just knowing that mandatory reporters watching would have done it, or taking some other recourse of action. I probably shouldn't have said that on live. But to call that doxing is wrong. And to say that I was doxing a normal couple after listening to the 5.5 minute clip, people on that live were calling CP art His dad was asking, by what law is CP exploitation of children? The dad said at the very beginning, the parents have permission to pimp their kids. The wife said that I'm okay with pimping and exploiting young children as long as it benefits the young children and furthers their career. These are the people being labeled by so many people on the right and even some people on the left as innocent, normal parents. So yesterday, like the and that's not it. We're not done yet, because it doesn't stop at these people being labeled as innocent, normal parents. It goes to the claim that I doxed them. We've also been able to refute that. It doesn't stop there. It goes to the claim that I'm a pedophile, because I guess something somewhere in there implied that I'm the one that that kids can consent to sex. I'm the pedophile. Guys, I've already told you all about this. I'm getting so many DMs, okay? Like people like Sarah Fields over on Twitter have literally posted, at Dean, kids cannot consent to sex, you maniac. Dean thinks so many people. There's some other tweet with 20,000 likes saying, Dean, after dad says kids can't consent to sex. It's going on Twitter, TikTok now too. Jesus Christ. I feel like I'm doing a 1v million right now. I feel like I'm going insane. These videos are far and wide. You'll see these videos on your For You page. Nobody in the comment section thinks I'm anything but a deplorable POS that deserves hate. You'll see these videos on Twitter, on YouTube. Like, I actually think earlier today, ABA and Preach posted a video. It already has 90K views in 2 hours saying, influencers are taking people's kids away? What? Am I going insane? Let me read off some of the DMs I've received. Trigger warning. Hey, you disgusting F-slur. Calling CPS on somebody after doxing them? After you twisted their words? You disgusting POS? Quote unquote, take your own fill in the blank, TikTok TOS. You effing loser. Nobody will ever love you. I hope somebody breaks into your home and grapes you. That's a message that I received this morning because of this. Looking at the comment sections on these videos, on like the video that says, how Dean feels after doxing a father for saying that kids can't consent. Top comment, Dean saying children can consent? I think we might have a pedophile on our hands. And for everybody in the comment section spamming Sue, Sue who? Like thousands of people? Sue thousands of people? Like, this is unreal. And apparently now somebody in the chat is saying that it's on MSN. I doubt. I doubt that it is. I don't know, we'll see. It is on MSN. Great. Wait, why is this article lying? This article on MSN is just lying. Okay, I'm going to read you guys a part of the article from MSN. This is on MSN. Oh, fuck. Oh, no. Oh, my God. Oh, I have a super large lawsuit on my hands. Oh, my God. I have an incredibly large lawsuit on my hands. This is coming from MSN. This is coming from MSN, everybody. Dean responds, ... and makes it worse, ? Instead of laying low or addressing the matter seriously, Dean went full sarcasm mode. In a stream, he joked about how people, quote, can't take a little bit internet sleuthing, end quote, and said the CPS situation was, quote, just a prank, bro. Fans weren't laughing. Clips of his mockery started spreading fast, and even creators who previously supported him started pulling back. That's just a lie! What am I, dude? Oh my God! Oh my God, I'm going to lose my shit. I gotta like, I don't even know what I'm gonna do. I don't even know what I'm gonna do, chat. This is a political execution, or at least an attempted political execution. This is now going to impact my life. I just want y'all to know, after these false reports, these false statements, these false claims, if I ever stop doing what I'm doing right now, I turn around, I want to go get another job or something, my employer looks up, sees that I doxed an innocent father and I'm a pedophile and that I just was making a joke. Dude, like, this shit will, like, fuck me for life. It's unreal. Justin, thank you for the $20 over on Venmo, saying that you need to hire a lawyer who specializes in defamation. If somebody lies about you on a platform, you have every right to protect yourself and at the very least get it taken down. No, yeah, I mean, we're definitely going to do that now. Matthew, thank you for the $50. $50, thank you, Matthew. Matthew says, capture the MSN article while it's still up. Good fucking point. Thank you for the $50, Matthew. Heidi with the $10 saying that you did the right thing. Even if they can't find anything, calls stay on record if there ever was one. People ignoring red flags is how kids get hurt. People ignoring red flags is how kids get hurt. It's a good point. Megan, thank you for the $150. Jesus Christ, Megan, that is so much money. Megan, thank you for the $150 donation on Venmo, saying, I can't believe these people are trying to paint you as the problem. That father was disgusting, and the wife defended him was equally as gross. I'm sorry, fuck them. Thank you for everything that you do. Thank you for your kindness. I'm really happy. Like, NA, that's a lot of fucking money. I cannot believe, like, the fucking, like, what's going on. I just can't believe it. God, I mean, we're going to do a TikTok video. We're going to do a YouTube video. I'm going to reach out to a lawyer. Oh, what's up, Matt? Yeah, what do you got to say?
Hey, your image went black, so I don't know if they can see you or anything now.
Yeah, it's just a glitch, so you won't be able to see me. If you want to
okay, that's fine. It doesn't matter then. So just so that everybody knows, this is not MSN. This is the Times of India. Okay, MSN only aggregates site, so it's not actually MSN that's doing the actual thing. So it's Times of India. So that's the one who you have to, like, act like a go after.
Is there, like, any? I'm guessing that there'd be, like, case law to demonstrate that aggregate sites like that, like, can't be held culpable of what they report.
Google can take it down, right? But they're not responsible for the content that is up there.
Wow. Okay.
So
where's Times of India? So is Times of India just, like, making fucking shit up then? Is that what Times of India is doing?
But here's the original article. So you now have it via text. So
thank you.
Like, now you have the original article.
As well as El Valentine, thank you for the $31 Australian. over on YouTube Super Chat saying for the legal fund, we got you, Dean. I'm not going to start a legal fund yet. I do appreciate you for your kindness, but I just want to make it incredibly clear. Like I might start a legal fund. I might, but it's not something I'll be doing right now. As well as Annie, thank you so much for the $50 over on YouTube Super Chat saying, I'm serious. Please log off and make some calls in the morning to get some PR assistance. You don't want to make anything worse. I agree. I don't want to make anything worse. I don't feel like I have though. Like the whole time we've been talking, like I don't think it made anything worse for me to play a 5.5 minute clip of them saying that they're literally okay with child exploitation. You know, but I do agree. I don't want to make anything worse, right? Like this is like a time where I have to be incredibly mindful of that. But I don't think I have. Somebody in the chat says, don't stop until you get justice. Yeah, man, this is crazy. Yeah. It is completely outrageous. Like very impactful for me in my life too. Very, very, very impactful, you know? Like imagine if you were in like some hot seat where individuals were literally falsely accusing you of being a pedophile. It's unreal. Stephanie, thank you so much for the $75 over at Venmo saying get off the live and find a lawyer ASAP. You'll always have our support. I appreciate you for the $75 donation. It honestly might just be time to do that. Chris, thank you for the $10 as well. Thank you so much. Then Sid, thank you for the $25 saying I recommend trying to save the article unless they try to take it down. Good call. Gold, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much.
I got you on that, by the way.
I do appreciate you for the love. Gold.
I know exactly what to do.
And then Beth, thank you so much for the $100 donation over on Venmo. Jeez, Beth, thank you. Beth says, Dean, as an attorney in Colorado, you have a case against the writer of the article. Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, they just made shit up. I'm pretty sure it's AI generated. And now it's like being aggregated on MSN. Vesna, thank you for the $20 saying, Dean, don't read. Stop talking about it now for your own good. Get an attorney immediately. Okay, it looks like everybody's like, shut up and get an attorney and take these motherfuckers down.
Yeah, I would, because in these kind of suits, the more you say, it actually becomes a little bit worse because you can, like, because everything that you say in the past plus the future will be used. And so what I would do right now is I would stop talking about it if you actually are serious about, like, doing legal action, then I would just shut up about it.
Yeah, I guess I don't know if I'm serious about legal action or not.
Yeah, I mean, that's up to you.
I should probably shut up until I determine if it's something I want to do or I don't want to do.
Yeah, only because in any case, what you said in the past plus what you're saying now can be used. And so you just want to make sure that if that's what you want to do, you know, just to kind of like tamp down on what you're talking about.
Yeah, that's probably a smart idea. Just until I determine what I want to do, because there's like so many angles I could take this in. But you know, honestly, man, I'm probably not going to shut up though, because I want to drop a video on this tomorrow because it's only growing like wildfire. But I'll probably run that video by an attorney. That would probably be a good idea.
You do you. You know, it's just something that you have to like, you know, just be aware of.
Yeah. I'd probably like want to consult a lawyer and like run a video that I would to post by a lawyer. That's probably a good idea. Yeah. Kimberly with the $10 on PayPal saying, Laura, buddy, we support you. Thank you, Kimberly. Might be doing that. Caitlin with the $15. Thank you so much for the love. Natasha with the $2. Braylon with the $30. Saying for the legal fees, I caught you, man. Sorry, I joined late to the stream. Once again, Braylon, I do appreciate you for the $30. I'm not taking any collections for legal fees because I don't even know if I want to pursue that, but I do appreciate you nonetheless. As well as Danielle with the $50 saying, please stop talking about it unless you get a lawyer. I'll take your advice. It looks like everybody's essentially giving that same advice. I appreciate everyone so much for the love. There's definitely an argument to be made there. You know, anyways, about, you know, what I've already posted. Everybody, I just want to put it out there. Like, once again, 1 second. Kyle with the $20. An official case will be sufficient to prove that you're not in the wrong, non-debatable proof. Probably. Thank you for the love, Kyle. You need to find a media lawyer. Yeah, that's what I'll do. Somebody in the chat says I'm cooking myself. I guess I'm not sympathetic to that perspective. I don't think I've cooked myself. I don't think so at all. Anyways, look at my Twitter. There's a 5.5 minute video over there. It is a clip of this couple, husband and wife, saying that they think Parents have the ability to give permission for their children to be exploited. Apparently, now I'm even seeing New York Times.
No, that's false. No, I'm not saying it. I just checked it.
Yeah, I mean, we got the Bro Whisper article, LFG. That's right, still the Bro Whisper. Anyways, for everybody watching, please combat misinformation with truth. Please combat misinformation with truth.
And by the way, I'm texting you a archive link now. So if that Times of India article gets taken down or gets blocked or something, this is proof that it was up. So now you see it.
Yeah. Thank you, Matt. I appreciate that. Okay, everybody,
You're
I'm going to
welcome.
go and hop off for the night and probably
All right.
run this all
Bye,
by the
Dean.
lawyers
Take care
and
of
we'll have
yourself.
a video tomorrow. Have a good one, Matt.
Yeah, bye-bye.
And for everybody watching, please combat misinformation with truth. I beg you. I beg you, beg you, beg you. Combat misinfo with truth. I also see a lot of people in the chat telling me to combat misinfo with a law. All right. Everybody, have a good rest of your night. If you see these videos, please combat misinformation with the truth. Imagine if you were in my shoe. Imagine if you were in my shoes. And if you'd like others to help you do what's right, expose the lies, and advocate for